Chapter 2401 of Light and Shadows. 4. From the reified enders of extremity called out, the vast majority were similar to the draconian Chilan phoenix as their bodies shone with a potent blue light. It was because from the surroundings, with Hyperion at the very center surging with entropy, sources of chaos began to churn wildly as tendrils of nullity began to bloom around him en masse, and once these streams of nullity appeared, they were drawn towards the bodies of the reified enders of extremity who held mana dynamics as very. Soon, a thin dull lividus color bloomed along with the terrific power of the beginnings of a dynamis of extremity, the beginnings, but even this alone was enough. It was Noah's accomplishment, but it could also be used by the infinite plane that bound mana dynamics. The spark of fusion between these two essences could be recreated here as it made the pressure that the reified enders of extremity release multiple many folds, a sparkling sea of a dim blue burning and shining brilliantly around the golden throne of a being whose voice echoed out grandly. As I said, I will not have to even lift a finger for you lot, hung, what most lividus cerulean. Brilliance shone. It was a dazzling contrast between endless shining light on one side, and rising waves of shadows on the other side. It was an ecstatic contrast of light and shadows. Rosalind's gaze finally became stern at the appearance of huge beasts before her. When their path was redirected from the abyssal sanctimonious lands to this location by Grand Primeval Silas, she had her complaints that she kept to herself as she knew she had to contribute to the cult when needed. After seeing the enemy they were told to take care of, she was even happier as she didn't even sense the feeling of heavy and pristine harmony that she felt whenever she came across others who were operating in extremity circulation modus operandi. It meant the enemy would be that much easier to deal with as they couldn't circulate their boundary essence in harmony to produce unimaginable effects akin to one holding a dynamis of extremity. It took her a great deal of trouble and effort just to gain enough contribution points to exchange for the shadows extremity circulation modus operandi of the cult of endless shadows. And she only held the first tome that allowed one to smoothly circulate a maximum of 4 different boundary essences across their aspects of existence. Mateo and Star were the only others here leading their squadrons who also held the Shadow's extremity circulation modus operandi, as the 3 of them excelled compared to Haven-ranked disciples of other inheritances that had yet to reach the stage of Ionic inheritances of extremity, so it should have been easy to accomplish their task. Yet the enemy before them conjured huge beasts that very quickly began to be tinged by the light of a genuine dynamis of extremity, a faint one that seemed to barely be in its beginning stages, but it was there nonetheless. And unlike her, Mateo, and Star. There were more than 5 of these creatures that shone with a sparkling lividus color as before they could even adapt. The titanic draconian Chilan phoenix moved first as its jaws opened to release an apocalyptic lividus breath of flames that seemed like a solidified pillar of dim blue light that would erase everything on its path. Thump. Rosalind felt the beat of her heart in her body that had half merged with shadows. I think you should take a look at, she felt the circulation of 4 different boundary essences course through her very atoms in fantastical ways as behind her, an endless shadow expanded. Even though the enemies were powerful, so was she. Her hand fuzzily surged towards the pillar of deadly lividus light as her shadows were intent on swallowing all sources of light before her. Mateo and Star making their own moves along with their squadrons as the huge beasts opposing them seemed to move in harmony to release deadly attacks. Light and shadows clashed as even on the first round of impact, it was clear which side had victory inclined in their favor. The scene before them caused Grand Primeval Silas and the others to adopt stern expressions as Silas voiced out coldly to the shocked drone who stared at the essence of mana dynamics he had abandoned too long ago mixed with nullity freely. Did you know your unruly descendant had already begun the process of forming a dynamis of extremity? What? Of course I didn't know. This must be why Orion and them. Roan had a cloudy expression as he was lost in his own thoughts, still intently fixated on the essence of mana dynamics that seemed to pull on his soul. The situation before them changed things a great deal as right after the first clash, the billowing dominance of the beasts called out by the unruly descendant was shown as the shadowlings following Rosalind, Mateo, and Star were forced to utilize their apex ionic soul totems right after. Grand Primeval Silas looked at this situation closely, as something like this reminded him of the scions of powerful ionic inheritances of extremity or the prominent mutated entities that had yet to become apex ionic lifeforms that their cult kept tabs on. The power displayed by this being, or really the beasts he commanded, was just that potent. He may have to approach this situation differently, as if he simply kept throwing more forces under his command in this situation, he may lose more than what he could potentially gain. Still, a being akin to the scions of ionic inheritances of extremity. And he doesn't have any inheritances behind him. It is someone any faction would want. The only question is how to attain him when things have started off in conflict. the shadow within his eyes became deeper as Grand Primeval Silas was deep in thought while watching the unfolding battle. But even at this same time, he received a message from one of the apex ionic lifeforms he left behind in the Lernean domain, who was supposed to be taking stock of the remaining domains of this lineage and starting the process of domain centralization. Say that again. It was a message that caused him to grab onto the strand of thought and spoke in a heavy tone, an annoyed reply coming soon after. Other Lernean domains across this haven are continuing to go missing. More than 30% have disappeared from their original locations so far. Chapter 2402. Let's do things differently. The one lineage within the Ionic haven of dissolution that they had made under them, their domains were disappearing just like this before their very eyes. Their worth was something only he and a few others understood, as they didn't look at things in the same manner. In his eyes, these domains were another source of the next generation of shadowlings, and even those who could be used for the blood sacrifice of their cult of endless shadows. They were tools and commodities that couldn't simply begin to disappear just as he had gained them. Otherwise, he would have a lot to answer for when everything was taken into account by those even higher than him. Grand Primeval Silas' eyes became utterly chilly as he listened to the many streams coming towards him on all sides from all primeval shadow elders he had directed to centralize the domains of Lerneans. Thinking back to the actions of the unruly descendant here, it was possible that others working with him, or even an extension of another clone of his, was working with Orion and the other traitors of the Lernean lineage that had chosen to leave with him. Countless thoughts bloomed in his mind as he gave a command right after through the communication channel. Go to all remaining Lernean domains and enclose them with an ionic shadow sphere. This will keep anyone below the stage of apex ionic lifeforms from even being capable of entering or exiting that region. And if an apex ionic lifeform comes to try and dispel the ionic shadow sphere, teleport to that location and incapacitate as you see fit. Boom, a shocking command, and one that was meant to target the issue head-on, as the primeval shadow elders moved instantly as instructed. As for those beside him, including Grand Primeval Roan, the Lernean domains continue to disappear. You all. Similar commands were given out as alongside this, Roan's expression was stern as he sent a message towards the Lernean apex ionic lifeforms that had sided with him. Locate Orion and those who followed him, send him or the others a message if you can reach them. Tell them to stop their efforts, as they are only weakening the Lerneans in the face of the cult of endless shadows. His eyes were filled with a cloudy light this whole time, as he couldn't stop sensing the power of mana dynamics that he felt from the creatures that the unruly descendant called out, not to mention the burning entropy and providence that erupted in the back. He felt the power and grace of the universal principles he remembered all too well, along with their change into boundaries now. As a trace of hesitation appeared in his heart, he had made the right choice, right? For the sake of his own benefits and raising the Lernean lineage. The assimilation to the cult of endless shadows was the correct choice. Right? His soul shone powerfully as he became even more stern. No. What he chose was the right path, and just boons would just show themselves in time. His tusks bellowed with nullity and ruin as the chaos around him only became greater. He focused on nullity as the more he gathered and called down, the more that the draconian Chilan Phoenix and other reified enders of mana dynamics could gather and turn into a dazzling lividus color as they carried immense waves of power. This was the task of Hyperion, as he felt an interconnectedness that he didn't think he would feel again. It felt like he was moving in sequence in conjunction with everyone else, as the entity controlling all this was none other than the infinite plane itself. And the infinite plane was a little different from the being Hyperion had fused with what seemed like a long time ago. He had felt the wills of both of these entities as the infinite plane that he felt most closely right now. It was much more callous and calculative, as just after the initial clash with the dazzling long-ranged attacks filled with the essence of a dynamis of extremity, a terrifying move was made. Hyperion was directed towards releasing a burst of nullity that used up nearly 80% of his ionic soul values before they slowly began to regenerate. It caused a shocking inflow that he saw was instantly taken in by the reified enders of mana dynamics. And then the Emperor 10-winged providential tiger had its spinning golden eyes confirm a terrifying path as beside it. There was none other than the reified ender of relativity. Hyperion could almost feel the strain on the soul of this reified ender of extremity through its eyes, as this creature in the form of a three-legged amaranthan crow released a reality-altering wave of power that spread out to cover all beings here. Instantly, the very nature of light, space, time, and gravity was altered. From the locations where 6 reified enders of mana dynamics were, the battle-ready figures of 6 Haven-rank shadowlings appeared instead, and in their old spots where one of the 3 squadron leaders known as Mateo was The massive figures of 6 reified enders of mana dynamics appeared as their ionic souls already released deadly yet different forms of attacks that burned with the lividus light of the unnamed dynamis of extremity, a light that they conjured with 99% of all their remaining ionic soul values, as they didn't leave even a thread behind for defensive purposes. Even Hyperion felt a chill in his soul at this, as when had an enemy appeared who entirely ignored everything and instantly released every ounce of their full power on a single attack without any reservation or residues left for defense. Yet this didn't matter for the reified enders of mana dynamics, as their target felt horrid attacks on all sides as the moment they closed in. The protection of multiple layers of 3 different apex ionic soul totems shattered. No. His eyes then released unbound terror and terror at such an unexpected situation, as before he could even react, the Haven rank shadowling known as Mateo faced thundering attacks of a barely forming dynamis of extremity from 6 sides. An unbelievable reality bloomed right after, as just at the start of the battle, one of the 3 most powerful combatants was sniped. Chapter 2403. Let's do things differently. 2. Cruel and immaculately more calculative. This was what Hyperion felt from the move by the infinite plane, as knowing of the qualities of the reified enders of extremity and that they wouldn't truly die. It abandoned all defensive measures for them and simply focused on offense, using relativity to scramble the battlefield, as in the next moment, the aspects of existence of a Haven rank shadowling that was a leader of a squadron was entirely shredded to nothingness. No, not nothingness, due to the connection with the infinite plane and an extension to its master. Hyperion was able to see everything about this existence known as Mateo absorbed toward Noah's direction and greatly amplified with a golden light of loot, prompts forming before the eyes of the true Emperor of Quintessence that Hyperion barely managed to glean from afar. Your soul is optimizing the loot you receive to best fit your current self. With the selection of prior loot also being a possibility, you may choose the devoured aspects of existence to be broken down and amplified to 2 of the following loot: 10x fragments of the Shadow Extremity Circulation Modus Operandi, 15x complete Crimson 3 Ionic Pearls of Extremity, 1x fragment of the Quintessential Breath of Extremity Modus Operandi, 1x Ionic Sanguine Pearl of Extremity. Hyperion only saw a glimpse of the wonders that went into making this being situated on a sandy gold throne. He was even more connected to him than before, as the ever-present will of the infinite plane pulled his gaze away from Noah and towards the scrambled battlefield, where yet another move was made. Seeing the shocking evisceration of the aspects of existence of their peer, the figures of Rosalind and Star that were nearby bellowed out in rage as they felt the minuscule defenses on the reified enders of mana dynamics and surged towards them to release deadly attacks that would do the same, their bodies seemingly breathing in the shadows around them as multiple essences weaved across their bodies to release a terrifying might. A sea of shadows torrentially surged to encompass everything. And yet, the reified enders of mana dynamics coldly pulled upon an endless supply of mana as far away from them. The reified ender of relativity bellowed out once more. The battlefield was scrambled yet again as Star and Rosalind found themselves at the positions where the Emperor 10-winged providential tiger and the reified ender of relativity were, their attacks surging towards each other at the same time. It was beside the dazzling gold throne of the true Emperor of Quintessence, just a distance away. Their backs were turned to him as his mind seemed to move in conjunction with the infinite plane, and he truly didn't lift a finger but Ionic Dominator's hockey, boom, a billowing will surged from his eyes and smashed onto their figures as the endless shadows accompanying them cracked and fissured, their minds scrambled and fighting and invading while they pulled on their apex ionic soul totems. And at such a junction, Hyperion was the last remaining ender nearby, as he felt his body move naturally. Tendrils of entropy surged over his trunk that glimmered like a massive mobile reality, this appendage of his moving like an apocalyptic pillar to smash down on the figures of these 2 Haven rank shadowlings. How beautiful! This was what Hyperion felt as he observed all of this dreadful and calculative scene playing out, yet before it could arrive at its completion, BZZZT, an indomitable shadow invaded the battlefield, a shadow that couldn't be denied. It was the might of an apex ionic lifeform, but it didn't attack. It clearly showed no intention of doing so, as it only pulled upon the shadows of Rosalind and Star, extricating them entirely from their current positions as they instantly disappeared. Far in the skies where he should have been veiled, the visage of Grand Primeval Silas could be seen with a stern expression as the extricated shadows flowed towards him seamlessly, including Rosalind, Star, and all the remaining shadowlings. The instant he saw the drastic change in the battlefield below and the coming deaths of 2 other squadron shadowling commanders, he intervened as he instantly snatched away the nearly eradicated Rosalind and Star, along with all other shadowlings, back into his vast shadow where they first stemmed from. Thereafter, he remained utterly still as he stared towards the skies ahead. And only deathly silence permeated as Grand Primeval Silas sighed inwardly while gazing towards the being that had forced him to make a move before any more of his shadowlings were sacrificed. He grandly remained on his throne with a cold expression as the creatures he summoned moved to stand beside him coldly. How stupendous the might of Grand Primeval Silas is. To interfere within a battle of supposedly lower lifeforms so freely. Weren't you going to show me how I wasn't so special? His mocking voice echoed out as Roan also appeared beside Silas with a heavy expression. All the other primeval shadow elders sent to maintain the Lernean domains at this juncture, Silas' gaze was even heavier than Roan's. This was because of the choice he had to make from here on out. He could choose to hasten the progression of the unyielding Shadow Legion he had requested to be on standby to continue his assault on this being, or he could do something else entirely as his heart and soul went towards a different conclusion the more he stared at this existence and observed his capabilities. The fact that he had the beginnings of a dynamis of extremity alone put him above all Haven-ranked shadowling within the cult of endless shadows. It was a rarity, nay, even an impossibility, as he had only heard of a few rumors within some Ionic inheritances of extremity birthing existences who could form the beginnings of a dynamis of extremity even before they forged any meridians due to unimaginably potent and ancient circulation modus operandi unearthed during the early days of the havens of extremity. And the battle prowess he showed to be capable of erasing one of the top-ranked shadowlings within his cult like it was nothing and nearly doing the same to the other two. It meant that this being deserved a different form of treatment. If he appeared before the doors of Ionic inheritances of extremity, even they would seek to have him join them. So when he took what was happening with the Lernean domains and this being's possible continued involvement into account in addition to his ridiculous capabilities, Grand Primeval Silas sighed internally as even though the situation seemed unsalvageable, he went towards another route at this moment. He spoke grandly as he floated towards the Golden Emperor on his throne. How about we do things differently, O genius of the ancestral Lerneans? Silas' face was exceedingly calm and unfettered while in the back, Roan gazed forward incredulously at this change, yet Silas continued while he weighed many things in his mind. In these havens of extremity, there are a great deal of unique and potent beings. But each of them have a backing. No matter how unique or special they are, they join in inheritance to obtain even greater security and power. It is how apex Ionic lifeforms are easily born, and eventually how one attains extremity. It is through the support of inheritances that have legacy engraved across eons. We will forget the unfortunate events and words exchanged between us as I will take the first step towards a different path. A route where I offer you my hand. Join us. Let the cult of endless shadows be your supporter. I can guarantee you better terms than even the ones given to complete lineages. The shadowy hand of the Grand Primeval Elder of the cult of endless shadows was outstretched magnificently towards the true Emperor of Quintessence. Chapter 2404 Armaments of Extremity. The situation should have been something that anyone could see was nearly unsalvageable. Irrevocable words had been exchanged between the two sides as from forceful methods to a dialogue. One could say that what Silas was trying to achieve was an impossibility, so then why was his hand outstretched towards the true Emperor of Quintessence? It was because even in this situation, Grand Primeval Silas still had something that gave him a level of certainty and confidence. Forget what has occurred? Let the cult of endless shadows be my supporter? What can you offer me when at this very moment, you are taking what is mine? The glorious voice of the true Emperor of Quintessence rang out as Silas remained calm. He didn't address Noah's words directly as he instead chose another subject entirely, his figure floating closer towards the golden throne surrounded on all sides by extremely pure sources of extremity. The cult of endless shadows is nearly at the level of being recognized as an Ionic inheritance of extremity. Do you know why this is so? The question wasn't an unexpected one. Noah raised his brows with a devilish smile, his words emanating out lazily as if his time was being wasted. Enlighten me. The disrespect in his tone was clear as Grand Primeval Silas ignored it and replied. The figure of Roan finding this all the more incredulous from the back as he gritted his teeth while watching closely. For the distinction of an Ionic inheritance of extremity, one of the more straightforward ways of recognition is to have a certain number of apex Ionic lifeforms, and a certain number of members to reach extremity. The cult of endless shadows has already met the condition of the apex Ionic lifeforms as at this moment. We only await the successful news of a pinnacle primeval elder reaching extremity. We achieved all of this within the last few tens of thousands of years due to a singular reason. I want to use that reason to incite you, since I know that anything out of the ordinary you will simply brush off and not even consider my offer. The beginnings of a dynamis of extremity. A mutated entity, multiple consummate boundaries without a single inheritance behind him, terrifying battle prowess that actually put some of the top ranks Haven disciples of the cult of endless shadows to shame. The release of extremely pure sources of extremity that seemed over and above any other concepts of this same level. All of these factors and more made Silas want Noah more and more, and he made his move at this moment to draw interest and open a different path, with this being after their rocky start. A single thing is responsible for the rise in power of our cult of endless shadows. Something that we have been able to utilize to birth dozens more pinnacle ionic lifeforms and spur the genius and unmatched few who were already at the peak of this stage to achieve extremity. It was something that only the elders and higher-ups of the cult of endless shadows knew of, a single thing. It alone was enough to take an inheritance towards the distinction of an ionic inheritance of extremity in a few tens of thousand years. Silas had a stern expression as he revealed exactly what this was. It is because our esteemed supremacy of shadows was able to get a hold of one of the 81 armaments of extremity forged by the extremity of steel, the Shadow Sword. I think you should take a look at one of the 81 armaments of extremity, the Shadow Sword. Have you heard of the supremacy of steel? The billowing darkness behind Silas extended out far and wide as he asked in a low tone. Noah's eyes were sharp as he gave a calm nod, traces of memories from Titus and others flowing in about a certain legend across the havens of extremity, of a being who was widely known as the supremacy of steel, and yet he had achieved extremity in multiple other paths. It was a being whose name was synonymous with the beginnings of the havens of extremity. This being stayed true to his path of steel as he forged 81 armaments of supremacy that contained the mysteries of extremity of the multiple paths he followed. The personality of this being was eccentric as he then scattered these armaments across the 7 ionic havens, with a single message echoing out from him to the masses. Seek the armaments, attain extremity, a single message, and a terrifying one that sent many inheritances on chases over the countless years that passed, as at this point in time, a majority of the armaments of supremacy were already in the hands of ionic inheritances of extremity. For the cult of endless shadows to have attained one of such armaments it was exactly where their confidence came from. Bzzzt. Noah felt the 10-winged providential tiger begin to buzz as his own source of providence slowly began to seethe with slow, unknown waves. Was there actually something to look at here? He gazed calmly at the visage of Silas as he replied, I've heard a thing or two about the supremacy of steel. Good, then you know of the grandness of the armaments of extremity. In our cult of endless shadows, it has only been passed in sequence across our supremacy shadows, pinnacle primeval elders, and some grand primeval elders, as we have already strengthened our upper echelons. As soon as a pinnacle primeval elder attains extremity in the future to come, the time will come for us to fortify our shadowlings, as I can advocate for you to be one of, if not the first. This is my proposition to you. The support I was talking about. A glimpse of extremity, silence reigned, and a moment later, interesting, the emperor atop the sandy gold throne leaned forward as his lips curved up devilishly. Since that is your proposal, let me tell you mine. When you hear it, you will more than likely scoff in disbelief, become disappointed, and lamented how unreasonable I am. Another path that you can choose to take is to take my proposal at face value and out of all odds. Actually accept it. Chapter 2405, Armaments of Extremity. 2. A proposal that could be taken in different ways. As Noah began to speak about this, a billowing obsidian shadow came to cover this region and envelop the area they were in, making it seem like a dark sun had appeared in the skies as Roan and any other prying eyes would not be able to hear what happened next. Silas seemed to take this situation seriously, as he didn't wish for Roan or any others to glimpse at the possibilities that may bloom here, his stare maintaining his calmness as he nodded. 2 paths were laid out by the true emperor of quintessence as before he stated his proposal. He asked a question. Let me get this clear first. You came to assimilate the Lernean lineage into your folds due to extremity sanctification, mainly seeking the strength of its apex ionic lifeforms after the initiation step of the extremity vein of dissolution ends, and to raise more powerful shadowlings into your folds. His eyes held shocking sharpness as beside him, Hyperion and the other reified enders of extremity gazed on coldly, opposite to Noah. Silas nodded slightly while waving his hands. The Lernean lineage and any other unaffiliated lineages are the goals as the cult of endless shadows plan the process of expansion and strengthening as we become an ionic inheritance of extremity. And the Lernean apex ionic lifeforms would have been elevated by us to become extremely powerful after taking the Oath of Shadows, eventually participating in the culmination step of the extremity vein of dissolution, where apex ionic lifeforms stand a chance to achieve extremity through dissolution. This would be the rise of the cult of endless shadows to fully establish itself as a hegemony not just in the haven of penumbra, but across the seven havens, WAA, the initiation step of the extremity vein of dissolution, and then came the culmination step where apex ionic lifeforms reigned. The ambition and power was pulsing gloriously within Silas' eyes as he spoke, Noah nodding before he replied while waving his hands to show ecstatic scenes of none other than the abyssal sanctimonious. Lands, whatever you've thought of me so far, you've exceedingly underestimated me by multiple factors. In the illusory scenes beginning to bloom, the figures of dazzling reified sources of extremity could be seen facing against Phos and the scions of ionic inheritances of extremity, as well as the stellar and radiant visage of the quintessential emperor of extremity going towards the first extremity panacea. My other bodies are at this very moment facing off against scions of ionic inheritances of extremity, and I am among those at the forefront in this initiation step of the extremity vein dissolution. Dozens of consummate boundaries are at my disposal, as becoming an apex ionic lifeform is only a matter that will be taken care of in weeks if not less. And extremity. Will only be a matter of time for me, WAA, for you all to be putting so much effort into achieving great success in the culmination step of the extremity vein of dissolution in seeking extremity. It tells me that the armament of extremity you all hold isn't an ultimate tool in transforming one into an unstoppable existence. My proposal to you, if you truly want to succeed and attain extremity in the coming culmination step of the extremity vein of dissolution, is to leave the Lernaean lineage and its domains to me. The shadow below Silas' feet rose as the dark sun they were in buzzed with arcs of grandeur. Oh, I can already see the gaze of doubt coming, but I'll continue regardless. You offered me a glimpse of extremity? I, the true emperor of quintessence, Noah Osmantia Do, not only offer you a glimpse of it, but I can promise you extremity within the culmination step of the extremity vein of dissolution. Boom, the surrounding reality see that as Silas didn't let his true thoughts of doubt rise, a smile rising on his lips as he replied, you can promise extremity within the culmination of the extremity vein of dissolution? You can promise something that even ionic inheritances of extremity cannot guarantee? Even with the armaments of extremity, one gets a glimpse of it as it smooths out their path and greatly increases the likelihood of those nearly there. But even it does not guarantee. Yet you can. From his golden throne, Noah shook his head with lamentation as he held his devilish smile while continuing, yes, I see the doubt I told you about beginning to rise. Me. Someone who hasn't even undergone apexification, promising an apex ionic lifeform the transcension to extremity. Again, you can choose any of the two paths I presented before. You can shake your head and lament my words while thinking I'm crazy, or you can go against all odds onto another path. I'll even sweeten the proposal on my end and tell you that I can guarantee you extremity in less than 100 years. WAA, the last sentence caused a smile to appear on Silas' calm face as he was forced to laugh. I think you should take a look at 100 years? Even with the glimpse of extremity through the armament of extremity they held, the cult of endless shadows had only managed to elevate a few of their most powerful apex ionic lifeforms that had lived for a great number of years and were at the cusp of extremity, and even this took tens of thousands of years, yet Osmond could promise this in less than 100 years? When Silas thought up to here, his eyes released a blinding radiance as he seemed to have thought of something. Actually, it's very simple for us to settle this issue if you say things like this. How about this? Since you hold such a grand promise, simply take not just an oath of shadows that the Lernaean apex ionic lifeforms would have taken soon, but take the oath of extremity under the stare of the extremity adjudicator of dissolution. Should your end of the deal be kept in the next 100 years, you get what you want. If not, I get what I want. Silas' finger rose upwards as crackling shadows instantly seethed and tumbled nearby space. 100 years, to Silas, this was an incredibly short period of time. He had lived for billions of years, as the passage of a century was akin to a blink of his eyes. For him to settle things amicably with a mutated entity and further strengthen the cult of endless shadows by bringing such a being into their folds? How could he not take such an easy deal? The only way he would lose is if somehow, against all odds and working understanding of reality, this being somehow achieved his words and ridiculously made Silas achieve extremity in 100 years, and even then he wouldn't lose, as he would only greatly gain. After all, this was extremity, but he knew it wouldn't be possible. After all, he had to be the one to take the step to achieve extremity. This being couldn't force it. Silas truly didn't see himself losing in any of the paths laid out, yet he also knew this being before him wouldn't stupidly claim these things, as he must have something he believed and relied on. He looked towards him with examination, as even after he mentioned the oath of extremity laid to be witnessed by another party, Osmond's very eyes and smile curved devilishly as if he had hooked a fish on a bait. Silas scoffed inwardly as who could say just who was the fish that was about to fall into an inescapable hook? I'll make it even sweeter for you while laying out my conditions. Not even 100 years to 10 years. The period for this bet can be 10 years as you leave everything to do with the Lernean lineage to me. I get to see the armament of extremity within the next few days. In the initiation step, I will help your shadowlings of the cult of endless shadows attain their extremity panaceas as in the culmination step. I will aid you in achieving extremity within the next 10 years. Should I not achieve any of these, you get everything back and I shall take the oath of shadows to be part of the cult of endless shadows. Should I achieve what I say I will. You shall pledge fealty and bind yourself to follow me for as long as your soul still thrives. Boom, the conditions were laid out right. Silas' eyes became even sharper as his smile became even wider when he heard this being go from 100 years to 10 years. Within 10 years, the initiation step may not even be completed. For this being to achieve what he said, it seemed impossible on all accounts as Silas could not take such a sweet deal. As the grand primeval elder holding authority in the Ionic haven of dissolution for this matter, he could make this choice and bear the consequences easily for 1,000 years, much less 100 or 10 years. The two beings stared at each other as both smiled devilishly with their own thoughts. Both of their eyes showed a grand light of victory as who was to say which one would be successful in the end? Chapter 2406 and Oath I. This is truly interesting. I do not see you as an existence who wouldn't grasp how inescapable an oath of extremity is, so for you to offer up such a proposal is truly preposterous. But, as you and I both know, I have nothing to forfeit on either of the presented paths. Silas' eyes were sharp as he turned jovial at this development and continued, very well. The Lernean lineage and domains you shall have. The glimpse of the armament of extremity in a few days, I can do as well. For procuring the extremity panaceas for the shadowlings of the cult of endless shadows, 81 golden extremity panaceas will be enough. No need for obsidian or the unobtainable crimson extremity panaceas, and this number is about the gold that was given for the shadowlings initially. If you best other haven rank shadowlings similar to Rosalind who are already within the abyssal sanctimonious lands of this haven, you can even command them. If you agree to this, we can make the oath right away. The exchange of words was coming to an end as the emperor atop the sandy gold throne nodded with a smile. Sounds easy enough. Let's get this show on the road. The bubbling expanse of shadows surrounding them began to fade as Silas looked up towards the skies. There was truly nothing there in this vast expanse where if one looked far enough, they would begin to see swirling spatial vortices and sources of chaos dancing around madly. In the distance, Roan had a cloudy expression as he watched the unveiled figures of Silas and Osmond. His eyes locking with Osmond at this moment as Roan could swear that within these eyes, he saw mockery and a shred of pity. He felt like he was being looked down on a great deal as before he could even include himself. The waves of shadows sank into Silas's feet as his voice boomed out while he stared at the endless space above. O esteemed adjudicator of dissolution, I wish to commence an oath of extremity. Boom. The space above turned heavy and tumultuous as it seemed like the end of the world. Space cracked and fissured as while this phenomenon unfolded. Roan stared forward incredulously as he asked himself, for what reason would Silas be seeking to make an oath of extremity? He didn't indeed listen to whatever proposal that the unruly descendant had spoken of before they became veiled. Right, in his confusion, he felt the horrific descending pressure that felt suffocating to even his soul as he also came to stare at the endless skies. There, and covering immense distances, a dazzling veiled face manifested as two eyes that were akin to two major planes of existence rotated madly behind a stellar dark veil. The fair skin on this undoubtedly beautiful face distinctly hidden behind this veil as others could only imagine how it looked. A deep and ancient voice rang out from this veiled face as it caused tremors in the souls of the two beings below. The visage of Roan looking up but not hearing anything as he wasn't one of the involved parties. An oath of extremity will cost you 1 golden haven albatross. Albatross, it was a word that more closely translated to burden or responsibility. I think you should take a look at. It was the price of making an oath of extremity, no matter the being acting as the mediator with many powerful apex psionic lifeforms using this method to form alliances and binding agreements that they would be forced to stick to even if they reached extremity. A lesser version of the oath of extremity was the oath of shadows that one of the extremity shadows could mediate within the cult of endless shadows. Silas gave a nod of affirmation to the skies as he didn't forfeit in accepting a golden haven albatross now, since he would forcibly receive one within the next 1,000 years to fulfill another albatross. This was something only pertained to powerful apex ionic lifeforms that had gained access to dynamis of extremity. Silas, knowing what an albatross indeed meant, is in the skies. A spinning golden coin materialized from the veiled head and spun down like a burning sun that Silas reached out to grab. BZZT. The coin released a shocking air of ancientness and power as opposite to Silas. Noah watched the unfolding situation with great detail as he didn't wish to miss anything. After Silas approved the Golden Haven albatross, it burned and seared itself into his soul as once this was completed. His shadowy eyes gazed up again as he continued. I'm sure we do not need to repeat ourselves before the esteemed extremity adjudicator, but out of our own free wills, the two of us have come to an agreement that needs to be bound by the oath of extremity. Silas gazed between himself and Noah, who remained seated on his golden throne even with the overbearing pressure of extremity cascading down, his eyes also gazing up in acknowledgement as he heard the monotone yet feminine ancient voice in the skies emanate outwards. You all wasted a sliver of my attention monitoring this region with your mixing of lifeforms, so everything fell under my gaze. A frightening set of words came out as even in the shadowy veil that Silas had wrapped Noah and himself in, everything they discussed was heard and known under the grandeur of the extremity adjudicator of dissolution, as it was enough of an idea to terrify others of the power of such beings. Yet Silas only nodded as if it was a matter of fact as the voice continued. But this time its glorious will became centered onto Noah's figure on the throne. You have 10 years to accomplish everything you promised, or you are bound to undergo the oath of shadows and enter the folds of the cult of endless shadows while giving back everything you're about to take. Do you accept? The voice was cold and callous as it didn't offer any opinion or advice, only acting as a mediator at this moment. Noah will vibrantly rose up as he gazed to the skies and spoke freely while under the grandeur of extremity. I accept. BZZT, Chapter 2407 and Oath 2. I accept. BZZT. A tendril of pure extremity cascaded down and floated about Noah's head at this moment, the voice from above continuing as this time, it was directed towards Silas. If the other party in this oath achieves everything promised within the next 10 years, you have to pledge fealty and bind your soul to him as he keeps everything he is about to attain. Do you accept? And without a delay, along with a smile on his face, I accept. That Silas spoke freely. A pure unseen cluster of extremity appeared above him as well, sinking down and branding itself into a rune within the depths of his soul that read grandly as oath. Something similar appeared within Noah's soul as the majestic voice finished things off. An oath has been made under the watch of extremity. Should any party renege on it, their very aspects of existence shall fall under the control of extremity, not death, control. This was the price to pay, as one's very soul would have its will taken away. Yet both sides that had made this oath were fearless as Noah simply nodded while Silas cupped his hands respectfully towards the skies where the veiled face had already begun to disappear. I thank the extremity adjudicator for their leniency. There were multiple points today where Silas was nearly out of line with his interference against lower life forms, but he wasn't put down or denied the oath because of it, as he knew to give respect to a being that exceeded the most powerful beings who reached extremity even in ionic inheritances of extremity. For them to take on the title of an adjudicator of a whole haven, their power was something that even his whole cult of endless shadows couldn't compare to. When every trace of the overbearing grandeur of extremity disappeared, Silas had a brilliant smile etched on his face as he nodded towards Noah. I will pull back the primeval shadow elders from the Lernean domains. Do with them as you see fit. For now, as in a short period of time, you will likely be giving them back to me. His voice was resonant as this time, since there was no veiled shadow or aura of extremity blocking things off. His words were able to be heard by the visage of another existence who was also here, the deposed Emperor Roan, the newly ordained Grand Primeval Shadow Elder. He heard the incredulous words spout out from Silas as his abrupt reply reverberated out. What? The eruption of this single word caused Silas and Noah to gaze towards Roan as Silas' eyes lit up as if he had forgotten, his figure floating towards Roan while speaking out in a somewhat apologetic tone. Fellow Grand Primeval Roan, it seems the time has come to make your first sacrifice for the cult of endless shadows. You can keep your title since you were the one to get the ball rolling, but you will have to lose your standing as the Lernean representative and emperor. As he spoke, Silas also turned around towards Noah while questioning. I think you should take a look at this. Works for you, right? You can take on the distinction of the Lernean lineage emperor since I promised you the whole lineage for now. I shall call the other apex ionic lifeforms to affirm this vote. Words that Roan couldn't even imagine were being uttered as he was entirely flabbergasted, trying to grasp what just happened as an immense foreboding sensation came down. In the infinite reality, surging waves of essence rotated madly in the surroundings as from 9 minor planes of existence and 1 major plane. the addition of dozens of planes was occurring in rapid succession as profound and unimaginable changes occurred every nanosecond. In such an environment, Orion and Aurelia kept the milky white gold portals active as they continued to feel Noah's clones actively move across the havens of extremity through the vortices of the coordinates they set. At the same time, their wills marveled at their surroundings as aside from the initial planes of existence they had seen when they first arrived here, the area they were in that should have been close to the external barrier of this plane was now only a small portion of this, the barrier pushed far back behind them as they could see radiant planes of existence being structured and formed behind them. And the 9 dimensions sitting below an expanse of stellar and massive cosmos were rapidly expanding with no end as the 9 dimensions truly could not be designated as minor planes anymore. In the midst of such a marvel and transformation, the voice of none other than the master of the infinite plane echoed out from all around, "You all can head back into the Lernean apex ionic domain for a vote. I've made an oath of extremity with the grand primeval shadow elder of the cult of endless shadows." What? Orion's expression changed greatly as before he could form any assumptions, Noah's voice continued, "The cult of endless shadows shall leave the Lernean lineage alone as the grand primeval Silas and I came to an agreement. A gamble that was mediated by the extremity adjudicator of dissolution, WAA." Incredulous words emanated out as Genesis and Aurelia's expressions became stern, their souls buzzing as they realized they truly didn't understand the being they had just come across, in such a short period of time. How the hell did the situation develop to even allow for the inclusion of the extremity adjudicator? Say, space twisted as another milky gold portal unfolded above a region of light, dense vegetation floated serenely in a stellar space as verdant purple plant-like lifeforms released serene waves of essence all around, their trunks pointed away from a vibrant major plane of existence that was currently covered by an immense shadow. Above this plane, the visage of a primeval shadow elder could be seen as Noah stepped out of the portal and towards the Lernean plane encompassed by the shadow calmly. As he neared, the apex ionic lifeform that had just released the ionic shadow sphere sighed with a sharp expression as he recalled the sphere since he had received another order. Noah smiled devilishly as after sparing the apex ionic lifeform a mere glance, his hand glowed as the authority of the pocket infinite plane erupted out along with his ionic dominator's hockey to devour the plane and existences below him. There were always more ways to fight battles. Noah couldn't truly fight with apex ionic lifeforms yet. And yet he was mixing with them and gaining victories without even fighting. This was the more recent victory as a whole lineage within the haven of dissolution was about to have every single one of its realms and all of their beings consumed into his infinite plane. How great a platform would it rise to then? How potent would the light of conquest be? Would it allow him to take his golden consummate boundaries to obsidian or even crimson in conjunction with his own soul? And just how would the surroundings of the haven of dissolution change due to his actions as at this very moment, other inheritances from different havens went to stand behind the noblesse, Quasarians, and planeswalkers? Chapter 2408 Lineage Emperor Osmani. Austere waves of essence flowed in the surroundings as in the distance, a cluster of thrones circled this pristine domain that contained the wills of a few Lernean apex ionic soul clones. At such a juncture, multiple spatial vortices formed as the aura of many more apex ionic lifeforms bloomed. The primeval shadow elders of the cult of endless shadows returning along with the Lernean apex ionic lifeforms who were with them. In addition to this, the most powerful aura bloomed from a spatial vortex as the figures of Silas and Noah's dream-dimensional chassis were revealed, along with the visage of Roan who had a livid expression that he couldn't contain in his eyes. Noah gazed around this pristine domain which only held the signatures of apex ionic lifeforms as he felt the gazes of all of these beings landing on him. The primeval shadow elders even more so as they were the ones to receive the conflicting commands from Silas as they wondered what deal he and Silas came to for things to be like this. Soon after their arrival, the party of lifeforms that had left far in advance containing the main bodies of Orion, Aurelia, Lucia, and a few others appeared with cautious expressions on their faces. Silas gave a nod at all those here as his voice echoed out, "I'll make this a quick one. As members of the cult of endless shadows, we have to reorganize our ranks every now and then. And such a time has come." The expressions of nearly everyone here were dark as what was this? The ranks were just established not even an hour ago as how were they changing so quickly? But Silas remained impassive to the gazes as he continued, while keeping the honorary title as a Grand Primeval Shadow Elder, Roan will be deposed as the Lernean representative and apex ionic Lernean lineage emperor. All those in favor. Silas' hand rose as the dozen shadow elders with him didn't ask questions while doing the same. Genesis and the true emperor of fortune that had just arrived gazing towards the visage of Noah who smiled freely during all this as they shook their heads inexplicably before their hands also rose. The majority was instantly reached as Roan's face became utterly livid. you contacted me and made a deal with me. We had an agreement, BZZT, Grand Primeval Roan, please. We can discuss your benefits after this, no need for a scene now. Silas' expression was cold as he spoke in an overpowering demeanor, Roan gritting his teeth while being stared down as Silas continued. Now, the being who shall be working with us for anything to do with the Lernean lineage is this entity here. His gaze and attention came to Noah as did all other eyes. He will be running point with our shadowlings in the extremity vein of dissolution to attain extremity panaceas, and he will be a guest of our cult of endless shadows in the near future. Known as the true emperor of quintessence, it is Osmond who is now in line to be the Lernean representative and the lineage emperor. All those in favor, BOM, a shocking development that even Aurelia and Orion in the distance couldn't fully believe. I think you should take a look at. When Silas was speaking, he held a hint of a smile as every time. He couldn't stop thinking how many boons he had attained with this one move. The whole Lernean lineage was kept together, and he would have a mutated entity rivaling if not exceeding disciples of Ionic inheritances of extremity work with their shadowlings to obtain extremity panaceas, and after all this, he would get it all back within 10 years. Unless he advances me to reach extremity? His soul buzzed with joviality at this, as even though every part of logic told him this was impossible, if it actually occurred, he would win even more. But the future was the future, and he would wait for it to arrive. At this point, he watched the hands of the primeval shadow elders rising along with the hesitant hands of the majority of Lernean apex ionic lifeforms, the smile on Silas becoming wider as he announced right after, "So it shall be." I announced the coronation of Silas was stopped in his words as Noah's hand landed on his shoulders, his figure revealing a devilish smile as he spoke lightly, "I can take it from here." His words caused the eyes of Silas to turn sharp, but he humored him nonetheless as he watched Noah's figure float towards the center of the Lernean apex ionic domain and point his finger forward, a dazzling sandy gold throne beginning to form soon after as he went to grandly sit upon it, under the blaring wills of extremely powerful existences that far exceeded him in power. He gazed towards them freely as with a devilish smile, he spoke out, "I've had many titles and distinctions in my life as today, I shall take on the distinctions of Lernean representative and Ionic Lernean lineage emperor, he, a descendant that had only arrived in the havens of extremity in the past 2 days." Just how had events played out to the extent that at this point in time, he was standing before mighty apex ionic lifeforms and declaring himself the lineage emperor? His demeanor was stupendous as he addressed the apex ionic lifeforms as if they were his peers, his voice continuing to emanate outwards, "You all may not know me, but you will come to understand me very well in the days and weeks to come. I shall not only lead and reorganize the Lernean domains to strengthen Lernean, I will also expand a helping hand to the apex ionic entities here." Boundlessly potent auras rose as on the sandy gold throne, Noah's hands arched up to reveal a dazzling lividus color. Dynamis of extremity, dozens of consummate boundaries. If you search for the resources to help you achieve extremity, you can come to me at any time. Chapter 2409 Lineage Emperor Osmond 2. If you seek the tools to help you achieve extremity, you can come to me at any time. A shocking set of words were released from the newly enthroned Lernean lineage Emperor Osmond as while facing existence as more powerful than the current him, he actually offered them aid towards achieving extremity. Silas' eyes turned dark at this as he didn't expect Noah to try stretching his influence even past their deal, but this didn't violate anything as for the sake of the future relationship with this mutated entity and his eventful inclusion as a shadowling. Silas allowed this without interfering, not too far for him. He continued to place his pressure on the visage of Roan to make sure thing being didn't erupt, where at this point in time Roan harumphed while a spatial vortex wrapped around him, his figure entirely disappearing. Noah only spared this a glance as he smiled while his figure also began to become transparent on the sandy gold throne. "My throne will be here for any of those that wish to get in contact. For now, I must tend to complete the relocation of the Lernean domains." He gazed upon the slightly confused and disbelieving faces of the grandiose apex ionic lifeforms around him as after nodding towards Genesis and Aurelia, his figure entirely disappeared, only leaving behind a single golden throne that symbolically floated at the very center of this domain. As soon as he left, Silas looked towards the masses of beings around him and spoke with sharp eyes, "I look forward to working with everyone here. The triumph of the Lernean lineage is, after all, the success of the cult of endless shadows. If you all wish for even greater types of might and even experiencing something as grand as an armament of extremity, my entryways are always open." His words were similar to Noah's as they seemed magnanimous, Aurelia releasing a snort at this moment as she disappeared, soon to be followed by Genesis while discussions broke out in this domain. Just what, above the Argentate Sacrarium, one of the most important locations for ancestral Lernaeans within the Ionic haven of dissolution, were below it the minor plane containing the domain that a newly crowned lineage emperor was just crowned. The earth below remained covered deeply by a vast silver sea of nullity, crystalline silver mountains rising up as their peaks were constantly smashed with waves of nullity and forged to become ever stronger, the beings of armored Lernaeans. With pickaxes releasing the light of epic relics could be seen mining the crystalline mountains to harvest materials even now, some working under the silver sea with some seen on the peak of mountains, as each of them were accomplished beings in the boundary expansion realm. The figure of Roan could be seen in the skies thundering with tendrils of nullity amidst all this as he stared down towards the silver sea below and the major plane of existence hidden deep underneath it. The rage within his eyes was palpable as at this moment the figure of Genesis came to appear behind him while gazing towards the expanse below as well. I called you a fool and knew you would come to regret your choices, but I never expected it to happen this fast. Orion's words came out straight as they only further enraged Roan, his face staring straight as he bellowed out without even gazing back, "If you came here to gloat, save it. I am in no mood, Genesis, I am not here to gloat." Orion's voice was calm as he stared at the faraway Lernaean domain while the memories of what he was currently seeing in the infinite plane flowed in his mind. "I'm here to tell you not to make any more foolish choices. Fall in line, as if it is not for the Lernaean lineage, then for your own sake. The one you called an unruly descendant who usurped your throne and everything you had less than an hour. I understand him very little, as you cannot even begin to grasp him. What he now means to the Lernaean lineage far exceeds you and what you meant all these years. If you make any foolish choices towards him again, he won't have to even lift a finger. I will be the first one to move this. I promise you." Crackling nullity resonated with his words as after he uttered what he needed to do, his figure disappeared soon after. "I think you should take a look at." All that was behind was the appearance of Roan amidst tendrils of nullity. His figure seemed desolate, the figure of S being that had both gained and lost everything within a span of a day, in the planar palisades of extremity. A construct the size of a grain of sand shone with utmost brilliance in an insignificant corner of these palisades as it underwent stupendous transformations. For the first time in the past days, Noah's main body left the source of reality where he was enclosed in as he appeared above the 9 dimensions and massive clusters of the realities in cosmos that used to be the desolate mausoleum. In the surroundings of all this, Noah could see the formation of massive new planes as his commands continued to be relayed to the infinite plane. Choose from the templates of already devoured planes and keep a record of each of them as well as their qualities. I may use the templates in the future, of the planes being built. Some held dazzling hints of silver nullity, others had ruin, and then there were some planes that shine with the light of the natural laws of reality, a plane filled with the multicolored luster of relativity, a plane filled with the blue luster of mana dynamics as it was akin to a vast stellar cerulean sea. A plane releasing a golden light as providence shone brightly from it. Within these planes, reified enders of extremity would be born and raised. His people would delve into them to deeply sense their essence of extremity and achieve even grander stages of power. As quintillions and quintillions more Lernaeans arrived into the infinite plane having already pledged fealty, Noah only felt the concentration of the blinding light of conquest growing ever higher. He looked at the many changes around the infinite plane as he knew this was it, the tool for him to use. For his domination and conquest, the tool that was already swallowing one of the lineages within the Ionic haven of dissolution as the others would surely follow. This tool would be a grand part of his foundation as it would be a weapon he would use against the ancient inheritances already established across the havens before he swallowed them up. And to do so, he also had to enact his own stupendous inheritance that would hold monstrous existences that others could only imagine. My inheritance. He thought of himself and what he stood for as when it came to the inheritance he would establish everything, for it was already set in stone. Chapter 24:10 Two different forges. As he stared at the expansive transformations of the infinite plane and theorized possibilities for the future, he felt a blazing aura erupt behind him as a sonorous voice rang out soon after. So this is your main body." The visage of the dazzling Aurelia appeared behind him as her golden hair draped way past her shoulders, her figure utterly dazzling to look at as Noah was unfettered at her appearance. "Yes, so what? You really aren't afraid of us to so easily show your main body? Even with the countermeasures you've supposedly taken, the will of an apex ionic lifeform can move extremely fast when they wish to attack." Her eyes shone like golden suns as she spoke lazily, probing into Noah as he shook his head freely while turning to gaze at the expansion of planes around him. "You wouldn't be able to kill me even if you tried. Maybe someone who has reached extremity has a chance of doing so. Yes, just who could kill him now? His life was tied to the infinite plane as if its source wasn't destroyed, he wouldn't be destroyed, and going even further past this, if he manifested the 9 dimensions around him, he also couldn't perish until they did so. Along with the countermeasures he had already taken against Aurelia and Orion, he wasn't the least bit worried. The laziness in Aurelia's eyes lifted slightly as she straightened up while instantly appearing opposite to Noah. Speaking of extremity, will you truly aid the Lernean apex ionic lifeforms towards extremity? Aurelia asked with a hint of skepticism as Noah smiled lightly. Do you think I will so simply aid those who sat on their thrones and passed the verdict of cataclysm on the barren lands and in extension myself? No, if they seek anything from me, they can only get it by pledging fealty. WAA, nothing could have been decided unless the apex ionic lifeforms made a verdict with the majority similar to how the recent votes took place. For those who had made this choice, Noah wouldn't let them off lightly as the elder ancestors across the Lernean domains. Noah was already conquering them through his sheer will. All that was left were the Lernean apex ionic lifeforms. They would have to grovel beneath his feet and make a pledge of fealty to attain anything from him. Orion was locked up at the time, and I voted no when I eventually heard about it. I should be excluded from this power trip. Yes, her golden eyes blinked innocently as she asked, Noah focusing on this past true emperor who spent most of her time secluded as he asked coldly, what do you want? I'll ignore your tone since I'm still very intrigued to see what you've done with the base of my golden forge. I told you that I would make the first move by showing you mine and you can then show me yours. Since things are somewhat settling down now, I can't wait much longer. The laziness was all but fading in her eyes when she talked about the golden forge, Noah's luminous eyes staring at her with scrutiny as when he thought of his own forge that was benefiting from the elevation of his soul, he was still very curious of the direction this being took hers in and how vastly different it was under the grandeur of an apex ionic lifeform. I think you should take a look at, very well, the HUUM. So he grandly spoke during this period of immense transformations, let me inside you, with his cosmic grandeur surging wildly. He finally agreed to the exchange of ideas the true Emperor of Fortune sought so much as the sun-like eyes of Aurelia brightened up entirely. Her grandeur of an apex ionic lifeform seemed greatly reduced as with an expression of someone wishing to show off. Her forehead began to bloom with a dazzling golden light. Send a sliver of your soul in. My ionic forge of extremity has no set nexus in dimension or time as you can enter it through any extension of my soul. Don't be too surprised at what you find there. Excitement was prevalent in her eyes as it seemed like for the first time ever, she could share her love of loot with someone who shared a similar mindset and even managed to make a forge similar to hers. Noah closely studied the facial expression of this existence as without fear, a multicolored ball of light moved from his body and sank into the golden blooming light on Aurelia's forehead. This portion of his soul then faced an unprecedented movement as it warped into the very soul of an apex ionic lifeform seemingly traversing through an endless sea as he was led to one singular point of halcyon light. After this blinding light went down, the environment gradually became apparent as his soul descended towards a massive golden mountain that made him seem like an ant in comparison. BZZT, streams of golden loot light gradually descended on this mountain in an austere and beautiful show of wonder. His figure stabilized at the bottom of this mountain as at his feet. Crystals pulsing with dense essence of extremity were laid out as if they were mere trash. Entrenched in a field of these crystals, dozens of epic relics could be seen here and there as when gazing upwards towards this mountain, one could see a variety of different loot stretched out all around. They ranged in grandeur and sizes as on the left, Noah could see massive golden vessels and even cosmic-sized statues releasing vibrant glimmers of light, and everything only seemed to get brighter as one went up the mountain. As higher up, Noah could sense heavy auras that could only represent apex ionic relics, and at its peak a blinding light shone that Noah's soul had yet to pierce through. I've always gone back and forth on the form that my forge took. The voice of Aurelia rang out with a hint of enthusiasm as the appearance of hers manifested beside Noah. A millennium ago, it was in the form of a treasure chest as every time I came in, it was like opening an enormous cache of wonders to take what I wanted. The time before that, I had clusters of islands each holding different loot. I change it up every now and then as this time, it is a mountain of loot where the higher up you go, the more pristine the loot becomes. Her voice was resonant across this whole dimension as her figure in Noah's began to scale up this mountain at this very moment. Chapter 24:11 Two different forges Noah's will spread out across the ionic forge of extremity where his size was currently the same as one of the innumerable crystals stretched out across this endless mountain. His eyes picking up the identity of a variety of loot of Aurelia continued to speak while bringing their bodies to a portion of the forge that pulsed with a dense clustered aura of extremity. She reached out to grab a transparent cubical crystal at this moment. This is the Ionic Dynamis Illuminator, that began generating in my forge after I became an apex ionic lifeform. It allowed me to test which of my boundaries had the greatest compatibility as when utilizing a sufficient number of them. They can aid you in the formation of a dynamis of extremity. Oh, and this is the fortune of extreme greed. It allows you to exchange the boundary layers of one boundary into another. This is, their figures flew across the massive mountain as Aurelia talked non-stop, her demeanor making one forget her grandeur as an apex ionic lifeform as Noah's eyes lit up brightly with appreciation at all the new loot he saw. Viewing such things could always provide him references for the loot he would have forming in his own infinite forge after all. Oh, and this is a good one. This bad boy is the Artificial Intelligence Meridian Theorizer. It allows unequaled reverend emperors to run simulations of their apexification before they truly proceed with it. With the simulations running at least 1,000 times the computational speed of an average reverend, their figures came to a stop before a massive glass-like circular innovation that had tendrils of mechanical hands all around simply waiting for someone to enter it as they held sharp ends ready to connect onto their bodies and souls. Interesting. Noah nodded as he looked at this and more marvels within the ionic forge of extremity as while they traversed across the mountain, his gaze continued to be drawn over to the peak where the blinding light was. He interrupted Aurelia's words that were about to come out as he asked, "Up there on the peak, what do you have there?" "Oh? You can feel it too, huh?" Her ears and eyes perked up excitedly as she instantly carried their figures towards the top of this vast mountain, the blinding light gradually being repressed and allowing for the item hidden underneath to be seen as Aurelia spoke about it as it was unveiled. "My greatest creation. A relic that I was using before I attained the seat of true Emperor of Fortune, and one that I anchored to my forge to automatically swallow a percentage of all the loot formed for the past few billion years. It exceeds any other apex ionic relics as if I equip this while fighting someone who holds even a dozen dynamis of extremity, I should be able to come out on top." WAA, a wondrous set of words came out of her as before their eyes, a vibrant white gold necklace surrounded by pulsing streams of dynamis of extremity showed itself. It seemed like hundreds of intricately designed diamonds were weaved together, each one releasing a light as if it were a dazzling plane of existence that contained countless mysteries. Strings of such dazzling diamonds were connected together as when worn by any woman they would forever cause all others near them to seem dull. In comparison, I call it the Riviera Fortune. Noah's eyes locked onto this dazzling loot as he asked with sharp eyes, "You said you anchored this relic in your forge and had it inactively swallow a percentage of all forming loot?" "Yes, otherwise this mountain would be 10 times as large with things that I don't need nor use. With this, I can be a little bit more optimized." She spoke cheerfully as Noah wasn't listening to her anymore, thinking about a certain relic that always seemed to get left behind a day or two after its most recent upgrade. "I think you should take a look at." He thought of the tool he had obtained from the dark universe, the cosmic treasure that was being utilized by sages and great sages of the primordial cosmos and the initiator of apocalypse through their actions, something that Noah had then taken from scratch and put together its cores before raising it to what it was today. He thought of ruination. One of the first physiques he attained was the universal origin physique that first allowed him to use ruination, and it had taken a back seat for too long since his conquest of the havens of extremity began. If he connected it to his infinite forge and allowed it to absorb some or all of the sources of boundless loot forming within it always, its ranking would never fall behind again as the loss that ruination had against the infinite plane. There lay a possibility for it to return on the spotlight. Hey, your eyes are sparkling. Did my words give you an epiphany? How about we treat that as a favor and you now show me your forge?" Beside him, Aurelia smiled brilliantly as Noah turned towards her carefully. "From your own words, I can take one thing from your forge?" He spoke while gazing towards the dazzling Riviera Fortune as the smile instantly faded from Aurelia. "Not fucking that. Are you crazy? I'll recommend something for you after I get to see your forge. Let's go." The mountain before their eyes gradually began to fade as very quickly Noah's figure was pulled away from this space in the depths of Aurelia's soul, very quickly exiting her forehead and returning to his main body. He then saw the expectant face of Aurelia being right before his eyes, the excitement within them not being able to be hidden. "Well, let's go. I've shown you mine. I want to see how differently you changed my forge. How you structured it, and what loot there is." This unique existence only had the thought of loot in her eyes as Noah released a slight smile while waving his hands to show the weaving of a magnificent epitaph that showed the composition of the past golden forge and how he had altered it. Aurelia was beginning to be absorbed into it before she shook her head angrily soon after. "No. I told you I wanted to see the real thing, just let me into your soul for a second. Seeing the dazzling figure of this being, Noah's devilish smile became even wider as he wouldn't do anything without receiving major gains, so he spoke slowly while erasing the illusory scene of the epitaph. I could bring you in, but I want to get something in return apart from the promised loot from your forge that you just denied me. Instead of that, I'll need something even simpler, a promise from you to help me elevate the strength of my soul and my progression towards forming my dynamis of extremity with a technique of my choosing. Oh? That's it? Aurelia's eyes were perplexed as she nodded soon after with conviction, placing her hand on her bountiful chest as she nodded righteously. No worries, this I can promise. She wanted to see the profound changes in her construct of the golden forge as she nodded freely, and the devilish smile on Noah only became wider as his head also shone brilliantly. Very well, I welcome you into my infinite forge. Chapter 24:12 The Infinite Forge of Extremity. His head shone with astounding brilliance as he opened up a pathway to a place within the very depths of his soul, a place no existence other than him had ever been to. As for better or worse, the second person would actually be Aurelia, Katerina Aurelia Dismukes. The past true emperor of fortune and arguably the most powerful Lernean apex Ionic lifeforms, barring those currently not within the Ionic haven of dissolution, and she had achieved this level of strength not by fighting or working tirelessly over time, but simply by elevating her golden forge to become an Ionic forge of extremity, as her current level of power was owed to her sitting back and simply enjoying the boons from her forge over the years. Her nature was inherently lazy, as when she had the chance to peer into the soul of another being that had taken what she made and turned it into something that he argued was even more profound, she was truly expectant to see it, as she showed more emotions today than in the past millions of years combined. The moment the pathway was formed, all of Aurelia's soul clone turned into a stream of golden light that barged in, her first instincts being that of shock as she noticed the breadth of the soul she was entering. Its size was massive. It wasn't something that even unequaled reverend emperors should have, as it felt like an endless sea, and it contained torrential waves of entropic chaos, bloody arcs of light, golden waves of grandeur, and so much more. But it was all kept together by a multicolored light that she recognized after interacting with this being, quintessence. It caused the soul to release immense waves of radiance, as the path she took was one that she would have to put slight effort in to drill through if she wished to do any harm, but she stayed still as she was carried by a grand stream of golden light, her will being exposed to the beginning of a massive epitaph. As she saw the area she was being brought to, was only a part of this epitaph. His forge is only a part of his construct? Her red lips parted in shock as her overly strong soul captured everything with clarity. Feeling herself sucked into a massive lemniscate symbol as she was instantly taken into a domain not anchored anywhere in space and time, a brief moment of light, she then opened her eyes. The first thing she saw was the visage of Noah beside her, as his stellar strands of dark hair just barely grazed his broad shoulders, his body draped in a halcyon emperor's robe inscribed with innumerable infinity symbols, as his fair skin released pulsing waves of radiance. It was a representation of his soul as it carried devilish grace and handsomeness, his pupils spinning like vibrant singularities whose lights formed into an infinity symbol during their rotation. This was him, when Aurelia's eyes went to gaze at everything around them. Her red lips parted even further and formed into an O at the sheer grandiosity before them. I think you should take a look at, around them, for massive lemniscate symbols the size of major planes of existence in relation to their current statures could be seen in all four directions. Each one spun in the air as they released multicolored light wrapped in milky gold grandeur, the essence of extremity patently wrapping around them as the essence of loot, providence, destiny, fortune. Mana dynamics, the potent aura of multiple concepts of extremity wrapped around these symbols tightly as they released extremely concentrated milky loot light that cascaded away from these symbols, and when this light reached a certain point, it transformed into genuine and brilliant loot light that became something else entirely. Aurelia could see crystalline shining singularities releasing a black light forming by the hundreds in one direction as she gasped when she saw it, her eyes wrapping around it quizzically. That is an Ionic treasures that can instantly boost a boundary by 6 layers. She came across complete obsidian Ionic pearls of extremity as she gasped, her eyes going towards another direction and seeing other pearls of singularities shining with a crimson light, and those can expand a concept to the 8th or 9th boundary layer. She marveled at the complete crimson 1, 2, and 3 Ionic pearls of extremity that were also forming from the multicolored light cascading down, as what surprised her wasn't just that they existed but the sheer number that were forming in those already stretched out around them. This was because within the domain of the 4 massive plane-sized infinity symbols, the whole cluster of the forge she was looking at seemed like a stellar system, like a constantly moving construct where countless bundles of loot were strewn about and moving in clumps as if they were stellar cosmos spinning in a vast reality. Just nearby, she could see radiant armors, swords, axes, and a myriad of other relics that each ranged from Epic I to Epic 9. She had similar treasure like this in her forge, but the issue was that in this forge there seemed to be tens of thousands of such loot. It overwhelmed her by both amount and quality, as radiant epic relics that even reverends would adorn were strewn about as if they were nothing. In another region, massive silver mountains of ingots of nulinium spun with glory, as in other regions, a cerulean sea of ingots of mananium and the billions shone with blinding light, swirling within arm's reach at this moment. Aurelia's beautiful hands reached out as she pulled from a cluster of tens of rotating cosmic balls of light and obtained random innate boundary pearl. A loot that could grant one a genuine innate boundary was truly grasped by her as tens of other such loot floated away from her. The sheer dazzling grade and amount of treasure spinning around her like cosmic bodies, as well as the four massive infinity symbols in the far distance, caused her to spread her arms out in joy as her figure followed the pull of gravity to float and swim with the endless loot around her. Chapter 24:13 The Infinite Forge of Extremity 2, Sheesh. Noah couldn't help but sigh when seeing the expression of pure joy and excitement on Aurelia weaving around the dense cluster of loot. He had seen many beautiful women in his life, but the soul of this being was utterly stunning to look at, especially when it showed such pure joy. Her golden strands of hair seemed like innumerable reality that wrapped around her, the simple milky gold dress she had on amplifying every part of her as she moved to confirm every single loot in this endless expanse of spinning wonder with her own eyes. The closer one was towards extremity, the more pristine and beautiful they were. Aurelia took this to a whole different level, as even Noah was taken back for a second, and it wasn't merely due to this beauty, but it was the unfettered expression of joy that someone free of worries showed. Other beings didn't have the luxury of ever feeling and expressing this level of joy, as they always had worries weighing down on their shoulders. But this apex psionic lifeform, who always kept to herself and didn't entangle herself in any relationships or conflicts, could show such a pure expression, with Noah only being taken away from it due to the appearance of dazzling prompts booming before his eyes. The infinite forge of extremity has been born after countless advancements and refinements with your soul and the essence of boundaries of extremity. The infinite forge of extremity is seeking the direction of future loot from its master. 95% of the accumulated loot light of the infinite forge of extremity for the past 2 days has been preserved and can be utilized to transform into the loot you specify. A wondrous prompt appeared before him as Noah couldn't help but smile. He knew of his current foundation and what he needed the most to optimize his power and bring him ever close to extremity. At this stage, he could push aside other factors and bring forward the continued elevation of his soul that boosted everything about him, his lineage, and then the management of boundaries and their fusion into dynamis of extremity. Before he jumped into anything else, he wanted to complete the convergence of mana dynamics and nullity. He also wanted to get his hands on the extremity circulation modus operandi that allowed scions of inheritances to display stupendous power, a methodology of circulating multiple boundary essence together, as this would lay the foundation for the smooth convergence of dynamis of extremity in the future. He recalled the option of choices of loot when he killed the Shadowling before Silas intervened in his selection of the 1x fragment of the quintessential breath of extremity modus operandi and 1x Ionic Sanguine Pearl of Extremity. He already had enough complete Crimson 3 Ionic Pearls of Extremity, and as for the fragments of the Shadow Extremity Circulation Modus Operandi, he would simply get this technique from Silas to use as a mere reference when he eventually makes the trip to observe the armament of Extremity. I think you should take a look at. One of the more vital things was the Ionic Sanguine Pearl of Extremity that would go towards elevating his quintessential Kainos Emperor lineage, and then the quintessential breath of extremity modus operandi that was a circulation method that the boundary of loot brought to light. Fragment of quintessential breath of extremity modus operandi, a fragment of a methodology that has not appeared in the Ionic annals of extremity. When 100 fragments are gathered, the first volume of the quintessential breath of extremity modus operandi will be completed, as it allows one to smoothly circulate up to 24 different boundary essences across their every atom with a single breath. The harmony brought by each breath will shed light on the boundaries harmonious for convergence. And the efforts of every single breath can be focused on specific compatible boundaries to increase their rate of convergence towards becoming a dynamis of extremity. While others struggle to circulate a few boundaries in harmony with huge concentration and effort, a mere breath from you will bring you ever closer to extremity. To take a single breath while following the methodology of the quintessential breath of extremity modus operandi, an extremely strong ionic soul is required as a prerequisite, along with a fortified body and origin. Unquantified possibilities are yet to be displayed regarding the quintessential breadth of extremity modus operandi that will only be clearer once the first volume is brought to fruition. With future volumes holding immeasurable possibilities, yes, something just for him, the shadow extremity circulation modus operandi that Rosalind and the other two shadowlings displayed that could circulate 4 boundary essences was utter trash compared to this as when it came to comprehensively raising Noah's strength. This tool that even ionic inheritances of extremity kept under lock and key was undoubtedly a first choice at this moment in time, so towards the direction where his infinite forge of extremity should go, utilize as much of the accumulated loot light of the infinite forge of extremity as needed towards forming 99 fragments of the quintessential breadth of extremity modus operandi. These immense radiance overflowed as the 4 infinity symbols all around blared out even more intense authority. Aurelia's figure's looking at this in shock as after she heard Noah's words, her figure instantly flashed to appear before him with her innocent eyes shining like golden suns blinking over and over again. Breath of extremity? Don't tell me that is an extremity circulation modus operandi. Even I barely managed to form rudimentary circulation methods that allowed me to form my dynamis of extremity. And you can just command your forge to do this? Where is the wait time for such a loot to generate? How did you even alter the Golden Forge construct to be capable of such outrageous reality-altering features? Hey! Her attention was divided into seeing what was about to be formed by a dazzling loot light while also seeking answers from Noah, who had his eyes closed at this moment, his hand motioning out as apart from the initial command of generating fragments of the quintessential breath of extremity modus operandi, he was also focused on drawing a relic deep into his soul, Crimson brilliance bloomed as drums of anticipation resounded, the beat connected to the pulsing light forming dazzling fragments as an instant later, a radiant figure of a woman with crimson skin etched with countless golden runic markings appeared at the center of the infinite forge of extremity, the appearance of none other than Ruination in her humanoid form coming to be as her eyes opened to release amazing brilliance. Chapter 24:14 The Infinite Forge of Extremity 3. Ruination was drawn into the infinite forge of extremity as the moment her eyes opened, she called out with sadness towards the being who had neglected her, Master. Her single word caused Noah to smile wryly as even Aurelia turned to look towards him with a hint of anger, wondering what he had done to cause this relic to feel like so. She waved her hand as Ruination's visage was instantly brought before them, Aurelia patting her pure crimson hair as she looked back and forth between her and Noah. It's okay. Tell Big Sis what this guy did. Did he promise you enhancements that he didn't keep you? She probed as her senses sank into Ruination to see just how unique this sentient relic that had the rank of epic was. But Ruination said nothing against her master while Aurelia continued her probing. For him to bring you into his forge? Her quizzical eyes brightened up as if she had figured something out, her golden pupils that shine like suns becoming ever brighter as she laughed. Was that the epiphany you had after seeing my Revere of Fortune? This relic is important enough to you that you would anchor it to your forge. The words caused Ruination to glow brightly as the conviction in her eyes slowly returned. She had lost by too many factors to the infinite plane that she couldn't even face it as she used to anymore. She truly couldn't even compete with it at this point in time. But she still wanted to continue to be of great use to her master, for her to at least rise at the same pace in him and to continue multiplying his loot, or even to just be held in his hands again. Being such a large part of his strength while he was rising and then not being able to do much for him as he stepped on the stage of Havens of Extremity hurt Ruination greatly as all of these emotions faded away the moment her master called on her, as she instinctively now knew the elevation this time may not just be a one-off thing, as she would be surpassed a few days later. So before the countenance of an apex ionic lifeform, Ruination sank to her knees as she voiced out with utmost loyalty. Let me be of use to you again, Master. Now and forever. Her eyes and gaze were resolute as Noah nodded with bright eyes, his will erupting out as while the 4 infinity symbols spun and released waves of loot light that began to form into fragments of the quintessential breath of extremity modus operandi, anchor Ruination to the nexus of the infinite forge of extremity. Let her be bathed with the light of loot and all the epic relics formed here so far. There were many dazzling relics swirling like resplendent stellar bodies in the surroundings already. They and a whole lot more would be pulled towards Ruination as a path to make sure she wasn't left behind again unfolded. I think you should take a look at. Aurelia watched this happen with a smile as she observed the figure of Ruination become wrapped in a golden light and pulled towards the very center of the 4 infinity symbols, glowing splendor wrapping around her as she metamorphosed into a magisterial relic. And in addition to all this, Providence shone within Noah's eyes as he motioned with his hands, and a moment later, Ionic pearls of extremity began to move towards the blinding light around ruination. Crimson 3 Ionic pearls of extremity floated towards her as Noah wanted to see if this relic that far surpassed other relics in terms of the amount of will and autonomy she held. He wanted to see just how far she could go. And since she was now the ruined blade of epical quintessence that contained both the origins of ruination and primordial essence, take the concepts of ruination and primordiality towards extremity. Let's see just how far you can rise. As he spoke, the sources of 2 complete crimson 3 Ionic pearls of extremity also surged forth within his origin as he focused on ruination and primordial essence. His distinction as the quintessential Ionic curator was already actively working to make sure these concepts were no less than of the golden consummate boundary tier of amazing action being taken in the infinite forge of extremity at this moment, around the same time, in swarming tendrils of nullity above the argentate sacrarium of the ancestral Lerneans. The countenance of Silas wrapped in dense waves of shadows could barely be discerned as he stared at the countless lives hidden deep under the silver sea as well as the apex Ionic lifeforms within its deeper domains. He currently held a resplendent obsidian runestone that released waves of terrifying darkness and instilled later a deep and ancient voice that caused all nearby light to be sucked in, echoing out, "Status report." Silas instantly became serious as he spoke in a respectful tone. Towards the voice of one of the extremity shadows of the cult of endless shadows, the Light of the Seven has fully integrated their forces with the aboriginals known as planeswalkers. The Genesis Institute of Extremity has laid claim to the aboriginals known as Noblesse, and the aboriginals known as Quasarians have not come to a decision, but they will likely ally with the Singularity Overseers over anyone else. Silas relayed the happenings of the Ionic Haven of Dissolution as he knew it, the inheritances wishing to increase their boons within the Haven of Dissolution having made their moves as other inheritances either believed it wasn't worth it to fight for the alliances with aboriginals, or they believed in their power enough that they weren't even worried of the advantage that apex Ionic lifeforms who had undergone apexification in the Haven of Dissolution would have. Some may even question, why did the myriad of inheritances who wished to eventually participate in the extremity sanctification of the last haven not send unequaled reverend emperors to simply undergo apexification in this Haven of Dissolution over the years and gradually build up their advantage? Chapter 24:15 Indefatigable I. Why weren't the many disciples of inheritances wishing to seek fortune in the youngest haven when extremity sanctification began sent here to build up their power over the years? After all, the extremity sanctification of the first haven was a special one, and the extremity sanctification of the last haven was bound to be just as fantastical. The answer to this lay in the utter importance of the recognition and branding of the haven one was in during their apexification, as those already in other stages of extremity sanctification provided immensely more benefit than what dissolution could potentially come to provide later on. There were even a myriad of inheritances with many unequaled reverend emperors ready to undergo apexification as they waited to see how grand the results of the initiation step of the extremity vein of dissolution would be before deciding to put their forces and efforts into the culmination step where the might of apex Ionic lifeforms would come into play. Some were even planning on utilizing the science participating in the initiation step to attain extremity panaceas for these purposes. There were many different methods, but the end result would always be determined by a single factor: power. Even if those undergoing apexification in the Haven of Dissolution had an advantage, if they faced an apex Ionic lifeform who held multiple dynamies of extremity with multiple boundaries at the 10th boundary layer, would it really matter? But the up-and-coming cult of endless shadows made its moves as at this moment, the extremity shadow of immeasurable darkness asked Silas, "And our progress?" At such a question, Silas steeled himself as he began speaking slowly. "I came across a mutated entity without an inheritance, and yet he held over a dozen consummate boundaries and showed prowess rivaling if not exceeding top-ranked disciples of Ionic inheritances of extremity. He has even begun the convergence of a dynamis of extremity as to tie this talent towards our cult. I made an oath of extremity." What? BZZZT? A single word came from the other end as Silas felt a heavy and inescapable pressure, very quickly explaining the sequence of events as well as the contents of his oath. As when the extremity shadow of immeasurable darkness heard everything, he remained silent thereafter. Silas took the silence as a good thing as a sigh rang out with words following it soon after. "There don't seem to be any loopholes, as achieving extremity in 10 years is impossible even with your talent, even if we gave you the shadow sword for all those 10 years. But even though it is impossible, that is exactly what extremity seeks to achieve: impossibility. I wish you came to me before you made the oath, as I could have confirmed how it would play out, but nobody can peer into the possible results now with the involvement of the oath of extremity. Very well, you shall bear all responsibility for this. We will see how things go with the procurement of the extremity panaceas for the shadowlings first. The words caused the immense pressure on Silas to slowly fade as he nodded with a smile. Understood, he looked forward to the future. There were bound to be many benefits and surprises for his cult of endless shadows. Aurelia stared intently as a relic was anchored at the very center of a stunning forge, streams of multicolored light wrapping around her smoothly as the light of already formed epic relics also went towards her to be absorbed. I think you should take a look at. This was already fantastical enough, but her heart was pulsing when she watched the tens of fragments forming near this same region that released an air of profound extremity, pieces of extremity circulation modus operandi, the tool that the most powerful inheritances kept tightly guarded and utilized to circulate a myriad of boundaries in unique ways. Achieving stupendous results in the form of dynamis of extremity as this, all went towards their members achieving extremity, but, then what? Was it truly worthy to be excited for what came as one became a powerful apex ionic lifeform and even those lucky enough to reach extremity? When Aurelia thought of this, her free heart felt suppressed as a feeling of oppression she had felt a long time ago returned. Her head turned to stare at the being focused on the formation of loot as she felt like he was similar to her in their mindset. It was why he was able to revolutionize her forge. After all, maybe he would be able to understand her. Do you know why inheritances and ancient factions run around recruiting as many beings as possible to bolster their power? Why all the havens are so intent on extremity? Her question caught Noah off guard as he turned towards her with bright eyes, his expression calm as he continued gazing at the forming fragments of the quintessential breath of extremity while he replied, I have an idea of what lay ahead. Aurelia laughed ruefully at this as she opened her hands wide and floated back into a cluster of complete obsidian ionic pearls of extremity. When you reach apexification, they'll forcefully tell you the whole picture. They'll tell you what responsibilities you now hold and what to look for in your future. Do you know how frustrating it was for me to spend a few billion years living freely how I liked, secluded and surrounded by my treasures? And the moment I reach a grand stage of might and undergo apexification, I am imposed restrictions tighter than any freedom I had prior. Her strands of golden hair danced on the dazzling circles of singularities around her, her fair skin illuminated with golden light as her sun-like eyes looked dimmer than before. Achieving greater stages of might should have come with even more freedom, but I've to realize it's the opposite. Even if you reach extremity, the weight around you only gets heavier. It makes one contemplate whether it's worth it to tirelessly and indefatigably pursue greater strength. Whether one should truly even seek extremity. Her wide eyes blinked as it seemed like two suns were brightening and dimming at the same time. Noah taking his stare away from the formation of loot as he turned to closely look at this being whose carefree smile and expression were long replaced by anxiety, and even a hint of fear. Did you know that in these 7 havens, the mortality rate of those who have reached extremity is even higher than apex ionic lifeforms? BOM. Horrific words emanated from her mouth as she raised her right hand up trying to grasp something that seemed too far away. When looking at their total numbers and how many face death, the ratio is much greater for the mighty and powerful figures who should be those with the most freedom. Chapter 24:16 Indefatigable 2. The percentage of death is actually that much greater for the mighty and powerful figures who should be those with the most freedom. Does that make any sense? The profoundness of extremity that makes any apex ionic lifeforms feel useless, for even such a power to die like so. What are we struggling so much for? Her eyes always seemed free of worries. She was one of the most powerful Lernean apex ionic lifeforms as she was revered by many. Yet even such a being was ground down by the immense pressure that came from whatever knowledge she was given when she succeeded in apexification. When I learned of all this, I wanted to run away. I wanted to be lost in the planar palisades of extremity and roam around without worry at whatever enemy, at whatever phenomenon could actually kill even those who have achieved extremity. But I haven't been able to do so. I haven't been able to cut off these fools who can barely take care of themselves, swimming amidst golden bundles of loot. Aurelia laughed wryly amidst a deep sense of desolation that she very quickly repressed and pushed down, shaking her head as she looked towards the area above them where tens of dazzling multicolored fragments of the quintessential breath of extremity modus operandi were forming. Ah fuck, I got sentimental. Don't mind me. The smile she always showed began to return. At this point in time, one couldn't see any of the fear or desolation she showed when she spoke of a subject that even she couldn't touch too much on. Someone had to succeed in apexification for them to learn everything fully. This was part of the oath she was bound to. As she stared at the generation fragments, Noah's will thought of her words as his eyes remained the same. Even while Aurelia showed the fear and a sense of loss at such a reality waiting for them, Noah's heart didn't waver or tremble, nor did he begin to feel any sense of pressure. He would do what he always did. He would do what he was best at. He would adapt to any impossible situation and overcome it, so even in the face of the reality before him, he wouldn't fear. He wouldn't falter. He thought of the word that Aurelia said, indefatigable. Was it BZZZT? His soul buzzed as the infinite forge of extremity released boundless radiance. 89% of preserved loot light of the infinite forge of extremity has been used up to form 99 fragments of the quintessential breath of extremity. A fantastical sight that took Aurelia out of her stupor arose. Noah's hand waved towards the dazzling multicolored fragments before him as the 100th erupted from his solidified will and mixed in with the other pieces, a blinding light of resonance and grandeur erupting out as they all came together. The first volume of the quintessential breath of extremity modus operandi has been generated. A massive scroll shining with magisterial multicolored grandeur unfolded, its page holding torrential runic ecritures that spoke of a language nobody apart from Noah would be able to understand. A tongue that only after he read it and spread it to others could it be known. It was quintessential. It was the quintessential breath of extremity modus operandi. Towards the scripture laid are just for him, Noah bellowed out, "Come. I think you should take a look at." His hands motioned for it as it didn't come directly before him. It instead turned into countless golden waves of light that suffused across his soul. The first volume of the quintessential breath of extremity modus operandi had formed in his soul, and it was absorbed by his soul as an instant later. Aurelia's eyes opened in surprise as she felt her ionic soul clone pulled away from the infinite forge of extremity. In a fraction of a nanosecond, she found herself outside of Noah's main body once more as she stared at the devilishly handsome man adorned in a stellar multicolored emperor's robe, a man that at this moment seemed about to conduct an action that even the lowest of lifeforms performed. He was about to breathe, because in the description of the modus operandi he had just absorbed, there was a single line laid out as he would fill the description himself as he experienced the splendor that he got a glimpse of from the description of the fragments of the quintessential breath of extremity. Quintessential breath of extremity volume 1, a breath of quintessence, a move to extremity. A breath of quintessence, a move to extremity. There were no flowery words or abstruse techniques to understand. He only had to breathe, and he would take a move closer towards extremity. The phenomenon to unfold next caused the figure of Aurelia that was nearest to Noah to tremble as from afar. The will of Orion, who was still operating the spatial vortices that teleported Noah's clones, also gazed upwards in shock. It wasn't just them as the dimensional rulers, the main bodies of Noah's closest family stretched out across the infinite plane, and even the quintillions upon quintillions of Lernians currently looking towards Maximilian in the dream dimension, they all felt their wills drawn towards a certain region, towards the very top of the infinite plane is here. Noah's main body breathed in, and this single action that took the span of a nanosecond to be completed, caused the selected essences of some of the past natural laws turned into boundaries to surge torrentially towards his body. The selected essences of some of the dimensions turned into boundaries fervently flooded towards him like 9 endless seas. The myriad of domain spaces being forged as planes of existence that held the essences of quintessence, loot, blood, conquest, nullity, ruin, all totaling up to 20 boundary essences crazily flooded towards him within this span of a nanosecond, as it felt like all the sources of essence of these concepts in the surroundings were sucked dry and made lifeless from this single breath. All of it sank into Noah as within this short time span, these unquantified units of a myriad of boundary essences flourished on his head before following a unique pathway as they turned into countless streams of multicolored lightly that moved from the top of his head all the way to the soles of his feet, going upwards past his chest and lungs as thereafter his nose expelled even brighter shades of these streams of light. But in the single nanosecond that passed, something filled with profundity had occurred. The 20 sources of essence had turned into innumerable streams that crossed every single one of Noah's atoms, not his cells, but the very atoms. A single cell had an approximation of 100 trillion atoms. And within the body of a rank F existence, there were at the very minimum 50 trillion cells. Noah's body that had undergone immeasurable transformations and elevations, the sheer number of cells alone were unquantifiable, as the number of atoms were even more so. Yet a single breath as designed by the quintessential breath of extremity had passed the essence of 20 boundaries in the span of a nanosecond. Chapter 24:17 Indefatigable 3. In this span of a nanosecond, all of Noah's atoms encountered streams of 20 different boundaries flowing smoothly through them, these boundaries undergoing a minuscule refinement of purity with every atom, a minuscule refinement, but when taking into account the trillions of atoms in a single cell and the trillions of cells within Noah's body. This minuscule refinement at every atop caused such immense and immeasurable purity that when this essence was breathed out by Noah, bzzt, the surroundings shuddered as it seemed like endless waves of multicolored light were released from him. These waves instantly covered nearby regions as within a nanosecond, they covered all of the infinite plane as every single cosmos, reality, and plane of existence cheered and drank from the pristinely pure essence of concepts of extremity. This wasn't all as the skin of all existences felt this pure boundary essence suffusing into them. As if they expanded this boundary, they felt their boundary layers begin to advance as they became ever closer to extremity. This effect was even privy to Orion and Aurelia, as this was the reason for their shock. The first breath of quintessence has been taken. A prompt rose in Noah's mind as he didn't pay attention to anything else and moved by instinct. After pre-selecting 20 boundaries to course through him with a single breath, he added 2 more at this moment as from the very cosmos of the infinite plane, crimson and white seas surged out. Primordial essence, the essence of ruination, they stemmed from concepts that were merely supreme cosmic Taoists that controlled the workings of cosmos, essences of the beginning and of the end. Primordiality and ruination, states of chaos like ruin and nullity, were very much similar to ruination, with primordiality being very similar to Genesis. But where was the line of differences and variation? Did these concepts differ greatly, or were they all leading towards the same thing? If the concepts that used to govern cosmos were expanded under the same light of extremity similar to states of verisimilitude like ruin and nullity, just what result would they usher forth? His mind seemed to instinctively want to know, it wanted to find out, and so primordiality and ruination joined the fray, BOM, and the result was ushered forth at such a juncture. He breathed, his heart made a beat, thump. The myriad of boundary essences surged into every single atom that made up his body. And he breathed again, thump, and his heart made a resounding beat. Everything he did so, it felt like he drew out boundless sources of essence in the infinite plane before he filled it with even purer sources of essence, each breath only culminating to a grander and greater sense of wonder and power. There were stupendous changes outwardly, but his body was undergoing the greatest change as it felt like everything was moving in conjunction, his heart resounding loudly with every breath. As his aura rose to a magisterial level, and in such a cycle, some of the boundary essences smoothly circulated across innumerable atoms began to be pulled together in an intense and unfathomable process. The streams of 2 in particular had in fierce reaction. It was none other than primordiality and ruination. Milky white and crimson streams clashed within a single atom out of the countless as an immediate later, Noah's visage illuminated with a milky crimson light. The quintessential breath of extremity has come across 2 quintessentially compatible concepts. I think you should take a look at the beginning and the end. They mixed with each other in a deep sense of convergence as an instant later, a second unnamed dynamis of extremity is taking root within your soul. A milky crimson light shone as Noah's soul felt enormous euphoria, his eyes opening like grandsons as he was about to bellow out an achievement. But before he could roar out with glory, thump, his heart banged again as another breath was unconsciously taken, and the milky crimson light that was the intermixing of primordiality and ruination went utterly wild. It pulled upon multiple other sources of boundaries at this moment and sucked them towards itself forcefully. The second unnamed dynamis of extremity has released a wave of quintessential resonance towards the sources of chaos within your aspects of existence. The convergence of the second unnamed dynamis of extremity rises sharply. Entropy is pulled into the second unnamed dynamis of extremity. Nullity is pulled into the second unnamed dynamis of extremity. Ruin is pulled into the second unnamed dynamis of extremity. Something unexpected occurred, something that even Noah couldn't have hoped for nor did he fully understand. The mixture of beginning and the end resonated with all sources of chaos as a terrifying and ancient aura erupted from his body as he breathed once more, those aware to boundaries within the infinite plane feeling a massive weight cascading down their souls. Orion and Aurelia felt this even more closely as even though their dynamis of extremity had achieved full convergence, they cried out as they felt a deep sense of oppression at this moment. This was because the dynamis of extremity being born didn't have 2 concepts within it. It held far more than this, as when Noah picked up on its resonance with sources of chaos, he pulled from the sources of complete crimson 3 ionic pearls of extremity within his soul as he spoke grandly, add Armageddon into the mix, WAA, let Apocalypse mix in as well. Complete crimson 3 ionic pearls of extremity burned as multiple more boundaries were instantly raised to the 9th boundary layer, his job as a quintessential ionic curator going to work to make them consummate at the same time. Their essences bloomed as their addition came to match the 24 number of essences that the first volume of the quintessential breath of extremity could handle, and the result Armageddon is pulled into the second unnamed dynamis of extremity, apocalypse is pulled into the second unnamed dynamis of extremity. The convergence of the second unnamed dynamis of extremity rises quintessentially. The convergence of the second unnamed dynamis of extremity has reached a critical threshold as it has named itself. The indefatigable dynamis of extremity has been born. The indefatigable dynamis of extremity has exceeded 10% convergence. The indefatigable dynamis of extremity vibrates with quintessential instability. Warning. Immediate action is required to correct a quintessential instability. Thump, his heart beat again as this time, a massive crack erupted on his chest similar to a plane of existence shattering as a sea of multicolored stellar blood gushed out. Chapter 24:18 Indefatigable 4, Shock, followed by a feeling of horror and immense sorrow. These were the emotions of the vassals under Noah who were gazing at his blinding visage that was akin to a breathing engine that devoured essences and spat out even more purified versions. They were staring at his glory before as an instant later, the situation drastically changed with the blaring of an oppressive aura that was enough to bring them to their knees, an aura that Aurelia and Orion felt more closely than anyone else as the two of them had forged dynamis of extremity. They could instinctively feel the difference in the dynamis of extremity of others compared to their own as they could gauge just how much stronger one was. Typically, the convergence of two concepts would not greatly differ in power, one of the factors being whether it was two golden consummate boundaries or two crimson consummate boundaries, but an even heavier factor was the number of concepts one converged to bring together a dynamis of extremity. Adding two concepts was already something only geniuses were able to do. Perform as combining 3 or 4 concepts? Only the elders of the Ionic inheritances of extremity, being spoiled with drives of resources and treasures, could even dream of such a thing. So the overwhelming aura that bellowed out from Noah, it entirely caused Genesis to become ashen as he felt his origin dynamis of extremity cower in his soul. The dynamis of a lower life form caused the dynamis of an apex Ionic life form to cower. Genesis wasn't the only one, as Aurelia, who was closest to Noah at this junction, her soul trembled as she felt the birth of this terrifying dynamis of extremity, her closeness telling her one thing with surety, that there lay a possibility of this blooming dynamis to actually be capable of reaching her. That it may be able to bypass the limitations of lower life forms and touch the glorious stage of apex Ionic life forms. But before she could feel this oppression for too long, crack, it was akin to a plane shattering, and a multicolored sea of blood gushed out as the broad chest of the man before her split as wild instability erupted out. No, Aurelia faced such a shocking phenomenon as she instantly felt the instability of the forming dynamis of extremity as she felt great sorrow. Would such a thing actually never be allowed to form? Would it go so far as to even destroy the existence trying to bring it together? How could it be so easy to bring together multiple concepts of extremity into a single dynamis of extremity? How could this be allowed? How could such an achievement come by so simply? More often than not, prodigies who bit off more than they could chew would be destroyed under their own glory. Was this what was going to unfold before her? Father. Little fish, Noah, from afar. Those closest to Noah had long felt the changes like many others as they had come to watch the unfolding glory, only to see an unfolding disaster. Yet even while others worried and gazed towards him in astonishment and horror, Noah's will remained robust and steady even as his aspects of existence took a hit. He had to act quickly, otherwise everything would be lost. Bringing together all of these concepts under the same conditions may be a possibility, but Noah felt like it would be insurmountable and immensely difficult to do so in the future, so his mind worked fast as an instant later. I think you should take a look at, warning. Immediate rectification is required. Cracks continued to spread across his chest and towards his whole body as the very cluster of essences he was trying to form seemed to be running wild and trying to annihilate him. At such a juncture, Noah fearlessly breathed in again. His heart let out another resounding beat as a sea of multicolored stellar blood gushed from him endlessly. Time slowed under his eyes, the unbelievably beautiful figure of a worried Aurelia before him, the figures of his close family and friends in the distance. Everything faded as his soul came to focus on nothing other than himself. He felt the essences ravaging across his very atoms as it seemed there was too much chaos. There was a heavy and firm imbalance towards the sources of chaos that the initial mixture of ruination and primordiality called in. This was one problem. The other was Noah's aspects of existence themselves, as they felt like they were trying to contain a raging sea in a body that was akin to a small pond. What he was doing was far too advanced for his stage. His origin, body, and soul felt this strain closely, but Noah didn't focus on this second issue. He felt that if he could solve the issue of instability, the latter issue would have a smoother pathway to follow, and to solve the issue of having too many sources of chaos, he had to pull one away and add other ingredients to balance things because he knew there was a very, very limited number of concepts he could continue to force together to make the indefatigable dynamis of extremity. And when he looked at the currently mixing sources of chaos, he eliminated the thought of removing any of those that stemmed from him. Anything he made was quintessential. So his gaze came to ruin and nullity as an instant later, he gazed ever close to ruin. He then gazed at ruination. Seeing their infinitely close qualities in grandeur, with the latter being something entirely his, bzzt, ruin is pulled out of the indefatigable dynamis of extremity, the quintessential instability still persists. A single state of chaos was removed as it didn't change the situation drastically. But this was to be expected. If he removed the source of chaos, he then had to add something that could bring order. His soul released profound waves of radiance as he uttered out, expand the concept of Genesis to the ninth boundary layer. A source of complete crimson 3 ionic pearl of extremity burned as Noah enacted his version of Genesis. Not the concept of Genesis exemplified by the first true emperor Orion, but his own distinguished concept of Genesis. Chapter 24:19 Indefatigable v. Genesis, similar to primordiality, it spoke of beginnings. What was Noah's true beginning? When he was born? When his blue planet began its apocalypse? Or when he used the rank F fireball skill book and became a hunter? Or when he sat on the true throne of quintessence? Just what was his true beginning? As this question arose, so did a blinding white gold light from the depths of his soul as it already passed through the hands of the curator to become of the golden consummate tier. It was his own version of Genesis with its own 9 profound layers. And it joined the fray at this moment. Genesis is pulled into the indefatigable dynamis of extremity, WAA, the essences combed slightly, they pulsed with glorious synchrony. As even with this, it still wasn't enough, as his skin and musculature fractured even more, yet his eyes still shone like massive lanterns of light. As in this slowed time, he made another move. Since the many concepts of the end and destruction needed to be balanced out, since there was a concept that was a huge part to how these concepts achieved their current level, since it was a quintessential instability, Noah's will buzzed as he moved decisively, forcing the essence of quintessence into the fray at this moment. Quintessence, all the boundaries he enacted were quintessential, as this quality was at their very core, and what better concept of stabilization could there be if not this? A quintessence is pulled into the indefatigable dynamis of extremity, the torrential waves of essence ravaging his body calmed down a little bit more. As still, there remained a hint of instability. His body shone unstably with the essences of primordiality, ruination, entropy, nullity, Armageddon, apocalypse, Genesis, and quintessence. 8 essences, 5 were of chaos and destruction. 3 were of beginnings and order. Noah felt like he needed one more. He felt like he required one more piece of the puzzle that would grant complete stabilization. Now, what could he use to bring everything together? What could work with quintessence to calm down raging waves of essences, as it would have no trouble mixing with so many different essences, and may instead only bring them closer? A devilish smile bloomed on his bloody face even as more cracks spread throughout his body, but he wasn't worried, he was unfettered, and just like the dynamis of extremity he was about to bring to fruition, he was indefatigable. Thump, a breath of quintessence was taken. A resounding heart made a beat. And a blue light shone, mana flourished, infinite mana, glorious and endless waves of mana. Mana dynamics surged into the fray. Mana dynamics is pulled into the indefatigable dynamis of extremity. A blue sea permeated across his very atoms. It was like a calming surge that came to cool down and wash all things. This concept that stated power was neither created nor destroyed, it went on to act as the mediator between concepts of the beginning and the end. BZZZT, a quintessential resonance of extremity is washing away all instabilities. The 2 concepts that make up the first unnamed dynamis of extremity are undergoing resonance in the indefatigable dynamis of extremity. All possibilities of the first unnamed dynamis of extremity are absorbed into the indefatigable dynamis of extremity. The cracks stopped spreading across his body. Thump, his heart beat again as an instant later. All damaged musculature, organs, skin, and bones healed as astounding brilliance erupted all around him, an achievement worthy of being recorded in the ionic annals of extremity. Against improbable odds, the convergence of a dynamis of extremity made of 9 concepts of extremity has been born. The indefatigable dynamis of extremity is stabilizing and has achieved 25% convergence. You have come across one of the absolute seeds of extremity. The slow time felt like it came to a Stop! A milky red coral-colored light erupted from Noah and covered utterly everything as an unfathomable radiance of extremity spread, a light that caused the dynamis of Aurelia and Orion to shudder as they affirmed that when this light was completely converged, it would even be able to reach apex ionic lifeforms. But more than anything, the man at the center of it all felt profound and unimaginable changes as at the center of his soul, a massive rune that constantly ushered forth waves of extremity was being etched with glory. The rune simply read, indefatigable, in a few strokes as, thump, it pulsed with Noah's heartbeat, WAA. And it pulsed in conjunction with his breath. Everything seemed to be in a deep synchrony as endless choral waves of essence surged out from this rune and spread out across every atom in his body. The essence of the indefatigable dynamis of extremity has begun to cycle across your aspects of existence with every quintessential breath. The breadth of your existence is being expanded, your body, origin, and soul are being expanded and refined under the light of one of the absolute seeds of extremity. Torrential waves of mana erupted from the very depths of his being as the second issue in all this began its resolution. The breadth of his existence was forcefully and unimaginably raised as his second plane of extremity expanded rapidly, his ionic soul values curving upwards exponentially, while his body commenced to release a luster of impenetrability. This was all due to indefatigability, one of the absolute seeds of extremity. As for what such a distinction meant, Noah wasn't able to delve into it yet, as the feeling of his very existence being expanded caused him to vibrate like a blooming singularity. A bellow erupting from him that released a stellar coral-colored light that even escaped the walls of the infinite plane to illuminate the barren planar palisades of extremity. Oh, a bellow that seemed like an ancient primal beast awakening, a bellow of an existence making a deep achievement. It was the bellow of the true emperor of quintessence after he enacted a dynamis of extremity with 9 concepts of extremity swirling in harmony. Chapter 2420 in absolute seed off extremity I, coral. Colored, magenta, it could vary depending on the eyes set on it. The color seemed deeply red at times as an instant later, the milky white turned it into a beautiful coral light that dazzled one's very soul. Such a dense hue of wonder erupted from Noah and covered the vast infinite plane entirely, even blaring out into the planar palisades of extremity as it stretched out across all parts of Noah, all parts, his clones, his reified sources of extremity, everything. In the utterly chaotic domain filled with floating obelisks and unequaled ionic leviathans of dissolution, along with a blossoming extremity panacea that was radiating less gold and obsidian light as a crimson grandeur extremity surrounded it, many beings were surging towards it even with the massive leviathans surrounding it, with some regions in particular showing the discrepancy in the power between unequaled reverend emperors. In one area, a young woman with a dazzling horn on her forehead cut across space like a stellar ruler of light, the sheer heat emanating from her burning the skin of any nearby reverends as the area around her was entirely empty and she seemed like a lone sun that was surging towards extremity. She was I am of the infinite extremity. In another region, a being donning white slippers, loose stellar white shorts, and a blue beach shirt moved across space with his hands freely entrenched in his pockets, his tan skin radiating wonder as his eyes released a calculative and authoritative light as if everything here was captured within them. A smile lingered on his face as a single step he took warped space and took him past many beings as at this juncture, he passed by a scion of an ionic inheritance of extremity who reacted instinctively to stop the advancement of a competitor, his hand erupting out with over a dozen consummate boundaries that weaved into a roaring cluster of essences smashing towards Erickson, yet this being didn't even bat an eye as he only took his right hand out of his pocket. His beach shirt glimmered with dazzling light as he waved his hand towards the released attack, the roaring flames of boundaries instantly being snuffed out as if they were never there as the scion who sent the attack out was instantly filled with immense shock and terror, and invisible pressure seemingly wrapping around him on all sides as his body deformed and folded in itself akin to a tomato being crushed in one's hands an instant later. All he was a mass of blood and bones. Erickson didn't even look back as he continued, those near him seeing this scene and moving away from this region as some even whispered in the distance, "It is Master Erickson, the immovable reverend." His name and distinction carried fear as this was a sense of discrepancy between reverends as some were leagues apart from others, each of them were filled with pride and power, but at this moment, their gazes changed, shock overcame them. This was because in a certain direction, there was the visage of an existence whose very body seemed to be made of stellar realities in cosmos. It was the quintessential emperor of extremity that at this moment began to radiate a coral-colored light. This light caused the gazes of shock as the souls of nearly all reverends shuddered fearfully, and the souls of all others felt a strain as in one direction, I am turned towards this radiating light in shock, in another direction, Erickson stopped as his massive figure turned around, his eyes showing genuine shock as a moment later, a wild smile bloomed on his face as he changed direction. He no longer went towards the blossoming extremity panacea, he barreled forth as if he was a volatile singularity, his hands coming out of his pockets as with an imposing demeanor everyone on his path was smashed away like a cannonball with the wind knocked out of them. His path was straight as veered towards the quintessential emperor of extremity shining with bright coral grandeur. Coming to float opposite him as a sense of wildness and freedom emanated from him, not too long after, powerful auras of unequaled reverend emperors donned in neat suits appeared behind him, a woman in a tight-fitting suit pushing up the rims of her glasses as she hid the shock in her eyes while asking lightly, "What are we doing, Master Erickson?" Their bodies buzzed with a profound sense of grandeur as over a dozen boundary essences swirled with purpose and intent, a unique extremity circulation modus operandi being operated by them as they were ready to follow this being in whatever action he wanted to take. The shining stellar visage of the quintessential emperor of extremity also gazed towards him coldly as his stare glanced past him towards the shining extremity panacea in the distance. As if seeing this gaze, Erickson smiled as he waved his hands freely. Nobody here will be able to obtain the first extremity panacea easily. There's the leviathans of dissolution to tire out and kill along with something extra, so we can afford a few minutes. He held a wild charm and handsomeness while he spoke, his massive figure in comparison to others making him seem like a titan as he continued to speak at this moment. Let me be the first to congratulate you on such a deep achievement. You don't come across too many apex ionic lifeforms who can form an absolute dynamis of extremity, much less someone who hasn't even undergone apexification. WAA. His words caused the powerful scions adorned in suits behind him to settle calmly as the battle intent they had faded after they heard Master Erickson's words. But what he uttered next caused them to gape in shock as this being said something that caused the very surroundings to tremble. Friend, I stand before you today representing the Sima clan and extending an invitation. Boom, Master Erickson, sir. His words caused an eruption of a deep sense of extremity just from being uttered. This was especially so for the words, Sima, the Sima clan. Chapter 24-21 An absolute seed-off extremity 2, the Sima clan. It didn't have any grandiose name like Infinite Extremity or Genesis Institute of Extremity, and it stood alone and imposing in its power and nature as this was a behemoth that stood above most ionic inheritances of extremity. There were too many inheritances across the 7 ionic havens. But there were a limited number of inheritances that were known as clans, and for those in the surroundings who heard the words uttered by Erickson, they couldn't help but recoil in shock and wonder as some new and unbroken truth about this behemoth. The Sima clan has only ever had direct bloodline descendants take their name. Do you really have the authority to represent the Sima clan in breaking one of its oldest rules? A crimson horn shown as I am of the infinite extremity appeared to the left, her gaze shining with perplexing emotions as she voiced out towards Erickson while focusing on Noah's astounding visage. Erickson's magnetic figure didn't even turn as his gaze remained straight, remaining on Noah as he continued, if I say I have the authority to represent, then I have the authority to represent. The inheritance of the infinite extremity has no power to fight me on this. WAA. His demeanor was carefree and wild, his will was dominating as he looked towards Noah, the first thought on his mind being to extend an olive branch and invite this being into the folds of one of the most powerful hegemonies within the 7 ionic havens. And all of this was brought about by the grandeur of a dazzling coral light, and as soon as the quintessential emperor of extremity radiated this coral light, 8 other sources of extremity in the far distance who were standing before the combined forces of a few hundred scions of ionic inheritances of extremity also released the same dazzling grandeur. The harbinger of entropy bellicus was at the very forefront as this radiating light caused Foss and all other scions who had chosen to join him to instantly turn grim, their bodies instantly blared with the light of apex ionic soul totems. But even with this their hearts didn't feel at ease as it seemed like it may not be enough. This was just within the abyssal sanctimonious lands that had a layer of the extremity vein of dissolution beginning to show. Far away from this, away from glacial layers of nullity covering the abyss, in the regions that held the Lernean domains, the flourishing of the coral-colored light bloomed from 9 different directions as it represented the 9-dimensional chassis currently moving to devour the Lernean domains. When this light flashed, the apex ionic lifeforms in this region of the ionic haven of dissolution turned towards these different directions in shock, and even further away from this region, in the lands of the noblesse, quasarians, and planeswalkers, the apex ionic lifeforms in these regions all also felt a hint of this radiating coral light as when it shone. It briefly rose to the skies above the 9 different points of light and caused a cloud of brilliant extremity to flourish, as if the very havens of dissolution were commending this action that was being recorded in the ionic annals of extremity, dissolution, in a region where no apex ionic lifeforms could reach. An existence with the title of dissolution turned her head away from the abyssal sanctimonious lands where she observed a similar coral light, turning towards the 9 points of brightness right now as she gazed towards blossoming coral lights within this region of the haven she monitored. Her gaze and face were veiled as usual, but one could sense genuine surprise and appreciation from it. The grandeur of an absolute dynamis of extremity? From a lifeform that hasn't even undergone apexification, an absolute dynamis of extremity, its distinction had to be like so, as this was a hidden condition very few beings knew the true standing of. If one was ever able to pull together a sufficient number of concepts and converge them to form an absolute dynamis of extremity, then they had just opened one of the pathways to extremity. They had attained one of the absolute seeds of extremity as it would accompany them in their existence. With the absolute promise that so long as they didn't die, with enough time, they would achieve extremity. Extremity was an uncertainty with all beings. But those who had attained an absolute seed of extremity only had the factor of time. It meant that the being releasing this grand light of glory was guaranteed to reach extremity in his lifetime. But this wasn't all. There was something that the adjudicator of dissolution held with much more importance when it came to absolute seeds of extremity blooming within existences. It meant he has a nearly guaranteed chance to attain that. She didn't state clearly what it was, but it was the decider between life and death. It was something that apex ionic lifeforms or even those who had reached extremity couldn't seek, as they either had it, or they didn't. Those who had it were the bastions and pillars of extremity. And entities like her, an adjudicator of a haven, were in their positions to monitor things just like this, to monitor the extremity sanctification and workings of havens as they were here to rectify and optimize the errors of previous sanctifications in the first 6 havens. To ensure that the greatest possible number of beings reached the level of an apex ionic lifeform, and for as many as possible to attain extremity, and the current situation fell in line with her duties, she wanted to convey with this being right away to ready him for what was to come, but it wasn't entirely following procedure if she did so she would instead monitor, when the time came where he reached apexification. He would come to know. Bzzzt, arcs of light erupted around the barely discernible figure of the adjudicator of dissolution as around her, illusory screens of light showing some of the moving dimensional chassis and even reified sources of extremity, a particularly dominant being paying a closer look at the true emperor of quintessence as he appeared in her radar. Chapter 24-22 An absolute seed off extremity 3, wrapped in shadows, Grand Primeval Silas was instantly awoken as he stared towards 9 different directions blaring with glorious light. An instant later, his figure shot out towards it as the feeling from his soul when it felt this light, it forced him to seek to understand the source it came from. He wasn't the only one, as apex ionic lifeforms in this region all scrambled to see what the source was. Even further, those in the domains of noblesse, quasarians, and planeswalkers also moved towards the blinding points of light as they had to affirm something. This was the wildness caused by the advent of the absolute dynamis of extremity, the indefatigable dynamis of extremity. So what boons did it provide the being who had actually forged it? The essence of the indefatigable dynamis of extremity is cycling across your aspects of existence with every quintessential breath, forever altering your aspects of existence. Your foundation is proceeding towards your own unique type of extremity foundation with every cycle of the indefatigable dynamis of extremity. Your second plane of extremity is devouring the grandeur of the indefatigable dynamis of extremity and expanding the 9 major dimensions. Such were the prompts passing over Noah's eyes as his main body cascaded with coral waves of light that enriched everything within the infinite plane in unfathomable ways. He seemed like a radiant sun that others could stare at for too long, as right in front of him the figure of Aurelia gazed at his figure with utmost incredulity. You actually succeeded. Her throat felt dry as she spoke, the visage of Orion also appearing near this region, along with dimensional rulers, Noah's closest companions, and a few other prominent vassals who could barely handle the pressing pressure. He succeeded in something that actually caused apex ionic lifeforms to feel a sense of threat. Is what did this mean? If he truly developed this dynamis of extremity to full convergence, would he actually be able to stand against apex ionic lifeforms? The idea alone was enough to drive one mad, as even in the wake of such a grand accomplishment, Noah couldn't share it joyfully, as its boons were only continuing to open before his eyes. The authority of ionic antimana is now possible through the indefatigable dynamis of extremity, ionic antimana, a feature that was only just mentioned when the first unnamed dynamis of extremity between mana and nullity formed. and it would have been accessible to Noah at 100% complete convergence of that dynamis. Now that both mana and nullity were absorbed into the indefatigable dynamis of extremity that entirely ate up the workings of the first unnamed dynamis of extremity, this authority was shockingly received before the indefatigable dynamis of extremity was even fully converged, only at 25% convergence, and it already granted the same authority as a dynamis with the mixture of two concepts of extremity. But this wasn't all, the prompts continued to come. The authority of ionic mana drain is now possible through the indefatigable dynamis of extremity. The path you walk on is unfathomable as it was able to produce the indefatigable dynamis of extremity, and it therefore cannot and should not be changed. The path of others is predictable and mundane, and you can therefore manipulate its beginning and its end. Through the use of the essence of the indefatigable dynamis of extremity, the feature of realm reconstruction is born, anti-mana, mana drain, and realm reconstruction. Noah's eyes opened at such a grand proclamation as he put all other notifications on standby while focusing on this, realm reconstruction, an ability brought to light through the essence of the absolute seed of extremity, the indefatigable dynamis of extremity. The essence of this dynamis allows for you to bring in conclusion to the realm of existences and offer them a new beginning, one that can be manipulated through your hands as you can extrapolate new stages of power or construct a route similar to what you followed. Nobody else will be able to replicate the realm and path you are following, but a lesser realm pathway of quintessence can be chosen as the template for your targets to follow through your hands. You can reconstruct the realm of existences from beginning to the end that is only limited by your own equivalent stage of power, with your convergence in the indefatigable dynamis of extremity increasing the more beginnings and ends you experience with your own hands, along with your understanding of all concepts related to extremity. The source of power for the realm reconstruction will be purely supplied by the indefatigable dynamis of extremity, as existences with reforged realms will be on the path to attain a lesser indefatigable foundation of extremity or other extremity foundations depending on how you construct their realm. Experience the beginning and the end. Experience extremity, a grandiose feature that allowed Noah to do ridiculous things with the essence of the indefatigable dynamis of extremity, something that wasn't directly affecting him, but through it, he would take even closer steps towards extremity as he would experience the beginnings and ends of as many creatures as he performed it on. This was just one of the benefits of this absolute seed of extremity. What was the purpose of the initiation step of the extremity vein of dissolution? All reverends were fighting to achieve extremity panaceas that would grant them a profound extremity foundation that would aid them in smoothly undergoing apexification. Yet Noah's indefatigable dynamis of extremity could restructure realms as just one of its features, with the conclusion result being an extremity foundation. What a magnificent dynamis, truly an absolute seed of extremity. Seeing this ridiculous feature, Noah's heart couldn't sit still as while his body pulsed with the choral allure of grandeur. His eyes opened to gaze at the worried looks around him as he released a smile that caused all anxious expressions to fade. He was gazing at all of them as he wanted to test out this feature right away. And for this, he needed the first test subject, chapter 24-23, an absolute seed off extremity 4, as the anxiety caused by the prior situation faded from their eyes. Noah looked through the masses around him as his eyes passed over Adelaide and Henry, past Barbados and Kazuhiko, past Eoin and the dimensional rulers. It passed over many beings as they came to stop on the first spiritual beast, the Emperor Penguin. The golden eyes of this creature that pulsed with providence shone as similar to the reified enders of nature that were connected to the will of the past barren lands that was now assimilated to the infinite plane. It was a creature that was closely connected to the past spiritual land that the whole of infinite plane stemmed from. It enjoyed similar boons as its source could now be stirred with the sources of the natural laws as it was painted gold with providence. Noah beckoned to this spiritual beast as it blinked and pointed its right flipper to itself. A nod of affirmation coming from Noah as the Emperor Penguin instantly turned into a streak of light, Raa, with a glorious bellow. It appeared before Noah as its sleek fur released boundless luster and glory. Noah looked at the Emperor Penguin alone as the shocked gazes of Aurelia, Orion, or any other beings were utterly ignored. Do you trust me? He spoke simply to the being bound to him before his eyes, and the Emperor Penguin didn't even miss a beat as his golden beak nodded vehemently. Noah's smile was brilliant at such a scene as he waved his hands and uttered out, "Realm reconstruction." BZZT, the pristine coral light of the indefatigable dynamis of extremity moved out like an endless time from Noah, merging around the Emperor Penguin as the body of this existence became crystalline, its origin becoming apparent under Noah's eyes as the built-up origin of an apocryphal planar haven made up of clusters of grotto havens. was caused to crumble in the next instant as gasps rang out in the surroundings. The body of the emperor penguin had become crystalline as its origin was clear, and everyone was able to see its realm that some took millions or billions of years to forge, was utterly destroyed and taken away in an instant. The origin of the emperor penguin was ground down to nothing and brought to an end. Under the astonished and shocked gazes of all beings, Noah felt the vibrant essence of the indefatigable dynamis of extremity leak from him and cradled the body of the emperor penguin. No instability occurred within its aspects of existence, even though the soul and body seemed to lose a crucial part as they also became extremely weak, and the essence of the indefatigable dynamis of extremity that held ruination, apocalypse, and other concepts that could smoothly bring about an end became even stronger as the realm of the emperor penguin was reversed to be so thin that one could barely sense its aura. Its halcyon grandeur faded as its sleek fur seemed to lose light. Its aura decayed to the extent that it became the weakest being in all of the infinite plane, holding a rank never before seen due to just how powerful the atmospheric essence across the infinite plane was. The emperor penguin emanated weak waves of life at rank F. It was an astonishing scene to observe as a moment later, thump, akin to the beating of a heart, the core of the emperor penguin lit up brightly as its origin began to be reconstructed. The same essence of the indefatigable dynamis of extremity that had destroyed everything it held now turned to express astonishing life force and an aura of beginning as the enacted core very quickly increased in concentration, Noah becoming entirely focused at this moment as he experienced the end, and he was now watching and even directing a new beginning. A new realm, at its core, let us have the essence of primordiality. He began his experimentations as an abundant life force erupted, the aura the emperor penguin expressed very quickly, jumping from rank F all the way to rank S, and then instantly jumping across the stages of epic, legendary, mythical, phantasmal, transcendent, saint, void, and soul as its body became covered by a gorgeous milky white light. Others were able to see this scene, but Noah experienced all of its minute variations as the life he lived seemed to flash before his eyes as if he could see himself when he crossed these stages. A light of profundity shone with his eyes as he observed the beginning of this pathway. Under the influence of the indefatigable dynamis of extremity, you are observing a cycle of an end and a beginning. Your convergence of this dynamis increases slightly. Such a prompt flashed before his eyes as he continued. Within the core of the emperor penguin, a domain formed as it was filled with an overabundance of primordiality. When this process arrived, one could see the body and soul that housed this core begin to break down and change as an air of profound ancientness began to emanate from the weak body of the emperor penguin. And from the constructed domain, a world formed as the world realm was reached in but an instant. This world was then compressed and condensed into a star as the emperor penguin reached the star-forging realm. And not too long after, this star underwent controlled destruction and turned into countless dots of dust that formed into a nebula filled with dazzling miniature stars as vast as the grains of sand, and it still shone with abundant primordiality. Thereafter, nebulae condensed to form supermassive black holes that then bloomed into quasars. Innumerable numbers of such stellar bodies coming into the picture as in no time, a dazzling milky white galaxy formed. R.A., the emperor penguin roared out as his body and soul underwent fundamental changes while his origin became something of an entirely different composition compared to before, and from a single galaxy, countless more bloomed as a galactic filament was born. 100 billion galaxies quickly becoming exceeded until 1,000 billion were reached. Noah's eyes released gorgeous grandeur as he watched all of these galaxies shine to form a universal seed that in the next instant bloomed into a universe. And then, like a chain reaction that was under his very fingertips, Noah watched this dazzling origin go from a single universe to a universal filament with a myriad of dazzling universes, and these billions of universes finally came together to form a single cosmos. The essence of the indefatigable dynamis of extremity nudged the process forward as Noah felt 25% of his total ionic soul values already be used up, watching as a single cosmos became multiple and multiplied madly until they reached the critical point where normally a reality would form. But Noah didn't let the cosmos fall under a reality. His eyes were bright as he spoke out. Let the cosmos be contained in a plane, just one of the 9 future planes. He held 9 dimensions when he was rising up, as this was his uniqueness. Nobody else could replicate what he did, as even this restructuring he was doing right now. The realm he would produce here would be lesser than his grand origin, even more cosmos multiplied within the origin of the emperor penguin as a thin planar light wrapped around it. Noah's eyes shining as endless waves of the essence of the indefatigable dynamis of extremity surged out from him like an endless sea. The first plane will take the nature of gravitation, with the other 8 planes corresponding to the other 8 natural laws. This shall be the basis of his origin, WAA, 9 planes based on the workings of the 9 natural laws. As soon as Noah laid this out, the essence of the indefatigable dynamis of extremity erupted out madly and surged into the origin of the emperor penguin to make this a reality, 9 interconnected circular rings forming around each other while countless cosmos bloomed within them. The natural laws were natural laws, but they were also expanded as boundaries within the origin of the emperor penguin. The intense essence of concepts of extremity bloomed as its body and soul burned with astonishing brilliance, a prompt rising before Noah's eyes at such a point as he came across his first achievement in realm reconstruction. You have opened the path of the 9 natures extremity foundation. Less than a minute had passed since he began the process of realm restructuring. 60% of his current ionic soul values were used up in order to provide the required potency of essence of the indefatigable dynamis of extremity, but at the end of the process, he actually ended up opening a type of extremity foundation that should be the first of its kind in the 7 ionic havens, chapter 2424, an absolute seat of extremity. For apexification, others sought to build a stupendous foundation that would enable them to smoothly become apex ionic lifeforms and not fail their advancement at such a juncture. One of the more immaculate means to obtain a strong base lay in the procurement of extremity panaceas with the initiation step of extremity sanctification. Such treasures allowing one to forge a type of extremity foundation as they only appeared as exclusivities across the havens thereafter. Yet Noah, he managed to forge a type of extremity foundation that should be the first of its kind in the 7 ionic havens in less than a minute with his own efforts and capabilities that were only made possible by the indefatigable dynamis of extremity, RAA. The emperor penguin roared out madly as droves of intense power coursed through it, the 9 Nature's extremity foundation. This was the path that this being now walked on as his origin held 9 rotating planes of existence that were each filled with the workings of the 9 natural laws of reality that shone with a light of extremity. Among those watching this scene in shock, Orion and Aurelia understood intricacies more than most due to their domain as seeing the hint of extremity blocking within this being's origin after he was reduced to a state of nothing just seconds ago. They couldn't hide the shock in their eyes at the method that made it possible, at the means of this being before them. He had called out realm reconstruction before as he did so. As was this the extent of what he could do? The answer was a resounding no. BZZT. The raging power within the body of the emperor penguin continued to torrential swirl as its flippers shone with crystalline black and gold grandeur. A multicolored stripe of 9 colors appeared behind its wide back and extended onto a halcyon beak. It looked with immense fervor towards Noah, who thrust his hand forward and continued to release the essence of the indefatigable dynamis of extremity. This was because of a particular passage in the description of realm reconstruction. You can reconstruct the realm of existences from beginning to the end that is only limited by your own equivalent stage of power, with your convergence in the indefatigable dynamis of extremity increasing the more beginnings and ends your experience with your own hands. It was only limited to his own equivalent stage of power. This was how far he could take their cycles of beginning and end, as even though it cost Noah greatly, with over 60% of his total ionic soul values being utilized, over half of this had already recovered in the past few seconds as his own aspects of existence were experiencing changes brought about from 2 fronts. One was the essence of the indefatigable dynamis of extremity, and the other was every breath he took from the quintessential breath of extremity. Since he had the means, he continued, trillions of cosmos continued to bloom within the origin of the emperor penguin as his body and soul reacted to these changes and became ever more exemplary. The essence of the 9 boundaries of the past natural laws surged like tendrils of lightning on his very skin as in no time, the 9 natures extremity foundation has been established in the first spiritual beast, when all of the 9 natures correlating to its origin reached the 9th boundary layer and the 9 planes of nature reach complete saturation. The first spiritual beast can undergo apexification with a 100% chance of raising to become an apex ionic lifeform with a 9 natures meridian apex ionic foundation. With such a foundation, the extrapolation of dynamis of extremity connected to the 9 natures will be possible with relative ease, and if the will of the emperor penguin carries even a trace of the quintessence of its master, it can try to bring together all 9 natures to form an absolute dynamis of extremity. This information flourished in Noah's mind. The emperor penguin also understood, as it couldn't help but exclaim, Noah had the pathway to the 9 natures extremity foundation opened before, but he continued further and established it entirely as the moment the emperor penguin's origin reached full saturation, along with the 9 boundaries reaching the 9th boundary layer. It could begin his raising its level towards that of an apex ionic lifeform. This wasn't to mention the fact that a pathway for a second absolute dynamis of extremity was shown. This was something for Noah to also put together. But just the formation of a single absolute dynamis of extremity had already taken up every space within his soul, as his breadth wasn't even sufficient for it before, and was one of the reasons for the quintessential instability his aspects of existence were being stretched out and strengthened now to handle the indefatigable dynamis of extremity that hadn't even reached 100% convergence, as it would only get more powerful, and after it was fully established, with Noah's aspects of existence being elevated to even greater heights. He should be able to form another absolute dynamis of extremity. Bzzzt. Arcs of grandeur buzzed around the Emperor Penguin as from afar. The wills of the reverend emperors from the Lernaean lineage finally arrived in this area to also observe this grand occasion, as their souls stirred. When they watched the figure of the Emperor Penguin, they felt great pressure, as among reverend emperors it could truly be considered unequaled. Its power exceeded beings like Rosalind from the cult of endless shadows, as the pressure emanating from the Emperor Penguin was akin to some of the more powerful scions of the ancient Ionic inheritances of extremity. When the strength of its soul reached greater heights and its proficiency in boundaries increased, it would no doubt exceed even these scions, as it had already created its extremity foundation and simply waited for its completion and saturation. Do you know what to do? Noah's voice was resonant as he spoke, the Emperor Penguin nodding its beak as dazzling crimson 3 Ionic pearls of extremity flowed towards it. Yes, Master. A radiant stripe of 9 colors radiated grandeur on its back as it rose and connected to its beak, the first spiritual beast becoming one of the most powerful combatants in the infinite plane in an instant after this realm reconstruction. Chapter 24-25 An absolute seat of extremity. 6. Through the single realm reconstruction he utilized on the Emperor Penguin, Noah increased his rate of convergence in the indefatigable dynamis of extremity, while also opening a pathway for a second absolute dynamis of extremity in the future. This was the boon of realm reconstruction, as even though he would not and should not alter his own realm, altering the realms of others and experiencing cycles of beginnings and ends aided him greatly towards his own path. It meant many more experimentations were in order, as when he rebuilt Origins, he could test different essences and structures to act as the bases. What if instead of 9 planes correlating to the natural laws, what if he restructured an origin to be made of planes correlating to the 6 fundamental natural laws? Or even combinations of different concepts of extremity? He could establish multiple extremity foundations and even gain possible epiphanies into forming more absolute dynamis of extremity, as the possibilities were endless. Let's see. Around the beings gathered here gazing towards him, Noah's will swept out again, even as the vast majority continued to stare in shock, with the figure of Aurelia recovering first as her voice echoed out. You can't just do that without explaining anything. How many concepts did you converge to make a dynamis? That terrifying? Hey, she spoke freely as Noah didn't answer her, his eyes having caught onto a figure that caused his eyes to light up with interest, as he was an interesting test subject. SHA, his hand beckoned forward as from the back of the hundreds of prominent beings gathered here, the sole clone of the being that had been managing the quintillions of Lernaeans was pushed forward. His body came to the spotlight as his eyes kept in their somberness and shock, the past interim Ionic Lernaean lineage emperor appearing as it was Maximilian, a being that had failed apexification. A being who was forever closed off to the grandeur of extremity. You wouldn't. Orion's voice came out in utter disbelief and shock as he and Aurelia were the first to catch on to what Noah was trying to do, and Noah himself, he pulled upon the fealty that Maximilian had sworn before he devoured the Abecedarian Sacrarium, as he exerting pressure on the Ionic soul before him, pulling its main body that was traveling with the main bodies of Orion, Aurelia, and Lucia among others since they left the Lernaean domain. Bzzzt. A spatial vortex formed as he easily pulled the main body out through the connection with its soul, causing it to appear in the infinite plane right before his eyes. As an instant later, his finger tapped out again, a coral-colored light shone. It blazed around Noah's figure like burning flames of utter regality, as while adorned in his emperor's robes, he seemed like an ancient celestial that was picking and choosing minor existences to experiment on for his own purposes. The tap of his finger released a vibrant light of the indefatigable dynamis of extremity that came to focus on the main body of Maximilian as it invaded his origin. And a moment later, crack, the apocryphal planar haven he had shattered. The twisted and fractured meridians he had tried to enact during a failed apexification, they also destroyed as his realm began to experience an apocalypse and deteriorate, all the way to a barely discernible whisper of life force at rank F. The scene was incredulous, as even the Ionic souls of the 2 apex Ionic lifeforms here had no more words, because thereafter, a scene that had just occurred began to repeat again as an origin reformed and began to rise across the stages of Power, Genesis shall be the base of the initial origin, and you shall also have the nine natures extremity foundation. He made this process go extremely quickly as he didn't try too different of a recipe for this, with his goal affirming something utterly disastrous, the reality that he ended the origin of an existence that had failed apexification, an existence that was denied extremity, and thereafter, he began their origin anew and even set them on a path of an extremity foundation as when Maximilian sought apexification again, he would have a 100% chance of success. He was reversing the very workings of extremity and the consequences of failed ascensions. It was so shocking that the being this was all centered around had tears form in his eyes when he felt his reconstructed origin. Tears that formed into stellar rivers as he gazed towards the true emperor of quintessence, doing all this with utmost reverence that he didn't even look towards Orion or Aurelia with. And when the origin of Maximilian formed 9 planes and the rod of a 9 natures extremity foundation opened for him, wild waves of extremity erupted around Noah's visage as notifications rose in waves. You have succeeded in doing the impossible, under the influence of the indefatigable dynamis of extremity. You overcame the reality of an existence that reached their absolute end, an existence that had reached their absolute end. One who could never even have the hope of achieving extremity in their lifetime. Noah reversed such a reality through nothing other than the absolute dynamis of extremity, the thing considered an absolute seat of extremity, the indefatigable dynamis. You have reversed an absolute end and gone further to open up a new beginning that guarantees the targeted existence exceeding their prior accomplishments. Your convergence of the indefatigable dynamis of extremity increases greatly, your achievements are being recorded in the Ionic annals of extremity, your authority as a quintessential Ionic curator has quintessentially risen, his achievements continued to climb as it became abundantly clear, this stage of combining concepts of extremity held too much in store. The abilities and potential alone held glorious hints of extremity itself, and all this merely stemmed from a lesser than half-formed absolute seed of extremity. What would Noah be capable of doing when this seed flourished? What would happen when he actually achieved extremity? The answer was disastrous enough to make his name feared across the 7 Ionic havens in the very near future. Chapter 24-26 A Deadly Scheme. Your authority as a quintessential Ionic curator has quintessentially risen, your authority as a quintessential Ionic curator, the prompt repeated a few times before Noah as the overabundance of cherry-colored essence swirled around him. The very essence of the indefatigable dynamis of extremity moved from him and entrenched itself into Maximilian as he established the 9 natures extremity foundation similar to the emperor penguin, the visage of Maximilian shaking as he radiated grandeur and power. He seemed to emanate the majesty of an emperor as his hair had changed to contain 9 streaks of colors matching his 9 natures extremity foundation. His eyes now swirling with multicolored light as even with all this grandeur that he gave off, his visage came to kneel on the vibrant space they were in as the tears in his eyes remained. You have done the unimaginable for me. Mere words cannot show my appreciation, but I wholeheartedly give you all of my aspects of existence. Whatever your will is, I shall carry it out. The tears in his eyes showed the unimaginable happiness at literally having the whole direction of his life flipped around. The gaze he looked towards Noah with being one that not even the Lernaean apex Ionic lifeforms ever received. Noah nodded towards Maximilian with a smile as he then looked around him once more. The gazes of all beings here were expectant and excited as Noah looked towards them and the now quiet soul clones of Orion and Aurelia as he spoke grandly, in the bounds of extremity, anything is possible. The cherry essence of the indefatigable dynamis of extremity coiled around him like an indomitable snake as he continued, in a short 2 days, the Lernaean domains are on the way to be assimilated into the infinite plane as even this accomplishment is a small one in the expanse of the Ionic haven of dissolution, much less in all of extremity. You all are about to receive an overhaul of your strength as I will reconstruct you into something even grander, so if you wish to give back, then bring to my feet the rest of the domains within the Ionic haven of dissolution, whether it is the domains of noblesse, quasarians, or planeswalkers, so long as you can use your power to conquer them under the banner of the quintessential Kainos Emperor, you have done your part. While essence buzzed as while he spoke, the very concentration of energy in the surroundings changed with every breath. The beings before him felt their blood surging as Caitlin, Yoan, Henry, Kazuhiko, Barbados, a great number of beings connected to him became even more firm in their resolve as they made promises to themselves. Strength is relative, his figure floated above the beings here as stellar cherry tendrils of light formed beneath his feet like coiling rivers. The grandeur of extremity they emanated making him feel like an ancient emperor addressing his subjects. I may seem strong now, and you may look at those who have achieved the level of apex ionic lifeforms or even the prized extremity as if they are immovable and unending, but even they die, so do not take these levels of power and attaining them to mean that we are invincible. There are unknown enemies out there butchering even those who have reached extremity, so do not be complacent. The quintessential Kainos Emperor addressed his people as their wills buzzed powerfully in response, his grand figure gazing towards them as he waved his hand to call forth an illusory blinding scroll of light. Now, as part of restructuring your strength, let me show you all how to breathe quintessence. WAA, intent on understanding as much as he could about the indefatigable dynamis of extremity, Noah also pulled out the means of the quintessential breath of extremity as alongside the goal of utilizing realm reconstruction on all prominent beings here he would have them live and breathe quintessence as he would forge existences for surpassing even the science he was now facing in the abyssal sanctimonious lands. Within the Ionic haven of dissolution, 2 points of blinding light surged towards the region of the ancestral Lerneans that had coral-colored points of light bloom lights that made any other dynamis of extremity shudder as the vast majority of apex ionic lifeforms had to go towards it to see. It meant that something profound had happened within the Ionic haven of dissolution, or a particularly powerful apex ionic lifeforms had entered this haven that they now had to be careful of. Either way, they had to see, but the moment these points of light crossed into the Lernean domains, BZZZT, a hazy veil of light simmering with extremity rose as it came with a single message: turn back. A message that caused the two lights comprising of two noblesse apex ionic lifeforms to come to a halt. After all, it carried with it the undeniable will of extremity. It didn't just appear before their eyes, but it appeared simultaneously before the figures of all apex ionic lifeforms that were seeking the origin of the oppressive dynamis of extremity. The hell? Why would something like this require the intervention of the judge of dissolution? A feminine voice filled with distaste and exasperation rang out as it was an exquisite humanoid figure of a noblesse apex ionic lifeform with glowing obsidian skin that was covered by a tight black bodysuit that mapped out every glorious curvature of her figure. Dark hair draped past her shoulders to finish off her entire black attire as her beauty was utterly cosmic. The man beside her gazed forward curiously at their advancement being stopped as he replied with caution. The judge would only interfere when called upon to make an oath, or if any fights arise with multiple apex ionic lifeforms. Or if a lesser lifeform is involved against an apex ionic lifeform. These were the changes of the birth of an essence of extremity with multiple concepts. What reason would there be for us to be stopped when we can even grasp something out of seeing its formation? For it to come from the Lernean lands also concerns me. The female noblesse apex ionic lifeform spat out her words as from her expression, one could sense great exasperation and callousness. Chapter 24-27 A Deadly Scheme. 2. For it to come from the Lernean lands also bothers me. Her last words were said with distaste as both she and the man beside her turned around to return to their domains, having received the command of someone that had reached extremity. They of course wouldn't even dare of going against it. The calculative man beside this exceedingly beautiful noblesse replied while the void buzzed around him, Euryale, your frustration with the Lerneans stems from their troops capturing over a dozen of our domains. Fucking opportunistic rats is what they are, Euryale replied with sharp eyes as she continued. Our strongest contenders are sent to the abyssal sanctimonious lands for the purposes of extremity sanctification, and they use this time to send their forces to our weakened domains. What's even more distasteful is that somehow, the eyes of that holier-than-thou Genesis seem to have shifted hands from our people and onto the commander leading the Lernean forces. As she spoke, her hands waved before them to reveal the image of a devilishly handsome young man with hair shining blue and black, his body surrounded by the light of wondrous boundaries, this figure being none other than the son of the true emperor of quintessence, and for them to be using multiple consummate boundaries, of course our unprepared troops would fall to them. It seems the cult of endless shadows reached out to them far earlier and gave them the boons we're just now grasping from the Genesis Institute of Extremity. The cult of endless shadows had their influence fall on the Lerneans as the noblesse accepted the alliance with the Genesis Institute of Extremity. The Planeswalkers had the Light of the Seven as their backing, and the Quasarians were likely to ally with the Singularity Overseers. Euryale's dark pupils shone with malice as they returned to the noblesse domains, passing through the ones currently under occupation by Lerneans as she spoke coldly, and for us to even be denied entry into Lernean lands by the Extremity Adjudicator. It's only just pushed me to carry out the plan I told you, WAA. Her words caused the man beside her to turn towards her with surprise as he shook his head while releasing calmer words out of the two. It may not be so wise, especially when extremity sanctification is just beginning in our haven with multiple forces coming in. The adjudicator is especially perceptive at a time like this to make sure that no regulations are being broken. My dear brother Richard, what I plan to do will not break any regulations. But I do want it to send a very clear message to the Lernians for them to not overstep their boundaries. I plan to simply attack a part of an apex ionic lifeform that is being used to unfairly dominate our noblesse reverends. Of course, the impact of attacks of an apex ionic lifeform can very easily carry over to the being holding the part of an apex ionic lifeform and those around him, as these will just be unintended casualties. Boom, her words were utterly deadly as she smiled with cruelty when she spoke. She knew very well their position as for the past years, their forces were using the eyes of the Lernian apex ionic lifeform they dug out for the purposes of treasure seeking. They just didn't expect them to be taken back and fused into another Lernian lifeform seamlessly, as at this point she could act in a gray area. She had immense frustrations from sitting back and dealing with the apex ionic lifeforms from the Genesis Institute of Extremity coming in while they kept their prideful dispositions and distaste while talking to the noblesse, and she had even more frustrations from seeing the domains of noblesse be taken over one after another. Being stopped by the adjudicator from even entering Lernian lands tipped her over the edge as something she had only thought of before. She wanted to put it into action now, yet beside her, Richard sighed while he rubbed his obsidian temples. O'Reilly, this whole thing just carries an unnecessary risk with very little rewards. All of those Lernians seem to be moving with clones, as even if you reach their main bodies with your attack, the strongest commanders will likely have apex ionic lifeforms protecting their main bodies. Especially this boy that has the eyes of an apex ionic lifeform. And if you do manage to kill all of their aspects of existence entirely, you will then earn the disfavor of the adjudicator of dissolution for breaking regulations. At the very least, you may be forced to accept multiple golden haven albatrosses or even an obsidian haven albatross. At worst, you may be forced to take a crimson haven albatross that even those who have reached extremity can find peril with, if not being confined for a few million years. His voice tried to be one of reason as there were too many things at stake. Even the culmination step of the extremity vein of dissolution may begin any time within the next 100 years, and this would be a stage where apex ionic lifeforms can fight for opportunities to reach extremity. Why risk all this just for a single action? O'Reilly smiled at such a thought as she turned towards Richard. You know me. Have I always been reasonable when it comes to my anger? The apex ionic lifeform opposite to her didn't reply as he instead looked past the noblesse territories passing below them while sighing. And since I will be attacking the eyes of an apex ionic lifeform, I'll only get a slap on the wrist for the casualties around it. A golden haven albatross or two at most, it doesn't really matter. But because of this, I want to ensure that my actions don't go to waste. I want to ensure that when I do make the move, it will be my strongest possible attack, and that little rat leading the Lernians and those around him receive permanent demise without question. Let's see what the prophetic potential tells me. A dazzling verdant white light shone from her dark eyes as she focused on the illusory image of Henry before her. An instant later, her brows rose as she smiled with brutality. You were right. If I were to attack now, the essence of the prophetic potential of extremity tells me that the aura of an apex ionic lifeform is near him, as they may be able to react to save his main body and a few others. I want their deaths to be certainties, so I will wait for the prognostic dynamis to tell me when the apex ionic lifeforms are furthest from the main bodies of these rats. Thereafter, I relish thinking of their despair. Let's see if they dare to make a move for the noblesse domains then. Brutal. Callous, a deadly set of words erupted from her as Richard remained entirely silent. Chapter 24-28. I love making enemies. Richard remained silent for a little while as he stared at the face of callousness and cruelty before he asked. And if the Lernian apex ionic lifeforms come to seek retribution and seek war, spark an apex war over a lesser lifeform? Doubtful. But even if they do, then what? You know how much apex ionic lifeforms are valued. Before we kill too many of them, the adjudicator of dissolution would likely intervene and stop the conflict. We may have one or two casualties on our side as to erase the power of one of the lineages vying for hegemony here. It's a worthy enough cost. I don't much care if the casualties are Irina and Gakkus, who were acting like the dogs of the Genesis Institute of Extremity, all ready to get in their good shoes. An apex war, apex ionic lifeforms represented a grand power across the havens as they were treasured. With fights to the death frowned upon, as the goal was to grow as many apex ionic lifeforms across the 7 ionic havens, but there were times when irreconcilable differences occurred, and a certain war could be waged, a war between two sides where the apex ionic lifeforms fought for supremacy, an apex war. the radiant obsidian skin of Uriel and Richard shone brightly as each one had their own thoughts. The latter thought of the consequences of all this, while the former, the essence of the prognostic dynamis of extremity, shone brightly in her eyes as she waited for the most opportune time to make a move and strike at the eyes of an apex ionic lifeform attached to a lesser lifeform. Eradicating this being's clone and the main body wherever it was hidden, her dynamis of extremity would ensure so. Her eyes held a vile and twisted sense of power, as even after living for millions or billions of years, the base nature of some beings never changed. If cruelty and unreasonableness were ingrained in their minds, they wouldn't so easily fade away in time, and so, an utterly unreasonable apex ionic lifeform set her eyes on the visage of Henry Osmond and the vassals following him. As the fallout to come from the action she wanted to commit was unknown, within the depths of the abyssal sanctimonious lands, colossal obelisks floated in the vibrant space as titanic leviathans of dissolution stood imposingly above them, every single one lying in front of the path leading towards the crimson extremity panacea blooming in the distance. Scions of extremely powerful inheritances moved around with intent and purpose as among the most powerful, their bodies buzzed with unique circulation methods as boundary essences surged around them with purpose and glory. The visage of the quintessential emperor of extremity remained stellar as his cosmic purple-blue humanoid form gained a hint of coral-colored grandeur, the essence of indefatigable dynamis of extremity seemingly adding its color to his stellar humanoid form as he stared towards the laid-back figure of Ericsson, of the scion stemming from the Sima clan, who just extended an invitation. So he replied calmly and with grandiosity, "I don't know much about the Sima clan to decide whether it is worthy of having someone like me." Words that drew sharp breaths for those spreading their wills here to listen. These words even caused the scions adorned in suits behind Master Ericsson to squint their eyes sharply, while Ericsson himself smiled and laughed boisterously. With guts to say things like that, you're fit to join the Sima clan. Since you didn't give me a straight answer, I'll assume you aren't thinking of joining factions right now, or you're holding back since you aren't yet aware of what it truly means to join a hegemony like the Sima clan. How about we have a friendly competition for the first extremity panacea over there? I'll get to show you what Sima means, as whether I win it or you win it. You can make your decision then. His words were those of grandeur and confidence, even after seeing the light radiating from Noah's body that explicitly showed a high-tier dynamis of extremity. Ericsson was actually not fearful as he proposed an amicable competition. The eyes consisted of spinning infinite singularities within Noah's blank face twisted into a devilish smile as he replied, "I don't normally have amicable competitions. Anyone I compete with for anything normally ends up devoured by me to lay the stones of my foundation." When he fought or competed against others, it was melee enemies who in the end would grant loot. Yet towards his words, Ericsson pointed freely in the distance as he also smiled calmly. "I'm sure those guys in the distance will be enough for you to devour and remain happy for now." "What will it be?" A scion of the Sima clan extended a proposal as after the curiosity of the quintessential emperor of extremity was piqued, he waved his hand while nodding and reading the waves of providence and destiny. "Then let me see the caliber of scions who sit above normal ionic inheritances of extremity." Good. "Let's go." The scions adorned in suits behind him faded and moved out of the way as the astounding countenance of Ericsson shot out like a bullet, a blinding light shining from Noah's reified source of quintessence as he also disappeared. Around the same time, the voice of Iam rang out across the space, "You two seem to think you're the only powerful ones here." BZZZT. Her figure also shot out like a blazing sun as from multiple other directions, potent auras far exceeding the norms of reverend emperors appeared one after another to prove themselves. In the distance, the words uttered by Noah and Ericsson were picked up on by Foss and the few hundred scions surrounding Noah's 8 other reified sources of extremity. Foss's expression was unpleasant as the runic magic circle below his feet radiated even deadlier light as his voice echoed out towards Noah's different forms that had begun to be wrapped with an incandescent coral-colored light. "You're obviously someone with status belongings to an ionic inheritance of extremity. Are you sure you should be making enemies with this many scions of multiple inheritances? Can you manage the stress that shall be pressing down on you and your people?" Chapter 24-29. I love making enemies. 2. Can you handle the pressure that shall be pressing down on you and your people? Foss questioned whether this being truly wanted an all-out war when they could all be focusing on procuring extremity panaceas, yet the form of Noah sitting on an apocalyptic warhorse stepped forward and spoke with a cold smile. "I love making enemies." It was the harbinger of entropy bellicus. He carried the devilish looks of Noah's main body along with swirling waves of entropy as he continued, "The reified forms of the arcane haven source engine, the apocalyptic haven dragon of ruin, the nullified phoenix of cataclysm, the the Dreamer of Extremity, the Ionic Demon Emperor of Destruction, the Ionic Cash Bringer, and the Vampire of Extreme Sanguinity all stood beside him with glorious waves of power, each one expressing Noah's soul and will through their own extremes. I love making enemies so much that I even treat my enemies better than my friends. After all, my enemies are kind enough to give me loot. His demeanor was imposing as he didn't take a step back, those facing him realizing this fully as Phos' expression hardened. He was Phos of the extremity of light from the Ionic haven of Helios. Magic circles constantly rotated around his body, his hair shining with a stellar white and blue luster as he was someone of great standing. For his own pride and to stand for the honor of the name of Ionic inheritances of extremity, he had chosen to stand against this being and teach him a lesson. But this was before learning that this being was one that had already managed to step on the path of forming a dynamis of extremity with multiple concepts within it. The pressure he felt from the essence that seemed to go from a light crimson to coral to cherry red felt the same as what a select few apex ionic lifeforms in his extremity of light gave off. Since he was a being with such an identity, Phos had tried to back off just now, but this being was unreasonable. Even when others gave him a step back, he didn't do the same as he barreled towards conflict with 100 more steps, so he voiced out to those he had garnered the support of around him. Extremity panaceas have begun to bloom as this fiend lies before us to purposefully stop our advancement. Go all out and let's wrap this up quickly. WAA. In the surroundings, dozens of sources of light glimmered as the bodies of the scions stemming from ionic inheritances of extremity buzzed with grandeur, each one using their own unique circulation modus operandi to churn their boundaries across their bodies and achieve a terrific effect of power. Phos and the other scions from the extremity of light did the same as their bodies became covered by a hazy cerulean gold light, each of them achieving a state of superluminal speed as facing off against any other scions. They were a force to fear. Yet the 8 reified sources of extremity before them also erupted at this moment as the vampire of extreme sanguinity that represented the boundary of blood stepped forth beside Bellicus, his image being that of an existence that all vampires revere. And tremble as his mere presence as silver hair dripped past his shoulders, an illusory endless sea of blood could be seen in his eyes and stretched out behind him as he seemed like a more refined and slender visage of Noah. His silver strands of hair that seemed like silver rivers of reality vibrating as he spoke with a devilish smile. You called it the circulation of boundaries, a question that caused an awe-inspiring foreboding sense to descend. As the scions of various inheritances circulated their boundary essences, Noah gazed at them with cold disdain as he spoke out grandly, "This is the circulation of boundaries." Thump. His devilishly handsome face exhaled in as all those here felt like they heard the beating of an ancient drum. His chest then expanded as he breathed in. And the moment he did so, everything went haywire. Bzzzt, torrential waves of essence in the surroundings were seemingly pulled towards the reified sources of blood as he wasn't alone. All 8 of Noah's reified sources here breathing in quintessentially as it seemed all concepts of extremity were flowing towards them. Even the circulating essence within the bodies of the scions was disrupted and brought to a halt as their methods of circulation were affected and superseded. A decent number of skins turning red and spitting out crimson gold blood from the mere aftershock of his breath, of Noah simply breathing. His 8 reified bodies then released incandescent glows as even if one took the strength of the aura of a dynamis of extremity swirling around him. The way his body hummed from the circulation of more than a dozen boundaries released a pressure multiple levels more than any of the scions surrounding him. A heavy silence briefly descended before soon after, "Oh, fuck this." Those in the periphery of forces surrounding Noah had their senses buzz as some retracted, standing up for the name of Ionic inheritances of extremity and began pulling back. Many beings here had their pride and arrogance as they would stand for the name of their inheritances, but when seeing the mere breathing of the entity they surrounded throw the whole surroundings into chaos and even suppress their own circulation methods, some instantly knew to take a step back. Yet at such a juncture, now is no time to regret the choices already made. The figure of the dreamer of extremity, Noah's reified source of dreams, uttered out grandly as he was decorated in sandy gold robes, an immaculate reality of dreams forming around him as to his left. The reified sources of ruin, the apocalyptic haven dragon of ruin, spoke next while releasing a cherry-colored light that was mixed with an immense shadow of darkness. Now is the time for you all to hold on tightly to your destiny, and make sure that it is not brought to an untimely end. Ionic antimana. Hung, a hint of crimson, a hint of white, a hint of blue, a hint of immense darkness, all mixed in and burst outwards into a realm that covered all the enemies near Noah. Antimana. What Noah would have been able to utilize fully at 100% convergence of the first unnamed dynamis of extremity, what attained before even a quarter of the convergence of the indefatigable dynamis of extremity was completed. What exactly did it entail? A glimpse of a single sentence within its description predicted the terrors to come. Ionic antimana, the complete deniability of the workings of reality. Chapter 2430, The Dread of Antimana. Ionic antimana, born from a collection of beginnings and ends, this feature is usable with the essence of indefatigable dynamis of extremity. It requires a large amount of ionic soul values to activate, with the cost increasing based on the area this skill covers, and an even larger quantity to keep active, with the required value varying until the full quantification of the boons of the quintessential breath of extremity are obtained in regards to resource regeneration. The feature of antimana stands for the complete deniability of the workings of reality. Over the area it covers, the very essence of reality is denied as the targets contained within face non-existence. The very makeup of the fabric of reality is denied as targets cannot comprehend space, time, essence, and all other factors that make up reality, as if they spend enough time in an area of antimana, their very existence may be denied. In such an area absent of reality, only the essence of the indefatigable dynamis of extremity can lead the way forward. Only the absolute seat of extremity can show the way forward. Yes, the description of antimana was utterly disastrous, as its usage was also quite costly. And something that had to be done for Noah to fully grasp just how draining this feature would be on his soul. He had to also acclimate with the quintessential breath of extremity modus operandi. The description of the first volume of this extremity circulation method was not fully completed, as Noah had to find out its boons for himself, where on top of the birth of the indefatigable dynamis of extremity through it, there was also the factor of how greatly his aspects of existence were affected, as the rate his soul values recovered was substantial with every breath he now took, and this was exactly the time for experimentation in all fields. What did antimana promise? Deniability from reality. In the expanded dense field of antimana, Noah wanted to experience what his enemies felt as with just his reified source of dreams. He recalled the essence of indefatigable dynamis of extremity. He recalled it as an instant later, an immense and confounding darkness covered his reified source of dreams, a darkness so heavy that in less than a nanosecond, the reified source of dreams erupted with the essence of indefatigable dynamis of extremity, as his golden-tinted face was dark and somber. Well, shit, in just the span of less than a nanosecond, this portion of Noah's will didn't wish to be in the effects of antimana any longer, as they were just that dreadful. No sense of time or space, no spatial awareness. His reified source of dreams couldn't even feel the core circulating across its body, as Noah had to forcefully cause the essence of indefatigable dynamis of extremity to erupt from its origin through the connection of his soul. It felt entirely disagreeable to him as the caster. So just how dreadful was the feeling for his enemies? Phos figure was covered by a superluminal light when the darkness mixed with the magnificence of red, white, and blue surged out at a speed that came to instantly cover everything nearby, at a speed that seemed faster than his superluminal light speed. But he knew it wasn't faster, it was simply the authority of the dynamis of extremity exceeding most others here, as this was the reason for his speed being overcome. But even this darkness would not be able to hold him. He roared out and crushed multiple apex ionic soul totems on his body as dazzling grandeur of power erupted from his body just as the enveloping darkness wrapped all around him, and, his mind buzzed as the lights of the apex ionic soul totems he just sent out seemed to entirely disappear, as he couldn't feel them anymore. The dozens of scions behind him and around him from the extremity of light, and the dozens more behind him, also all disappeared before his gaze and will. What is this? His expression changed as he truly couldn't see anything. It felt like he was in a void of nothingness, as all of a sudden he felt the superluminal circulation modus operandi he was utilizing begin to falter, as the 9 boundary essences he was flowing to grant him immense strength also began to falter. And the moment this small weakness appeared, a cherry-colored magnificence flashed from the darkness and silently wrapped around him, as in the next instant, he couldn't feel the core of the boundaries he always controlled. His soul then buzzed as he realized he couldn't even feel his own body, nor could he feel his origin. Even though his soul should have been entirely assimilated into all of his aspects of existence, he actually couldn't feel his body and origin at this moment. A sense of apprehension began to rise in his soul as he tried to send his will out. And nothing, no reaction, immense darkness, no source of light. There seemed to be nothing around him, as there was also immense and absolute silence. How can it be so silent? This thought came down dreadfully, as Phos didn't like that he had fallen under his enemy's attack for this long. In this period of time, his enemy could have attacked his body or even held his defenseless aspects of existence hostage. Time. When Phos thought of this, his soul further felt a rising sense of dread as he realized he couldn't tell how much time had passed. A nanosecond? A millisecond? Less than that? Or more? Foss couldn't tell as he utterly felt nothing, only darkness surrounded him. He felt like a small minuscule grain of sand floating in this darkness as nothing about him could be felt. In such a situation, his soul felt an increasing sense of dread as he wanted to bellow out that he had made a mistake and that his Ionic inheritance would pay any price to settle this misunderstanding. But there was no voice, he had no voice, no feeling, no hearing, nothing. He didn't even know if he was floating up or down, or if he was even floating at all. Chapter 2431 The Dread of Antimana. 2. The sense of dread that Foss felt only grew as at this moment, he began to feel the soul that he was thinking with. A sliver of it began to be eaten away and disappear. He wanted to reach out and defend, but he couldn't even feel any essence or even rouse any part of his soul. The dread only increased. I was wrong. He couldn't bellow out, so he spoke within his soul as loudly as he could in hopes of the other side hearing his words, but there was no reply. The dread in his soul grew as Foss once more realized he didn't know how much time had passed. He only wondered in the darkness as he began to count the seconds. 10, 1000. 1 million. He tried to steer his soul in any direction as he truly couldn't feel anything. He continued to count down the seconds. He counted until a whole day passed. Is he just keeping us all hostage? He can keep the skill up for this long? The dread in Foss' heart only increased as he continued to count. A week passed. The dread entirely gave way to fear. A year passed. At this point, Foss' soul was numb as more and more slivers were lost, with the constant nothingness around him having nearly driven him crazy as other reverends. He felt like they wouldn't have even lasted a day, but his soul was strong, so he continued to count. 100 years passed, fear and paranoia filled Foss' soul as it didn't make sense anymore. No being should be able to cast an ability like this for such a long time. Did it mess with his sense of time? If it could block away even sensation and vision, maybe the time he felt wasn't entirely correct, but Foss had been counting the seconds this whole time as he shouldn't be wrong. If he waited long enough, he would be able to overcome this. 1,000 years passed. Did he take our bodies and keep them locked in a domain this whole time, never fully waking us up? The dread in Foss's soul began to give way to countless possibilities and paranoia. 10,000 years passed. This was far more than Foss had lived his entire lifetime. 1,000,000 years passed. Foss could barely think anymore. His soul felt empty as countless slivers had left him. Despair filled his heart. Immense regret filled every part of his soul as every now and then he screamed out, hoping the other side could hear him. 100 million years passed. They had to have passed. After all, he was counting this whole time. Let's see, where was I? At this moment, he lost count. His soul was blank. He felt like there was not a sliver of it remaining that could be filled away. He felt nothing, absolutely and utterly nothing. If only, in the last 1,000,000 years, this thought had begun to repeat over and over again. After another 1,000,000 years, he couldn't think anymore. The complete blankness and nothing around him. He felt like he was ground down and becoming a part of it, and the moment he had this thought, the thought process of the one known as Foss ceased to exist. Any sliver of existence entirely disappeared. Noah's soul felt a great strain as just with the passing of a few nanoseconds, he felt like his soul was churning like an engine and had nearly every part of its soul values squeezed dry. He recalled the cast antimana in just a few nanoseconds after its effects came down. He didn't need to keep it active any longer, and he couldn't bear the cost to keep it active any longer. But the crux of it was that he didn't need to. Because for the enemies within the affected area, the receding darkness showed their fates as even Noah was stunned at what had occurred in the span of 5 to 8 nanoseconds since he cast Ionic antimana. There were a few hundred scions of Ionic inheritances of extremity that were covered by the wide domain of antimana to the extent where Noah was able to spread it. Each of them had their own unique extremity circulation modus operandi and multiple tools like Ionic soul totems, yet at this moment, their figures couldn't be seen. The only thing the wills of all reverence here stared at in complete shock and grimness was a collection of radiant dust, glimmering stellar dust. This was all that remained. This was all that was there to show evidence that a few hundred scions were just surrounding the 8 reified sources of extremity. And before Noah's will, the sources of 327 zenith boundary expansion realm existences have been absorbed into your origin and turned into Ionic loot light of quintessence. Ionic loot light of quintessence can be exchanged for different sets of loot of your choosing. Prompts cascaded down as the only thing prevalent was immense silence. Those in the surroundings felt their souls buzzing in complete shock at the reality that had just occurred, with any scion nearby very quickly pulling away from the region Noah's reified source of extremity were in as their faces held utmost caution. And how could they not hold caution? they had just witnessed hundreds of scions unimaginably destroyed within a span of mere nanoseconds, and it had happened in such an inexplicable way as even now. They didn't know how it was possible. It could only be attributed to his frightening dynamis of extremity that caused even the scion of the Sima clan to invite him, the frightening indefatigable dynamis of extremity that gave way freely to antimana, a dreadful capability that denied the very fabric of reality to those affected unless they had a strong dynamis of extremity to defend their souls or another means to replicate something like a dynamis with the same level of power. Their only fate would be turning into nothingness. To them, a single nanosecond may have felt like a million years. To them, time itself held no value, as they could undergo the decomposition of trillions of years being broken down by the indefatigable dynamis of extremity. In less than a nanosecond, Chapter 2432 Fiend. The feature that Noah had ushered forth was truly enough for one to earnestly call it dreadful, and if its display had given even him a shock, what of the masses watching this? All the scions near Noah moved away as a deafening silence descended. The action that was just carried out was a heavy one, an impossible one, and a dreadful one, as it carried too many implications. A myriad of beings had vastly different reactions, the most common one being great caution as in the far distance. Even some of the powerful lights surging in the same direction as Noah's quintessential emperor of extremity paused and increased their distances from Noah. This was how off balance everyone was from a single move that he made, yet there were also those that didn't change their path, and even though they showed shock and amazement, fear did not show on their faces. I am of the infinite extremity was one of them. The other was Ericsson of the Sima clan, as his wide visage actually drew closer to Noah, his boisterous voice ringing out as he moved across space in his beach attire. Another bold action that many here cannot even perform, nor would they even dare to. What is the name of the dynamis you have forged that has made such a thing possible? Instead of feeling even a sense of fear, this being maintained his carefree demeanor as Noah's stellar gaze had its curiosity roused for the secrets of this being and what gave them such a high level of confidence. His gaze straight towards the crimson extremity panaceas that was surrounded by massive leviathans of dissolution as he spoke out a single word with clarity: indefatigable, WAA. The word caused an eruption of cherry-colored essence around him that reminded others very quickly of the actions around the 8 reified sources of extremity in the distance. The scions near this part of Noah's body moving even further back, yet the visage of Ericsson, who heard this word, smiled as he repeated it to himself. Indefatigable, a strong name, an immovable distinction. Ericsson very much liked this word as he nodded, appreciating this being before him even more, as now he was even more befitting to join the Sima clan. As for why he wasn't fearful of a being who could erase a few hundred scions in a matter of nanoseconds, this was due to his own power, as like the rare few entities that beings spoke about in hushed tones, he was someone whose very soul was warped under the light of extremity, as one of his many identities was that of a being with a mutated soul. A mutation was what he initially thought of this part of him, but his distinguished teacher within the Sima clan had told him to look at it as an early variation of extremity, as something that he could fully attain in the future that would allow him to do unimaginable things. So he at times considered himself a mutated entity, and at times did not, as everything was ultimately part of extremity. But this mutation had granted him a reality-altering capability that was the core reason for him being where he was today, something that he termed over his lifetime as ionic probability distortion, the utilization of his ionic soul values to quite literally distort the probabilities of the very structure of reality. An example was the scion who had chosen to attack him a little bit earlier, that he had turned into a crushed pulp with a wave of his hand, the likelihood of extinguishing the very aspects of existence of that scion with a mere wave of his hands without any input of abilities or essence was 0%, so he simply distorted this probability to 100% against an enemy whose ionic soul values were much lesser than his. Barely a shred of anything was used up from his soul as he waved his hands and achieved this probability. The likelihood of attaining a dynamis of extremity before apexification was less than 0.01%. With his current soul strength, he was able to tweak this likelihood of such a reality to 75%, as while the many consummate boundary essences circulated across his body, he could feel a convergence of boundaries being forcefully put together to follow this increased probability. The likelihood of him forging an extremity foundation even without an extremity panacea that was less than 1%, he could also distort this, as he didn't even truly need the extremity panaceas here. This was his power that caused the elders of the Sima clan to favor him and allow him to do what he wished all these years. Attaining resources that others couldn't even imagine, he could use this reality-altering capability actively or passively, as one of the few passive distorted probabilities was the fact that there was a 0% chance for his defenses to be penetrated by any outside sources of essence at all times. Distorting such a likelihood took over a fourth of his ionic soul values out of circulation to always keep it active, but it granted him an immense level of confidence and protection as this probability would not be altered until every part of his soul was used up, so even though this being displayed inexplicable means with his dynamis of extremity, Ericsson still trusted in his capability to distort the very probabilities of reality as the things he had shown were only the tip of the iceberg, so his figure continued towards the crimson extremity panaceas as he thought about how to distort reality to recruit this unique existence before him. As for the 8 beings in the center of stellar dust all around them, nobody dared to even direct their hostility towards these 8 reified sources of extremity after what a single one of them had just done. Grimness filled the space with floating obelisks as the dense silence became even more firm, with it seeming that nobody would truly dare to show any sense of hostility towards these beings after this, but, even in a field of geniuses, there would always be an idiot or two. Chapter 2433 Fiend 2. In the far distance, while surrounded by over a dozen other white-robed scions, a woman with a sharp gaze and languid eyes was the first one to speak amidst a deafening silence as her expression was grim. You may be a scion of some great unknown inheritance, but you still cannot take such an action of eradicating the scions of multiple inheritances. One could see utmost caution and alarm in her eyes, and yet this woman still seemingly forced herself to speak as if it was her duty. She was from one of the allied inheritances of the extremity of light, an inheritance only slightly below the clans like Sema. She was a scion of the Church of Perpetual Light, even though she felt the sense of wildness and unprecedented danger from this being. It was her duty as a member of the Church of Perpetual Light to point out the grave wrongs others committed, no matter how powerful they may be. Her fair face filled with utmost beauty shone with brilliance as stellar white strands of hair cascaded down, her pink lips moving once more amidst the stern silence. We are all competing for the grandeur of extremity as we know conflict is unavoidable, but all inheritances know that within our competition, we do not seek lethality. Killing others is frowned upon as killing hundreds of scions that are potential war forces who are bound to become apex ionic lifeforms and future experts grasping extremity. This in itself is a grave sin. Her white hair gave off a glorious radiance as her eyes shone with righteous light, her courage rising amidst the continued silence as she felt the agreement from all scions watching this from afar. Inherently, we are all allies here seeking extremity to fight a common enemy. With your origins and power, you should know this full well. What you have just done is make great enemies out of every inheritance that you just erased a part of their forces, simply breeding hostility and disharmony. Cease any more of this conflict and be ready to reimburse the involved inheritances, as in the end, none of us benefit from these deaths amongst each other, when there was a much greater enemy. Why would they resort to killing each other so freely? Her words seemed to resonate with the other scions of the Church of Perpetual Light as an instant after, a reply came from the being she addressed. Then, while surrounded by hundreds of scions intent on killing me, I should have just silently died and not fought back. The calm voice filled with royalty and grandeur rang out as it caused the scion of the Church of Perpetual Light to become entirely ashen, and this was because she heard this voice right beside her ears. Bzzzt. Noah's dreamer of extremity suddenly appeared behind this scion. His fair hands, tinted with the majesty of dreams, was bathed with the cherry light of the indefatigable dynamis of extremity. His hand snaked forth like a pillar of cataclysm as the body of this scions erupted with multiple lights of ionic soul totems, her body inherently circulating her boundaries as those around her instantly attacked while pulling back, yet, crack, the barriers of defenses that contained hints of the majesty of even apex ionic lifeforms through totems were broken down one after another as if they didn't exist, the scion bellowing out once she felt unmatched danger as she used the point of impact to allow her body to be shot backwards like a cannonball. She breathed haggardly as she looked towards the figure who didn't even gaze at the attack swarming towards him from other scions of the Church of Perpetual Light. Her eyes turning utterly furious as she bellowed out once more, "Cease your actions. There is no reality where you make any permanent gains here, only enemies. If you continue, none of us will even have to lift a hand before you will be struck down by the very adjudicator of this haven." Her eyes carried a light of defiance as she was ready to crush more apex ionic soul totems while keeping her gaze on the dreamer of extremity, but she once more heard a voice right beside her ears that caused the color to drain from her face. "I would like to see who can even try to stop me." Before she could even turn, the wide hands of Noah's vampire of extreme sanguinity smashed onto her head and titled it unnaturally. His jaws opening as white gold canines with extremely sharp points sank towards her neck, all defenses being eradicated instantly as crimson gold blood overflowed. The body of the scion from the Church of Perpetual Light then convulsed as a crimson singularity of light boomed from her body, her clear eyes becoming veiled in a hazy crimson light as when the vampire of extreme sanguinity lifted his fangs from her fair neck. A grand feeling of potency emanated from her as she instantly got on her knees while bowing towards the devilish figure of Noah. "Forgive me for my words, master." On her forehead, a deeply crimson infinity symbol bloomed to life as the reified source of blood showed off a portion of its current capabilities, forcefully dominating the blood and soul of its target. Outcries emanated out from the nearby scions of the Church of Perpetual Light at such a scene as a dense number of boundaries were circulated, the light of dozens of ionic soul totems being crushed, blooming as aside from Noah's Dreamer of Extremity and the Vampire of Extreme Sanguinity, the Arcane Haven Source Engine, Nullified Phoenix of Cataclysm, and the other remaining reified sources of extremity moved with their bodies tinted by the cherry-colored light of the indefatigable dynamis of extremity, their voices ringing out in unison. "I remember all those who encircled me ready to attack, even those on the fringes that have now retreated. Once they pay the price of placing their hostility on me, my work is done. Those who opt to defend or fight for them, you can only join them on the path they have chosen." Chapter 24:34 Fiend 3. A scramble. This was the most apt description after Noah's words that he remembered those who had surrounded him, and anyone who defended them would join his list. Those who had the intent to attack and even those who managed to throw out attacks that were swallowed up by anti-mana knew who they were as they didn't wish to face, thus being each of them rushing towards the most powerful clusters of scions to seek safety in numbers and those with much greater status, and in the midst of all this, Noah's reified sources of extremity moved across the battlefield with the glimmer of the indefatigable dynamis of extremity being something that even these scions who circulated multiple boundary essences couldn't handle. After all, such a thing was commonly found on powerful apex ionic lifeforms. Unless they had a similar to it or uniqueness of a different form, denying its effects was an impossibility. So when the nullified phoenix of cataclysm released glacial typhoons of nullity, or the mysterious sanctuary power mechanism spat out a sea of cerulean singularities pulsing with a cherry light at their very center, no, their defenses could not last for longer than a nanosecond as they perished. It was to the extent that a sense of deep apprehension and even a sliver of fear began to appear within those scrambling away. It was to the extent that one of the few remaining scions from the Church of Perpetual Light bellowed out while his figure remained a streak that ran away in the distance. "Stop this wanton killing. Nothing is gained from this," a call to stop this fight for retribution. But when Foss garnered hundreds of scions to surround Noah, had anyone screamed for it to stop? Not a single being did. So Noah himself, he didn't stop, until those that had surrounded him were returned their hostility in kind. He couldn't stop. It was to the extent that those who earned his gaze shot backwards with utter grimness as they gritted their teeth and bellowed out, "Fiend! Do you know how many enemies you are?" Maki dash, boom, the core of the indefatigable dynamis of extremity smashed down from Noah's ionic cash-bringer as this voice was silenced an instant after. But it didn't take long for others to bellow out with regret and unwillingness as Noah's 8 reified sources of extremity moved across the massive obelisks to hunt down all those that had encircled him before. "Fiend!" The shouts rose like a cacophony, one that doesn't see reason, and the bellows only increased in volume. "Fiend!" The voices continued to rise and drone outwards as it got to the point that even truly powerful reverends from the most powerful of heritages frowned. Off in the far distance, near the cluster of scions who were about to come in contact with the leviathans of dissolution that were seemingly guarding the first panacea to bloom, the figure of I Am frowned as her will felt the chaos and true deaths occurring behind her. Her clear eyes going towards Noah as she knew a bit more things than others regarding the delicate situation of inheritances, their purpose, and what each scion here stood for. Blood must be repaid with blood as she understood where he was coming from, but this scale of wiping out scions of multiple ionic heritages of extremity, it wouldn't end at just this. As thinking about the distinctiveness of this being, her gaze focused on the one holding the stellar form not too far from her, and she then sent a mental message that only he would be able to hear: "You're in the right for seeking retribution, but the deaths of this many scions are not something that will simply be swept under the rug. You may want to take a step back after already killing so many." Her words were those of caution as she was very familiar with how heritages worked, and for them to have entire groups of their scions erased, they truly would not be able to sit still. Yet towards her words, I Am felt a reply filled with conviction and grandeur reverberate in her soul as Noah's figure of the quintessential emperor of extremity only glanced at her once. "I bear the weight of all my choices. Whether it is the death of one scion or hundreds that stood against me, I will never falter because of any consequences that would arise from it. His heart was clear as his soul was resolute, no matter what their background was. No matter who stood behind them, no matter the rules that others imposed, the true emperor of quintessence would move according to his own will, as he would not fear the wills of others. I heard his reply clearly while her body began to blaze like a burning sun, a massive leviathan of dissolution appearing before her as they began to move, her horn radiating grandeur. Noah's words resonated in her mind, across the stretches of spacetime, across the very layers of havens, within the haven of Genesis, Penumbra, Helios, the myriad of the 7 Ionic havens that had their heritages send science to seek extremity through sanctification in the haven of dissolution, across these pristine lands that were all past the initiation step and the culmination step of the extremity sanctification. The supreme Aeon creatures across multiple heritages tracking the science they sent out found themselves rising up in perplexity and anger as the soul medallions of their geniuses were shattering one after another. The Genesis Institute of Extremity, the Extremity of Light, the Church of Perpetual Light. These and many more inheritances found great oddity in the fact that either a large percentage of their scions were eradicated at once, and some inheritances even felt the destruction of the souls of all of their scions occur. It was a maddening reality to come across, as in the Church of Perpetual Light within the haven of Helios, in the vast stretches of a golden sky, a crystalline domain the size of hundreds of major planes of existence floated grandly as it seemed all source of light was converging around it, the grandeur of extremity shining all of it as it was unknown how many supreme Aeon creatures were here, much less how many of them had achieved extremity. Chapter 24:35 Fiend. For, at this moment, within the depths of this crystalline bordered domain floating in an endless stretch of skies, the wills of multiple apex Ionic lifeforms came together as they faced an unprecedented situation, a light source shooting from them and alerting the extremities of light as it sought justice. Sirs, our scions are being eradicated en masse in the Ionic haven of dissolution, as it cannot be the work of any tools of dissolution. We seek understanding and accountability on how all of this was allowed to happen, the mass deaths of their scions within the Ionic haven of dissolution. How could this occur when everything was supposed to be under the gaze of a being more powerful than all of them? Such complaints arose within the Church of Perpetual Light as their true sources of power were alerted, and such a scene repeated across over a few dozen inheritances as the esteemed extremities of these massive hegemonies were called upon to rectify and understand how such a thing was allowed to happen, within an immaculate and veiled domain that very few beings could access in the Ionic haven of dissolution. An existence that seeped the very pure essence of extremity from every breath she took could be seen as her veiled visage could not hide the frown she currently had. This was because within the space she was in, there were tens of thousands of screens showing different things, with a few illusory screens magnified and made bigger as they revealed the happenings around the Ionic haven of dissolution. Her frown was caused by nothing else other than the events blooming on some of the magnified screens perpetrated by a single being. Because of his actions, there was a buzz of extremity around this being as a bubble with a trace of soul power appeared from it, a voice coming out from the other side. O adjudicator of dissolution! How is the sanctification of dissolution proceeding? The voice was deep and filled with the grandeur of extremity as not too long after it rose, another bubble with a trace of a soul popped as another voice rang out, esteemed Svetlana. Were there new surprises we did not know of in the extremity sanctification of the last haven? Messages of existences pulsing with extremity began to pour in one after another as each of them were very nicely contrived, not a single one actually mentioning anything regarding the events that had happened, as those that had reached extremity held deep respect towards each other. Not a single being reaching out towards the adjudicator of dissolution voiced out their words that brought into question her authority or what she was doing, and they merely asked what was happening and whether the initiation step of the extremity vein of dissolution was very different from those of other havens. But the reason they reached out was clear, as at this moment, the adjudicator of dissolution sighed while her hand moved. It released a wondrous glow of extremity that sank down into a void of nothingness. This glow traversed extremely far distances as it sank into an abyss, stretching past storms of nullity and ruin until it reached a raging battlefield that held scions of powerful inheritances that had a small portion trying to escape from the grips of a being they were calling a fiend. And at this moment, this glow of extremity descended as in the region where this battle was taking place, where some scions were escaping while 8 reified sources of extremity were chasing and destroying anything on their path. Everything came to a stop, all moments, all circulation of essence. It was extremely eerie and unique, as when such a thing happened, joy actually rose in the eyes of the frozen scions as they also breathed sighs of relief. some even thought inwardly, good, finally, the fiend shall pay. Relief and joy erupted out from the frozen scions as in the regions unaffected by this clustered battle, the eyes of beings like Iam, Ericsson, and Atlas frowned while they surged towards the first extremity panacea as if this didn't concern them. Their wills were also on the figure of Noah's quintessential emperor of extremity who continued forward just like them in this affected region. His body only gazing back at the frozen battlefield from afar as his eyes shone sharply, in the domains of the Lernaeans, above a sandy-filled sky that held a plane of existence below. Noah's Avalon-dimensional chassis was about to begin the process of devouring one of the last remaining Lernaean domains when a glow of extremity descended and instantly washed over his visage, his figure disappearing an instant later as he felt an undeniable will wrap around everything. This will took him across space and time as he very quickly found himself in a region of nothingness, not the nothingness his Aeon and anti-mana could call forth, but a different sense of nothingness as he could feel space around him. But it seemed like there was nothing else as this space stretched out endlessly to the point that even his will could not see its end. In such a place, a source of light unfolded and brightened up everything as the aura alone was suffocating and encompassing at the same time. It caused his soul to buzz as he knew he could not currently resist this aura, but there was also an unknown pull that made his soul want to bow in reverence. When his tyrannical nature felt such emotions, his hockey flowed as the very aura of quintessence flowed over him, his head remaining straight as he gazed towards the being before him with clarity, an entity that had far surpassed the stage of boundary expansion realm. An entity that had expanded a concept, until it reached its extreme. Such a being presented herself before him as Noah had only seen a glimpse of her hand when Caesar was taken away. Pure extremity flourished from her body as Noah felt his boundaries dance around madly, seemingly gazing up at where they sought to be. The being was hidden entirely in black as even the veil could not hide the unimaginable beauty beneath it, her voice magnetic as it seemed to be coming from all sides. Noah. Osmond, it was not the time for you and I to meet. WAA. In the midst of a chaotic situation, one of Noah's bodies came face to face with an existence that had long since attained extremity. Chapter 2436. Is that how it works? A sense of mystery and grandeur, a sense of her visage being larger than the very reality itself as the aura she gave off was enough to bring any reverend to their knees, and yet Noah calmly gazed at this veiled being as his tyrannical soul fought off any feelings of reverence trying to bloom. His lineage would not allow for such a thing. A regal purple light covered his Avalon dimensional chassis as he replied in a tone that was nowhere close to servile, "You are right. It is not time for you and I to meet. I should not be here in this space with you, nor should my other bodies be frozen and stopped on the path they were on in the abyssal sanctimonious lands. And yet here we are." These words were said with a straight face as even before a being as pristine as her, the back of the true emperor of quintessence didn't bend. Even though his words may have great repercussions, he still spoke as he did, and the veiled existence seeping extremity before him didn't reveal any emotions as the space of nothingness they were in was fully filled with light with a wave of her hands. Her voice then came from all sides like before as it seemed to have entirely ignored Noah's words. "Do you know what the most critical thing is when it comes to attaining extremity?" WAA. A grand question emanated out as Noah's boundaries pulsed at the mere words. The figure of the esteemed extremity before Noah raising her fair correct hand and forming a fist as she continued, "It is confidence. The type of confidence dwelling deep within one's soul as they have a type of certainty that no matter how long it would take, they would inevitably achieve extremity. To be certain of extremity when one isn't even close to it. This is the most crucial thing, as if one ever had even a sliver of doubt in their heart, extremity would forever be from their reach. Confidence, the certainty deep within one's soul that they would reach extremity. When it came to Noah himself, it was never a question in his mind whether he would attain extremity or not. He knew that it was something he would attain sooner rather than later, as when it came to these words from this veiled existence before him, he did not disagree. Her hand unfurled at this moment as Noah felt as if her gaze fully settled on him. This is why whenever I meet supreme ionic lifeforms who stand tall and speak freely with confidence before me, I do not knock them down or force them to speak subserviently. So I will not do that to you either. Because in the end, it is a benefit to us all, to all the races and creeds of the 7 Ionic havens. Whenever a new esteemed extremity enters our ranks, her words seem like the vocals of a celestial being that nobody should get the honor of listening to. Noah's boundaries resonating with the voice of this being as his body seemed to want to pull itself towards the same state of extremity that she had attained, yet towards these dazzling words, Noah's soul held strong as he replied sharply, "That's why I'm here? To benefit the countless races of the 7 Ionic havens by not killing those who had the intent to kill me." he was brought here as the whole region of the battlefield where his 8 reified sources of extremity moved was frozen. For the adjudicator of dissolution to intervene, it showed that they truly took their laws with utmost severity. The veiled esteemed extremity once more didn't directly reply to his question as she spoke at her own pace calmly. Out of the many beings who undergo apexification, a few will achieve extremity. But it is always just a chance, as normally, there are no certainties. But you have that certainty. You have an absolute seat of extremity, as frankly, I favor you more than the descendants whose fates and achievements are unknown. But still, I do have to follow the investiture of extremity that was adopted by all races after the extremity sanctification of the Ionic haven of Genesis. Investiture of extremity, a set of rules and regulations, but also an ordination and pathway towards extremity. This was what all beings followed and what esteemed extremities enforced. It was what made the adjudicator of dissolution gaze at Noah. Let the current feud go, and I will not involve myself in any feuds that arise thereafter. You were unknown before as pride and arrogance bred conflict. You're known now as if others still seek you for conflict. It is within your right to do what you wish. For someone who has already attained an absolute seat of extremity, I can make a few exceptions for you. If you craving for enemies you devour, at the very least achieve apexification. If you have already attained that by then, I will allow you to shoulder an albatross that will take you across enemies that you can consume endlessly. WAA, the esteemed extremity spoke as it felt like she was asking something, but it also felt like she was stating it as it was not something that could be denied. Her words also contained a myriad of mysteries as Noah unpacked them slowly while continuing to benefit from the mere closeness of the vibe of extremity that every single one of his cells sought to attain. So there are a great deal of enemies that unite all the beings in the Ionic havens of extremity against them. The myriad of heritages and their descendants can have conflict as if hundreds of them surround a single being to kill. It is not worthy of intervention. After all, what is a single being in the expanse of extremity? But if those hundreds begin to be butchered, intervention is required. Correct a way to save such a set of trash who can never amount to anything. Is that how it works? WAA, chapter 2437. Is that how it works? 2. Noah's tone was truly lacking in reverence that should be shown towards an esteemed extremity as he spoke, this veiled existence maintaining her grandeur as she replied calmly, normally, the lives of the many stand above the few. You are an exception to this as a being with an absolute seat of extremity sits above thousands of apex ionic lifeforms, not to mention a few hundred lesser lifeforms. I had no need to intervene when you were surrounded as I did not fear a holder of an absolute dynamis of extremity to be bullied by mere science. I just didn't account for your retaliation to be so heavy and thorough. Sweep it all under the expanse of stars for now. Let this feud be over as if you undergo apexification and attain that. I will give you enemies to fight until you beg for it to stop. The esteemed extremity did not express any emotions of anger as she once more stated what Noah needed to do. And she stated that if he sought enemies, he would have access to so many until he begged no more after his apexification, after he attained, that his eyes were sharp as his will covered his Avalon dimensional chassis, his feet wanting to take a step towards the esteemed extremity before him boldly, but he found that he was rooted to the ground without being able to move even a single step. She seemed too far away even though she was right before his eyes. She was everything that the concepts in his soul sought to achieve as even though he tried, he truly couldn't take a single step closer towards the vibrant essence of extremity that was strengthening his aspects of existence just from being near it. He was trying to get ever closer because of the prompts that rose before his eyes. Your ionic soul is exposed to an entity that is emanating waves of pure extremity. The pure waves of extremity in your surroundings is very conducive to the rate of convergence of dynamis of extremity. The pure waves of extremity in your surroundings are hungrily devoured into your atoms with every breath as an extremely long exposure will only take you closer towards extremity. Anything that had attained extremity was something that held a gravitational pull towards all others who had not. Noah, feeling his ionic soul values spiking as because of this meeting, he wanted to have the journey towards the cult of endless shadows in the Ionic haven of Penumbra as soon as possible for him to grasp the armament of extremity, BZZZT. The light of the indefatigable dynamis of extremity shone below his feet as he still tried to take a step closer towards extremity, his breaths quintessential and resonating with his main body in the infinite plane. That you keep mentioning that if I attain that after apexification, I can bear the weight of an albatross. What is that? His eyes were bright as he peered through the veils of secrecy, merging the memories of the few hundred scions from the Ionic inheritances of extremity with what he heard now. It is something that cannot be sought after or attained just because someone wishes. We've long theorized that it is something hidden within the soul that even we cannot fully fathom. As she spoke, her fair hands waved as an illusory scene of trillions of singularities bloomed all around them. Each of them shone with the grandeur of a soul as they represented an unknown number of beings across the expanse of extremity. Think of it as simple as a type of authority or a state of being. When one attains extremity, the transformation of their soul will manifest it. Less commonly, some unique beings who have only undergone apexification are also able to manifest it. It is something that is critical in facing the adversaries outside the bounds of space, time, and reality itself. Enemies who look upon the souls of those who have reached extremity as if they are potent panaceas for them to devour, and they easily succeed in doing so, as even those who have attained extremity but do not have that authority, they would have to put everything on the line simply to survive an encounter with them. Words that were more and more grave by the second emanated out as Noah couldn't help but repeat them with a pondering expression. Enemies living outside of space and time, around him, the trillions of illusory souls represented as singularities only had a barely discernible portion light up brightly. A portion yesterday seemed far insignificant compared to just how many souls there were. Even now, we only possess a small number of beings with that. We've found over the years which types of beings are likely or guaranteed to have it early, with existences who have mutated aspects of being one, and another is those who have managed to forge an absolute seed of extremity. For someone like you who managed to achieve an absolute seed of extremity, you will join the ranks of the few fighters we have who will awaken that. It's guaranteed when you reach extremity. But if you are even more extraordinary and awaken it after apexification, then you will be able to survive just being near our enemies by meeting the requirements of being able to survive outside the bounds space, time, and even reality itself. The words of the esteemed extremity before Noah caused his mind to buzz as while countless thoughts swirled, one came to the forefront. Listening to her words, Noah couldn't help but think of the feeling his reified source of extremity felt within the field of Ionic antimana. The feeling that Foss and the others felt as they were denied of the very reality, space, and time around them, was being able to survive in such an environment. A part of the power that the adjudicator of dissolution mentioned, antimana, stemmed from the indefatigable dynamis of extremity, which was an absolute seed of extremity that this existence before him uttered was one of the guarantors of having that power when one reached extremity. The power of antimana was already this tremendous when the indefatigable dynamis of extremity was only over a fourth completed in its convergence, but it was what this feature was able to call forth that made Noah connect a few thoughts and possibilities. Even though he may not be correct, he wanted to pursue it, because apparently, there were adversaries who lived and thrived outside of the bounds of space, time, and reality itself. Yet when Noah experienced it for the span of a shred of an instant, he had to use the connection of the reified source of extremity with his main body to call out the indefatigable essence to defend himself, as this was the key. The very seed of extremity was the key, but if it wasn't just his clone or reified source that was in a space outside the bounds of space, time, and reality itself. If his main body and everything about him was in this space as he was cut off from accessing the very indefatigable dynamis of extremity, how would he survive? His soul buzzed with grandeur and possibilities. He knew that he had to work to achieve what that was and branded into his very aspects of existence, where even if he couldn't access a shred of essence, he would be able to traverse freely outside the bounds of space, time, and the very reality itself. Chapter 24:38 Bask in Extremity. Against enemies that lived outside the bounds of space, time, and reality itself, something fantastical was required. One couldn't even fathom how powerful such beings were, as if even time was not something that bound them. Just how powerful could they grow to be? The few seconds passing right now which bound Noah and all others under the expanse of extremity could be akin to millions or trillions of years, or maybe an extended thread of an instant that never passed for them. The whole thing was simply too abstruse to even fully comprehend, as one had to make sure their understanding of it all was not filled with falsehood. An authority to live outside of time. Good. He spoke these words to himself as the veiled extremity before him continued to release an air of glory. I'll take this as your agreement to drop the feud. The next time we meet will be when you have undergone apexification, as we will see whether you have attained that. The full picture will also be revealed to you according to the investiture of extremity. Her words that were akin to a symphony of excellence rang out. The potent aura of extremity she emanated beginning to fade as Noah's soul felt like it was being deprived of a source that was greatly boosting his power, so his eyes flashed sharply as he asked quizzically, Say, do you want anything? Anything that I can give? Did the esteemed extremity want anything? Such a question arose from Noah as it was an incredulous one to hear, but he had to ask as he continued to see dazzling prompts while his soul exponentially surged upwards in power. The pure waves of extremity in your surroundings are hungrily devoured into your atoms with every breath. He was breathing in extremity. He did not want such a boost to fade away so quickly, but what could a being who had not even achieved apexification give to someone as esteemed as her? What could someone who had reached extremity give to someone who was nowhere close? The veiled existence before Noah had her voice emanate from all around once more as she replied. You can grant me nothing other than becoming a powerful combatant in the future who has attained that as soon as possible. WAA, it was clarified as Noah smiled at such an answer and nodded, right? You say that you favor me because I have attained the absolute seat of extremity and that extremity itself is guaranteed for me, and I would have that which is crucial to fight the unknown enemies. If you truly want to produce such an expert from me, and in a relatively short period of time, nothing helps me more than being close to a pure aura of extremity. If you want me to very quickly join the ranks of those who bear the weight of an albatross, you just need to keep me around you while I cultivate and ponder extremity. BOM, it doesn't take anything away from your grandeur. I would just leave one of my bodies wherever you are, and you can contribute to this grand mission of the ionic havens of extremity to produce a powerful being much faster. Shocking words left his mouth naively as Noah's aim was made apparent. He wanted to continue inhaling in the greatness of extremity as the pristine existence before him could not have her emotions read, her words being the only thing to go by as they resounded. Again, you ask for something that you would obtain if you joined an Ionic inheritance or something like the Sema clan. Every few years, their disciples are able to listen to the lessons of their esteemed extremities as the even more prized disciples are allowed to stay near their abodes to vibrate with the pure essence of extremity. If you wish for this, simply accept the invitations from the Cult of Endless Shadows or the Sema clan. The nature of inheritances and their structure was laid out as Noah nodded freely while still pressing forward. And which inheritance or clan are you a part of? I'm content cultivating around you for now, as apart from this helping achieve the quick rise of an expert with an absolute seat of extremity, I will go further and say that I will take on the weight of an albatross as the price. Oh? Even though she was veiled, Noah felt like he could feel her lips curving up into a smile as his soul buzzed with power, the essence of the indefatigable dynamis of extremity burning around the edges of his skin as he still couldn't take any step closer to her. Yes. This should also be something you want, seeing as how it is the cost for making an oath of extremity and how it is something forced on all apex ionic lifeforms routinely. I will accept the weight of a golden haven albatross for, let's say, every month that I cultivate near you. His eyes shone with power and ingenuity as he gazed forward. This grand opportunity was something that wasn't even known or even a possibility moments ago, but the split second Noah felt the turbulent changes within his aspects of existence just from being close to an existence that had achieved extremity. He wanted to continue grasping onto it as the increased pace of progression was too grand, so he calculated countless possibilities and crafted his words in a way where he would get what he wanted by giving something that an esteemed extremity adjudicator would want. Seeing her silence, Noah liked his chances as a moment later, she replied with a verdict: 1 golden haven albatross for every week that passes. And if you haven't undergone apexification within a year, the weight of an obsidian haven albatross shall be added. Noah's eyes curved into a devilish smile as the cherry-colored essence around him granted an exceedingly demonic charm, a charm that contained a deadly light of indefatigability. Chapter 24:39 Bask in Extremity. 2. Destiny and providence swirled in his very depths as how could this have been an expected outcome from him butchering scions of inheritances? This wasn't an expectation or any part of his plans, and yet such a boon had been obtained after utilizing the very same regulations from the investiture of extremity that bound him to stop obtaining loot from the rest of his enemies. At such a result, Noah nodded grandly. Sounds good. And if I haven't achieved extremity within 10 years, you can add a crimson haven albatross on top of that. I assume that exists. His words pulsed with grandeur and confidence that no being should express alone, but he did so without question while the esteemed extremity before him replied, You're making many promises using the factor of time, a relatively short period of time at that. This may work in your favor, or as the years pass, the weight of all of these promises will come crashing down. You do not know what a single albatross represents, as you may come to regret this, but it will achieve the goal of giving you as many enemies as you want. As she spoke, her fair right hand moved as the space around them twisted, their figures disappearing soon after. When space settled, Noah found himself in an expansive area of darkness that gradually brightened up into an endless stellar expanse. He gazed down as below his feet, countless purple-blue glimmering singularities came together to form clusters of cloud-like stellar structures that even formed over an unseen horizon. They were slightly transparent when one gazed down as far beneath them. Noah could see a glimpse of an unknown region of the Ionic haven of dissolution. The space they were in seemed to be standing high and above the very haven itself, as everything seemed illusory, with his surroundings being filled with the pristine aura of extremity as the veiled figure of the adjudicator of dissolution moved away from Noah and towards an area that held countless illusory screens of light. Behind her, a roiling cloud of singularities rose up and formed into a wall that made her figure not visible to Noah's eyes as her graceful voice echoed out, "Bask in the aura of extremity and comprehend what you can from it." The time starts now, a cloud of dense singularities below him stretching out in all directions, and a raised cloud of singularities in front of him that made it so he couldn't even see the grand visage of the esteemed extremity, yet her aura still permeated outwards as his body drank it all in. His eyes shone with a devilish glint as he sat down and controlled his thriving cells. He hungered for extremity. He didn't just want to be near it as he was right now, he wanted it to be within his grasp, and his soul filled with this hunger thought of countless possibilities while breathing in the aura of extremity and carrying it to his main body. As he did this, his gaze instantly turned towards the infinite plane as there, the countless possibilities he held could be made into a reality. If he couldn't have extremity beneath his feet, he would simply make it with his own hands. His gaze was far-reaching as it landed on none other than one of the candidates who was the most progressed in realm and the one who was closer towards extremity than many among those he knew. His gaze went towards Aurelia. If he could take her a step further, his eyes were bright as countless plans rose, but his soul had to rein in the current opportunity and fully devour what it actually meant from here on out. An opportunity that he should have only come across for mere seconds was extended greatly, with the cost being him bearing the weight of multiple albatrosses in the future. The boons to come from this were unimaginable. In the infinite plane, his main body was in the midst of experimentation by utilizing realm restructuring, but he had to stop momentarily as he inhaled quintessence, and from the connection he shared with the Avalon dimensional chassis. He now inhaled an extremity, pure, unadulterated wave of extremity. The changes to your aspects of existence influenced by the birth of the absolute seed of extremity are elevated quintessentially. The longer you continue to breathe in the pure aura of extremity, the faster the convergence of the indefatigable dynamis of extremity. The more he breathed in, the more the powerful aura of extremity coursed through him. It coursed through his body as his foundation went in a shocking direction. It went through his origin as the expanding 9 major dimensional planes flourished with quintillions of cosmos. It went into his soul, as it passed through his infinite system and everything that made him. It passed through the crimson gold sword that was just anchored into the infinite forge of extremity, and it then passed across the sources of extremity that he restricted to himself. Your concepts of extremity are breathing in the essence of the peak they seek. Your concepts of extremity rouse and seek a path past the 9th boundary layer. Thump, his heart beat like an ancient drum. His soul vibrated with fervor as his boundaries churned, along with the very infinite plane itself. When he inhaled in, it felt like the whole plane was resonating with him. When he inhaled out, pure essence flourished all around as the many beings around him also felt their aspects of existence be roused. Their eyes closed as they felt their understanding of extremity increase. Using this chance as an opportunity, it was to the extent that even the Ionic soul clones of Orion and Aurelia felt subtle changes in their souls, such an unimaginable thing occurring as they had a hard time believing it. The mere breathing of an existence that hadn't even undergone apexification was causing even their souls and concepts to be roused. Their concepts that had already stepped onto the 10th boundary layer after they achieved apexification. It was something that didn't entirely make sense as at such a time, even these two beings closed their eyes to profit from this opportunity. The whole area turned entirely silent as it felt like a massive beast that was an entire plane was sensing and breathing extremity. Its master being at the very center, acting like a massive singularity that affected everything. Chapter 2440 Bask in Extremity. 3. What was extremity, and just how vast was the breadth of such a realm? Out of a dozen beings that had reached extremity, one may be able to overpower the other 11 with a mere glimpse of their eyes. There was a great gulf between the might of those that had achieved extremity, as no one being could be quantified and placed on a scale compared to others. An example was how across the Ionic annals of extremity, only a few names of esteemed extremity were stretched out through time and passed on as legends: the extremity of steel and the 81 armaments of extremity he forged. The plumb sort of extremity whose name was later taken to stand for an entire inheritance, the extremity of reality whose grandeur shone brightly in the extremity step of the extremity vein of Helios, the extremity of death whose mere soul pressure could fracture the souls of the masses and forge legions of apex ionic lifeforms. These were just some examples as their names were recorded and passed down through history. Apart from these, there were the esteemed extremity who rose to gain enough accomplishments and power to the extent that they were voted to be adjudicators of entire havens. Their might was far, far vaster than any common extremity from the myriad of inheritances. They were beings that commonly stemmed from the 7 clans of extremity, with only a single existence among the 7 adjudicators currently not coming from the renowned 7 clans of extremity. The breadth and power of such beings were unfathomable as they had achieved extremity in more than one concept. They were walking the path similar to beings like the extremity of steel or the extremity of reality, as they were some of the future pillars of the 7 ionic havens. The aura of extremity of beings such as these was far purer and majestic compared to any other esteemed extremity, and Noah and somehow skipped over joining any ionic inheritances of extremity and going through common regulations to be a scion that eventually earned the right to cultivate near the abode of an esteemed extremity, a unique opportunity rising an entity grasped by him in the developing haven of dissolution as he truly sensed, pondered, and breathed the aura of extremity from the very adjudicator of dissolution. If word were to spread, it was unknown what the reaction would be, but while Noah's main body fundamentally rose higher while breathing in a potent aura of extremity, events resumed in the depths of the abyssal sanctimonious lands near the periphery of the extremity vein of dissolution. The enormous area where hundreds of scions were frozen and made immovable by an undeniable force was finally released as the emotions of those frozen were roused and vibrant. The fiend that had been chasing them down would finally be held accountable, to kill hundreds of scions and expect no repercussions? Laughable, the eyes of the remaining targeted scions were hungry to see the disaster that would befall the 8 bodies of this being as the moment they were unfrozen. Their will spread out to see his state, imprisoned? Heavily injured in his very source? Forced to release an apology towards the inheritances he offended, they turned to see his fate with pounding hearts as, they saw that nothing happened to the 8 reified sources of extremity. They simply stopped their chases while gazing at everyone coldly, a few dozen scions branded with a crimson infinity symbol falling behind the vampire of extreme sanguinity as Noah's majestic voice reverberated out. The rest of you were saved today, as remember this. WAA, you may not have known me before, and thus you acted the way you did. Take this as a lesson on how to act in the future no matter who you come across. Let your inheritances and other scions know, I am Noah Osmont, the true emperor of quintessence. Any entity daring to come at me with the intent to kill should expect the same treatment in return. Your masters will not be able to save you whether they are apex ionic lifeforms or those that have attained extremity. Let this day be the only day of mercy, as I assure you it will not repeat again. Boom! His voice was resonant as it rang in the ears of all scions stretched out across the floating obelisks, in the far distance. A small cluster of scions from the Church of Perpetual Light gazed forward with grievances as a dashing blonde scion spoke while looking at the beings under the control of the vampire of extreme sanguinity. And our people that you have dominated the minds of, they are no longer your people. Noah's reply was sharp as he turned towards this cluster of beings and continued, to them, it was either death or domination, as their fates chose the latter. If you seek to join them, just attack me with the intent to kill and we can work something out. He left no room for any maneuvering as the inheritances affected had their scions grit their teeth, their eyes gazing around and above them as they seemingly questioned why this entity was allowed to do and say what he did. But the pristine aura of extremity seemed to have already come to a decision as they could only swallow their grievances and continue their souls already moving into their own distinctive communication medallions to let their inheritances know of what had occurred, to let them know of Noah Osmont the fiend that had released a light of a dynamis of extremity and butchered hundreds of scions with it. Thereafter, each of them turned into streaks of light that surged towards the direction of the crimson extremity panacea, towards what they were all here for this whole time. Noah's eyes watched them all calmly as next, he gazed around the many scions in the distance while voicing out grandly, "Shadowlings of the cult of endless shadows, come before me." As he spoke, the vampire of extreme sanguinity pulled out a dazzling shadowy runestone that read, Shadows. Chapter 2441 True Geniuses. Shadowlings of the cult of endless shadows, come before me. His voice reverberated out from the crimson gold vampire of extreme sanguinity as those who heard it were perplexed. Across the many floating obelisks, in the far region on the periphery, clusters of a few dozen scions that seemed to be covered in darkness heard his words as their eyes opened in shock and scrutiny. They questioned why this being that had made enemies out of many inheritances called out to them, their gazes showing incredulity moments after when they saw the runestone this being showed in his hands, that is the runestone carrying an equivalent authority to a grand primeval elder. How voices rose amongst the few dozen groups of shadowlings as when they first heard their name come out of this person's mouth, and they then saw the runestone, they feared he was implicating them and causing the cult of endless shadows to gain enemies as well, but the authority of the grand primeval runestone he held could not be denied as from the groups of a few dozen shadowlings. A stern young man with slanted eyebrows and eyes that held star-shaped pupils voiced out while his figure shot over, "Respect the authority of the grand primeval runestone and do not ask questions for now." His body shot out first as the others followed. The more they thought about the situation, the more complex their expressions became as from incredulity and unwillingness. They gradually began to see the bigger picture as they voiced amongst themselves, "Is he a scion of our cult we didn't know about? If so, his power." They began to think about the might that this being displayed as it was undeniable, their thoughts about him changing many times over as 5 groups of a dozen shadowlings soon arrived before Noah's glorious visage. The young man with slanted eyebrows came forward first, followed by 4 other shadowlings who led their own squadrons. Vernon acknowledges the holder of the grand primeval runestone. His tone was that of calmness as he and many other shadowlings felt the scrutiny of other scions from the myriad of inheritances now turning their way. But they held their heads high as Noah gazed at them coldly while speaking out. "Grand Primeval Silas has made a deal for the procurement of golden extremity panaceas for you all. Follow behind me and participate in battles as needed when they begin to unfold." Any questions? Noah stated the name of the Grand Primeval Shadow Elder in charge of overseeing their current operation along with a deal they had no idea about. But the shadowlings had just glimpsed his power as when they heard this their reservations faded as even the figure of Vernon who had stepped forward to lead the shadowlings here adopted a smile while gazing towards Noah's 8 bodies and the few dozen scions controlled by the vampire of extreme sanguinity before them. "Then we shall follow your lead, Elder Osmond." The existences across the vastness of extremity were many. When the situation presented itself, their pride and arrogance were put away as they knew how to act. Noah coldly waved his hands towards these beings as his 8 reified sources of extremity began moving forward again, proceeding with his end of the bargain to procure 81 golden extremity panaceas for the cult of endless shadows as within the next day or 2, he prepared to send one of his clones to the Ionic haven of Penumbra to see one of the 81 armaments of extremity, the shadow sword that was elevating the cult of endless shadows to become an Ionic inheritance of extremity. With this in mind, his 8 reified sources of extremity moved as a cluster of scions followed behind, their destination being the far area where the 9th source of extremity, the quintessential emperor of extremity, was about to compete with the truly genius scions of the inheritances here, close to the blooming crimson panacea. The temperature was high as the leviathans of dissolution covered this region with a terrifying aura, their massive bodies releasing guttural roars as they were about to clash with the scions of the Ionic inheritances of extremity. The tanned figure of Ericsson in beach attire was closest to them as his figure barreled forth like a bomb, but even at this time, he turned towards Noah's direction and spoke out loudly after seeing the events behind them. "You're affiliated with the cult of endless shadows?" "No. I just have an agreement with one of their elders." His words were succinct as the cherry-colored light of the indefatigable dynamis of extremity covered his stellar skin, his fist barreling forward powerfully while Ericsson nodded at his words and did the same. "Good, hung." One was utilizing an absolute dynamis of extremity. The other was utilizing a terrifying capability only known as Ionic probability distortion. Their figures were small in comparison to the leviathans of dissolution they faced, Noah's visage being much larger than the normal scions as he was a reified source of extremity. He faced a massive beast that had the distinction of a wingless Komodo prion, its scales glinting in a deep verdant light as its jaws opened to release a poisonous sea of essence. With its already massive size in comparison to the scions limited by the authority of dissolution, the poisonous breath it released covered a vast region as even the burning figure of Iam and Ericsson fell under its range. Yet their eyes held immense assurance and power as Iam's horn shone to release an immaculate weaving of 12 boundary essences that converged into a sun singularity that burned the incoming poisonous sea wrapped in the authority of dissolution, and Ericsson's smile widened as he only waved his arms forward, distorting the probability around him and of his enemies as nothing even came close to his body. Noah's body was wrapped in the indefatigable dynamis of extremity as even when the crimson poisonous sea descended, the cherry-colored light stably kept everything at bay as he moved forward. In the midst of this clash, A pink light suddenly shot down from above as it used this chaos to pass in between the two leviathans of dissolution, blocking the way in this direction, bypassing the blockade of the leviathans guarding this area and closer to the crimson extremity panacea than everyone else. This pink figure had a serious look as his robes were fully pink with some white inscriptions of a blooming petal on the left side of the chest. His pupils were also shining with a radiant pink light as they were in the form of a spinning flower petal. It was the existence known as Atlas from the Ionic inheritance of the plum sword of extremity. In his hands, a pure white sword shot out as from it. Countless stellar pink petals bloomed in this whole region. Plum blossom sword, see, as if a stellar spring was blooming in this whole region. They were in such wild abundance as they even released fluttering sounds akin to the flapping of the wings of trillions of birds. The pink light of these petals was much lighter than the more crimson-hued cherry-colored light of Noah's indefatigable dynamis of extremity, with these countless petals even surging towards the leviathans of dissolution in other directions, who turned around the moment Atlas broke through the encirclement. But there was no need for this. Noah observed the scene with scrutiny as he learned of the power of actually powerful scions and recalled the words of Erickson that even apart from the leviathans of dissolution there was something else that would make it impossible for others to attain the crimson extremity panacea. And the answer was revealed now. As well as white sword released countless flower petals, Atlas' left hand reached out towards the panacea before him, but before he could even near, hung, the crimson from the panacea coagulated into a frightening power that blared out and pushed everything away, this authority even exceeding what the Ionic leviathans of dissolution emanated. A roar of valued glory seemed to emanate from the crimson extremity panacea itself. As to attain it, one didn't just have to get past the leviathans of dissolution, they had to overcome this type of living Ionic treasures itself and make it submit. The most powerful and most valued of all the extremity panaceas, the crimson extremity panacea, was sentient and overflowing with glorious power. Chapter 2442 True Geniuses. 2. The first and the last crimson panaceas were the most treasured things in the initiation step of the extremity vein of a haven. As the last haven to undergo extremity sanctification, there were bound to be variations or changes, but this point had so far remained the same. Like titanic protectors, the leviathans of dissolution moved to protect the blooming crimson extremity panacea, while this living Ionic treasure had its own will. At this time, the truly prominent and powerful scions made a move. Erickson of the Sema clan, I am of the infinite extremity, Atlas of the plum sword of extremity. And coming in a little later, after the battles with the leviathans of dissolution started, were the powerful scions who didn't even bother to speak, like the eradicated Foss, true powerhouses that were forged by inheritances whose achievements were recorded in the Ionic annals of extremity, beings who only considered existences like Erickson, Atlas, or I am as those who could even possibly rival them. ROAR. One was a scion known as Cybele, who stemmed from another one of the 7 Ionic clans, the Ouroboros clan. Her roar shook the waves of power released from the leviathans and the crimson extremity panacea as her humanoid form transformed into a massive black serpent at least 4 times larger than the average size of all scions here. Uniquely, her serpentine body had 2 ferocious draconic heads at the front and where the tail should be, massive obsidian flaming wings erupting at the very center as such a being circulated over a dozen boundaries freely across her body. Above her, the massive illusory form of a 9-headed obsidian Ouroboros flashed as it cascaded with waves of pressure that would erase even the might of apex Ionic soul totems. Apart from her, there was also the figure of a blonde-haired human with an exceedingly dazzling figure, his eyes as bright as cosmos as a single white-colored wing expanded behind him and stretched out for over a mile. He was Baratum of the Prometheus clan. The expanded wing was instantly retracted into his body as he filled with light, his eyes releasing bright beams that seemed like tendrils surging out to wrap around the crimson extremity panacea. Before the tendrils of light could go too far, a snort rang out as opposite to Baratum, a purple-robed woman with a long pointed hat on her head thrust forward a stellar wand from her hand. It was as if she was holding compressed clusters of realities in her hand as a beam of light erupted out. Her eyes smiling devilishly as she was Antoinette of the Scholars of Extremity. And then off to the side, above all others, a dark-haired man floated grandly as he held a paintbrush in one hand. He had no canvas to paint on as the vast reality before him was his canvas. His white robes billowed with power as his paintbrush began to move, depicting and drawing the figures of the beings before him. As the clearer they became, the more oppressive a force was released from him as it cascaded downwards. He was Leonardo Leopold of the canvas of extremity. Even further from this area, an exquisite man dressed like a scholar appeared as around him, massive sculptures made of indestructible Ionic stones, metalloids, and crystalloids surrounding him as the pressure they gave off was akin to the might of an apex Ionic soul totem, and there were dozens of them. he reigned from the sculptors of extremity a distinguished scion known as Lodovico. Such beings, and more continued to come out as others were of the same clan or inheritances, their power not being any lesser were just slightly behind as these were the generations of powerhouses that would produce the next true experts among the apex. Ionic lifeforms, each of them had their own mighty power as an unknown number of them were mutated entities, while others simply had too deep of a history or were unfathomable geniuses. Their numbers quickly proliferated past dozens as this region became entirely chaotic. The massive bodies of the leviathans of dissolution roaring out and moving with utmost grandeur as a terrifying battle bloomed. Noah's eyes were radiant as he looked at all this, different forms of powers, different forms of reality-altering capabilities, each of them seeking extremity. These were beings who had lived for thousands or even millions of years, and here he was competing with them on something as pristine as extremity, and so far, he hadn't made any truly major and grand moves as he observed the level of their power and how their extremity circulation modus operandi compared to his, and whether they could stand against his indefatigable dynamis of extremity. The answer was surprising as beings like Erickson showed might that wasn't simply limited to boundaries. Might that innately came from their souls, as it should be a kind of mutation, something akin to infinite mana, but could they even compare? His eyes twinkled brightly as he didn't look down on them, and he instead wanted to study the distinctive powers they showed. As what if he was able to emulate them himself? His eyes shone as the Ionic annals of providence, and his eyes focused on Erickson. A million of his soul values consumed and flowed into his eyes while supported by the indefatigable dynamis of extremity. As details of this being and what Noah wanted to see the most were drawn out. Erickson, a scion of the Sema clan. The scale of his strength is undefined due to the nature of his trait. Ionic probability distortion allows him to freely alter the probabilities of the workings of reality, as with a strong enough soul, anything is possible. Boundaries probability, 9th boundary layer, strength, 9th boundary layer, tenacity, 9th boundary layer, adamantine, 9th boundary layer. Extremity circulation modus operandi unable to be obtained. His eyes shone brightly at the information he managed to pull out at the expenditure of a not insignificant amount of his current soul values that were at their minimum levels after using Ionic antimana not too long ago. Chapter 2443 True Geniuses. 3. Noah's body coiled with tendrils of the indefatigable dynamis of extremity as he freely bathed in the poisonous sea spat out by a wingless Komodo prion. His soul actively moving to ascertain the powerhouses around him as he continued to use the last shreds of his Ionic soul values, and even this had a grand reason. After utilizing Ionic antimana, nearly everything was utilized, as the only reason Noah could still actively move was because his continued transformation and changes brought about by the indefatigable dynamis of extremity were still spurring his soul and increasing its power, boosting his Ionic soul values to regenerate much faster than normal. But even with this, he had less than 30% remaining of his 20 million Ionic soul values due to his vibrant expenditure, and yet, he continued to utilize them freely as he was waiting for a grand opportunity. An opportunity that would only come when nearly all of his Ionic soul values were spent, so another 1 million Ionic soul values burned as he continued to peer through the secrets of the geniuses before him who had turned this region into a glorious battle. His eyes came to land on Iam, who seemed like a burning singularity. Iam, a scion of the infinite extremity. She was born from a condensed cluster of haven volcanic singularities that had been tainted by an aura of extremity for 1 billion years. The scale of her strength is undefined due to the nature of her trait. Trait Haven Fire Alchemy allows her to utilize haven flames carrying an indiscernible hint of extremity in unique ways. Boundaries Incandescence, 9th boundary layer, phlogiston, 9th boundary layer, pyre, 9th boundary layer, oxidation, 9th boundary layer. Extremity circulation modus operandi unable to be obtained. Lodovico, a scion of the sculptors of extremity. After birth, he was able to sculpt a singularity as he was born with the innate haven chisel soul. The scale of his strength is undefined due to the nature of his trait. Trait Innate Haven Chisel allows him to mold the most unlikely materials into sculptures that follow his will. Boundary Sculptor, 9th boundary layer, Architect, 9th boundary layer, Destiner, 9th boundary layer, Computation, 9th boundary layer. Extremity circulation modus operandi unable to be obtained. Each one held their own unique history and wonder as Noah continued to gaze around him while his body burned brightly. Atlas, a scion of the plum sword of extremity. He survived the 1 million cycles of plum soul ablation meant to produce engineered entities. The scale of his strength is undefined due to the nature of his trait. Trait ionic regressor. During the horrific cycles of plumb soul ablation, he was exposed to 9 unrecorded histories of the ionic annals of extremity, of which 3 held his unrecorded history of achieving extremity. He is currently on his 3rd stage of awakening and recalling the possible dynamies of extremity he would have held in unrecorded histories. Boundaries regression, 9th boundary layer, fate, 9th boundary layer, destiny, 9th boundary layer, plumb sword, 9th boundary layer. Extremity circulation modus operandi unable to be obtained. Noah's eyes opened wide at this particular being that he came across as it was an engineered entity, and not just that, they went further to gain the distinction of an ionic regressor. He had seen 9 possible versions of unrecorded histories of different versions of realities, where in 3 of them, he had even attained extremity. He was in existence, who had already seen himself grasping extremity. His path should be an exemplary and smooth one, as for him, everything was already outlined. Noah's eyes twinkled with interest when he gazed at Atlas from the plumb sword of extremity. His power was sharp, as he had been the one to get closest to the crimson extremity panacea so far, with his power unfettered as his plum petals remained floating in the space around them, still fluttering like the wings of countless birds. The whole region was turned utterly tumultuous when it came to the strength of these beings, as each one had their own grandeur that normal unequaled reverend emperors couldn't match. There were other scions rushing to come into this region, but the mere pressure and might of the dazzling plum petals swirling in the background crushed onto their defenses as they were forced to remain outside of this region. Roar! The leviathans of dissolution bellowed out to establish their authority amidst all this, as in front of Ericsson, a 9-legged virion otter smashed its whole body forward, this man adorned in beach attire only pushing out with his hands alone as this leviathan was pushed back with a tremendous force, its whole body turning into a titanic missile that shot back towards the crimson extremity panacea. The panacea that then began to move as it turned into a crimson treasured radiance which shot downwards towards the pulsing vein in the distance. The will of multiple scions moved as the scion from the scholars of extremity flashed to appear directly in front of the panacea. Her one erupting out with great malice and power as purple-blue tendrils of light spread out on all sides to capture it. Boom! A second crimson pulse emitted from the crimson extremity panacea as all the tendrils and other forms of authority were shredded. The minuscule period after this burst once more being used by another scion as Atlas just so happened to appear from the side, his pure white sword releasing dense plum petals that flooded like a billowing storm to obtain the panacea before. During the delay of its outbursts, Noah observed such a mad scramble for this panacea calmly while he examined through the secrets of the beings before him, and he had consumed his ionic soul values a sufficient amount during this process as barely 5% of it remained. And at such a junction, Noah smiled as he finally made his move, a move that could actually only be made when his ionic soul values were at their absolute lowest. Ionic mana drain. Mana drain. Anti-mana was already dreadful enough. Just what did another feature that stemmed from the indefatigable dynamies of extremity hold in store? Chapter 2444 Drain. Ionic mana drain, a reality-altering feature that is only possible to cast with the spark of the indefatigable dynamies of extremity when your ionic soul values are 5% or lower. It comes at no cost to you, as its purpose is to drain all sources of essences around you, whether it is the essence of nature, boundary essence, the essence of dynamies, the essence of extremity, or even the resources of the very souls around you, including that which makes the very fabric of reality, as the goal is to convert all of it for the complete regeneration of 100% of your ionic soul values. Ionic mana drain goes even further, as a subfeature of soul value overdrive is activated with every cast, this feature allowing for you to gain an additional reserve of your maximum ionic soul values for you to pull from for the span of 1 minute. Depending on the sources of essence you devour, you can exceed the boundaries of your soul and elevate it by an unknown amount. Once your original ionic soul values and the soul values from overdrive are maxed, the skill will automatically be cancelled. The only limitation to this ability, apart from needing your ionic soul values to be 5% or lower, is the cooldown of 10 minutes before it can be utilized again. A grand description, similar to ionic anti-mana. It required the indefatigable dynamies of extremity to be spurred forth, and its true wonders weren't truly displayed in the description, as it had to be cast to be understood. When Noah ushered it forth, his stellar body buzzed as a transparent pulse of cherry blue light was released. This light was supremely fast, as it was akin to a wave of hockey spreading out in all directions, and it caused all the immensely powerful science to turn towards Noah's visage with caution. Thereafter, it was as if a storm had erupted with him at the very center. Waves of coral cerulean light surged out with a magnificent sense of beauty. They carried with them a terrifying gravitational force that pulled everything in. The dazzling pink plum petals that were swirling in the surroundings and chirping like trillions of birds were all swept up in the storm that was returning back towards Noah's body. The massive bodies of leviathans swirled as their skin and musculature cracked into pieces and followed the heavy pull of the storm. The immobile obelisks, shining silver and crimson in the surroundings, shattered into fragments and became drawn in the burning flames of singularities that I am released. The heavy and inexplicable force of constantly changing probabilities that Ericsson vibrated with his very own body, the cluster of the sculptures that Lodovico had surrounding him, every single thing that consisted of essence one way or another was pulled towards Noah as everything sank into his body and surged towards his soul. But it didn't just stop at essences. Those who didn't have powerful barriers of protection around their bodies were shocked to realize that the very power of their souls was becoming drawn outside of their bodies and being pulled towards this being that at this point in time began to move towards the direction of the Crimson Extremity Panacea with complete freedom as at this point in time. Even the figures of the prominent scions moved back slightly to acclimate and stabilize their souls to make sure that nothing that was theirs was leaking out to become his, and during such an opportunity, Noah's figure blazed forth freely as he made a beeline directly towards the radiant panacea. His body continued to devour everything around him like an immense singularity, to the extent that even the figure of Atlas that was closest to the panacea retreated backwards with caution as all of his plum petals were ceaselessly devoured by Noah. The devouring pressure that he released caused even the Crimson Extremity Panacea to feel a great sense of danger as from it another heavy pulse came out. The pulse radiating immense waves of dissolution, and yet even this BZZZT was pulled towards Noah's body like a tonic as his soul drank it up. His ionic soul values rapidly surged back towards full capacity as his stellar visage thrust his hand out towards the Crimson Extremity Panacea, as if he was about to attain it, but others couldn't allow this so freely as after adapting to Noah's dreadful devouring force that pulled on their very souls, they surged back towards him with stern eyes. Although one being was releasing a boisterous laugh, the visage of Ericsson somehow denying the devouring force as he also closed in. Iam's horn burned bright as it released molten stellar stanchions all around. While Atlas' sword buzzed to release one singular massive pink sword made of trillions of plum petals, all of these attacks and more surged towards the position of the Crimson Extremity Panacea as they were meant to rebuff Noah's advances, just like multiple others were stopped before. But the closer they came to this location, the more they were turned into streams of radiance that went on to power Noah's soul. His purple-blue stellar form covered by waves of gold and coral-colored light pulsed with overflowing power as soul value overdrive had long since activated, Noah's visage bellowing out as the Crimson Extremity Panacea was inches away from his hands, constantly devouring the repulsive force of dissolution that this living artifact released. But at such a juncture, Ionic Mana Drain has successfully recovered all Ionic soul values and fully maximized out soul value overdrive. Your maximum Ionic soul values have permanently increased by 2 million values due to the rich sources of essence you devoured. Ionic Mana Drain has been forcefully cancelled and is now on a 10-minute cooldown. The prodigies here were immensely in tune with nature as the moment they felt Noah's inexplicable devouring force that swallowed even their Ionic soul values. They reacted in a similar way as most of them had unleashed even more attacks towards his direction. They purposefully fed him more as they instinctively knew there had to be such a limitation. And his horrific devouring force stopped just before he could get his hands on the Extremity Panacea. This leaving artifact breathed out a sigh of relief. The serious prodigies surrounding Noah became even more focused as they once more moved in ever closer. Before Noah's eyes, the shape of the Crimson Extremity Panacea was clear. It looked like a sunflower formed from countless treasured singularities. Its petals formed into a mocking smile towards him at this moment as it was about to erupt with another burst of dissolution, seemingly taking the cessation of the devouring force around Noah as its victory. Chapter 24:45 Drain 2. A mocking expression. The living Ionic treasure actually expressed such an emotion when it felt that one of the more dangerous enemies who had tried to obtain it had failed in the last nanosecond. With his hand only being inches away, so it prepared another burst of dissolution while vibrating gleefully. But this was when Noah's expressionless face glowed with majesty and devilishness. The skill that had just forcefully come to a halt was one that granted him twice his full resource reserves, so even though it seemed like he would be pushed away from the Crimson Extremity Panacea like all others that had come near it, Ionic anti-mana, he called out silently as he dared any beings to come close to an erupting mass of nothingness. And as for the mocking Crimson Extremity Panacea before him, his sharp eyes spinning with lemniscate symbols blazed as he spoke towards it while a heavy darkness engulfed everything. You need to be taught a lesson. WAA, the sunflower-like cluster of treasured lights trembled as the pulse of dissolution it was about to release seemingly disappeared into nothingness, its expression portraying shock and alarm. As for the genius scions that were coming forth, their souls blazed as the moment the engulfing darkness began to bloom. They pushed their bodies backwards while their own unique waves of power burst forth before their bodies, doing everything in their power to make sure they weren't covered by the domain of nothingness. Erickson had a stern expression as he had seen this ability from afar, knowing he would have to face it sometime soon as he prepared for it. His musculature exploded as the beach shirt he had on nearly ripped, a transparent force building up around him as it carried a hint of a gold light towards the engulfing mass of nothingness. His hands came together into a massive clap that released his exorbitant soul values in the form of a distorted probability. He didn't have to fight against the engulfing darkness. He only had to make it so that the chance of it covering him was close to 0%, and so the circular engulfing darkness had an area it couldn't spread towards to waves of pristine gold light wrapping around Erickson as he still became stern when he felt how rapidly his soul values were used up. The nearby leviathans of dissolution tasked with protecting the extremity panacea blazed with heavy eyes as they were wrapped by the light of nothingness. I am and others of the same caliber used their own unique means to evade or stop the advancement of the engulfing darkness, as none of the scions allowed it to cover them, none of them, but one certain scion. His pink robes fluttered gloriously in space, the white sword he held was put away as his dark hair with streaks of pink glimmered like strands of cosmic grandeur. Towards the coming darkness, an air of profundity spread from him as his eyes flickered, his mind seemingly changing multiple times over as he tried to confirm something. Thereafter, the petals that were his pupils shown as this being remained completely still while bringing his hand together in front of his chest. Thereafter, a singular incandescent plum petal erupted to cover his body as this being actually chose to be engulfed in the mass of nothingness. WAA, in an instant while all others evaded or stopped its advancement, Atlas remained still as his body was covered by ionic antimana, in a region of nothingness, in a man-made area existing outside of space and time. A crimson extremity panacea trembled as its light rapidly dwindled around its body, losing the sense of dissolution and everything else as a terrifying force around it threatened to devour it completely. When its predecessors were absorbed by others to build an extremity foundation, at least they lived on as the base of this foundation. But the empty surroundings would devour it completely as everything about it would cease to exist, in such a cluster of darkness that felt like hundreds of years. Where is that ridiculing expression now? A voice emanated out as it seemed like a holy savior that had come to take it from the darkness. A hint of a cherry-colored light appeared before the extremity panacea that seemed like the only source of light, its will expressing a mix of emotions as it instantly surged out. Its voice was meek as it surged towards Noah's figure with haste, its will emanating out, "Please, get me out of here. Then, you can eat me up." WAA, while feeling the converging dread of nothingness. The crimson extremity panacea willingly threw itself towards Noah's stellar figure and placed itself onto his hands snugly. The dread of void faded as it sighed and dug itself even closer towards the quintessential emperor of extremity, Noah's will smiling brilliantly as he turned towards another direction. Someone else apart from four massive leviathans of dissolution had managed to be drawn into the field of anti-mana that he contained in a small space this time around. The leviathans were already wrapped with the light of void as no matter how much they struggled, their minds were undergoing the same process as Foss and many others had undergone. To them, it felt like countless years were passing the moment that the light of anti-mana wrapped around their aspects of existence. And their only battle was with their souls until they were fully absorbed into nothingness. But this scion, Noah saw the ionic regressor that was at last actually control the light of the incandescent pink plum petal around his body, allowing streaks of void to enter his aspects of existence ever so slowly as he seemed to be deliberately experiencing the emptiness of time and space, allowing his soul to experience the passage of an unknown number of years in an instant. The soul values from the additional reserve of overdrive have been fully utilized. A prompt rose before Noah as the continued maintenance of anti-mana was about to dip into his full ionic soul values, having achieved his goal. He recalled the terrifying feature as a crimson extremity panacea was snugly in his hands. Chapter 2446, An Eruption of Panaceas. To the outside world, the massive engulfing darkness didn't even last a few seconds as it disappeared just as quickly as it appeared, but the grand changes it brought caused those who were far from it to draw sharp breaths. The massive bodies of four nearby leviathans of dissolution were fractured and broken, everything that remained about them continuing to splinter and turn into stellar dust that carried a story of immense insignificance and sadness. The most astonishing scene was That towards the very center where the engulfing darkness had spread from, a devilishly handsome cosmic being grasped the crimson extremity panacea in his hands meekly. A scene that caused sharp breaths to be drawn, as it should have absorbed everyone's attention for the seconds to follow, but it didn't. This was because even the comic being grasping the crimson extremity panacea had his head turned towards a certain direction, an area that was engulfed by the dread of nothingness where the being who had fallen into it did not turn into dust. The figure of Atlas could be seen as he looked extremely aged, as if he had experienced an untold number of years. His hair was filled with a dull gray luster as his back seemed bent and withered, with the effects of antimana seemingly being extreme, and yet Noah's eyes were this being because from him the overabundance force of life was burning and erupting with too much force. From the weakened-looking figure, a glow of pink instantly erupted in the form of a massive illusory plum petal, a deadly aura releasing from him as all reverence here quickly recognized it and became all the more shocked. This was because something even more pristine than it had occurred not too long ago. It was the emergence of a dynamis of extremity around the countenance of an unequaled reverend emperor. It was the second time this occurred today, as even though it was a maddening and fearful aura, it still couldn't even compare to a tenth of the grandeur released when the true emperor of quintessence unveiled his dynamis of extremity. But something privy only to apexionic lifeforms, a second being had seen it today as the eyes of many powerful science flashed. Noah gazed at the countenance of Atlas, who was entirely reversing the effects of time, his youthful appearance returning as this being had actually used Noah's domain of antimana to experience the negation of the flow of time. As for his soul, millions of years may have passed. He took such a dangerous action as he no doubt was forcefully stimulating his trait as an eonic regressor, forcefully experiencing the passage of millions of years as he somehow pulled from the dynamis of one of the paths he had seen during the cycles of plum soul ablation. Bzzzt, his aura rose to a shocking level as he opened his eyes, instantly causing the flourishing of countless plum petals that vibrated with his will. The light of a dynamis of extremity danced around his eyes as he actually nodded towards Noah. I owe you one. His eyes were piercing as the petal pupils within spun. Noah smiling as he felt the will of Atlas and multiple others land on him with the crimson extremity panacea in his hands. He replied while taking an action that caused all science here to sigh in regret. You do owe me one, and I love to collect favors. While he said this, his jaws opened wide as the meek crimson extremity panacea was instantly devoured, not giving any time for any of the prominently powerful science to make another move to fight for it. Ah, the first panacea! Cries rang out in the background from lesser science, yet in the midst of this all, the raucous laughter of Ericsson also echoed out as he took the loss of the first extremity panacea in strides. One being after another showing off a dynamis of extremity makes the rest of us seem dull. His prominent body stepped forward freely as he was among the few who were able to escape the dread of antimana, his eyes blazing as he locked onto Noah. My offer still stands for the Sema clan even though I lost. Your talent wouldn't shine brighter within any other clan in these havens. His voice was resonant as it was matched by the calm words of the scion of the Prometheus clan Baratum. Is Prometheus not up to the standard, O Ericsson? His golden hair waved as he spoke, a discussion seemingly about to break out as Ericsson's eyes became sharp, but before anything else could continue, bzzzt, the environment began to quake. It was an event activated by the fact that Noah devoured the first extremity panacea as it traversed across his aspects of existence to arrive before his main body in the infinite plane. He had yet to fully eat it as he deciphered its details, but it was considered to have been claimed as now. Extremity sanctification could truly begin for the haven of dissolution. The quaking of space was caused by the fact that the heavy darkness below where the exterior of a pulsing vein could be seen. It began to rise, as if a massive churning obsidian sea was parting ways. More of the extremity vein of dissolution rose above as the sunken obelisks bathed in dissolution shattered due to the sheer force of this rising vein, and from the surface of this vein, a crack began to open up, as if a blood vessel contained too much grandeur and was about to burst, and as it rose, the gigantic bodies of more and more leviathans of dissolution became visible as if they were unearthed from dissolution itself. Bzzzt, the extremity vein of dissolution continued to rise ever higher as a crevice began on its surface, this fissure becoming wider and wider until, boom, innumerable valuable lights of extremity erupted. Like an entrance to an antique treasure cache, like a crevice leasing into a realm of extremity treasures, like a vein, paving way towards extremity sanctification. Chapter 2447, An Eruption of Panaceas. 2. The extremity vein of dissolution, which stretched out endlessly forward and back, rose significantly as a fissure opened on its surface, a treasured light erupting from it as it was a pure halcyon light, a light that felt as if dozens of suns were being born as when the fissure became ever wider. Genuine golden treasure suns truly did gush out and erupt as the eyes of science shone the identity of these golden lights being none other than golden extremity panaceas. Their appearance caused the scions in the back to get restless once more, while scions of the caliber of Ericsson or Atlas remained utterly still while observing everything. This was because even as fantastical golden lights of dozens of golden extremity panaceas erupted from the fissure on the vein of dissolution, this expanding vein acted like a doorway that showed a glimpse of a shocking treasure space where countless paths seemed to converge, where countless destinies seemed to lie. When gazing at it and the possible profundities within, the burning figure of Iam had a stern expression as she spoke. It was uttered that in the first extremity sanctification of Genesis, panaceas that forged extremity foundations were in abundance, but the tools to get ever closer to extremity were in even greater abundance for those who were capable of attaining them. Extremity sanctification. The goal was the attainment of extremity. Apart from the extremity panaceas critical to set up a foundation for a successful apexification, there were many unknown profundities to further one's progression towards extremity in the initiation step of extremity sanctification that even beings at the culmination step may be jealous of. As if to add on to her words, Atlas felt the surging waves of a converging authority around his body as he also spoke calmly. Treasures of extremity that can aid one in forming a dynamis, or increase the convergence of a dynamis of extremity. Treasures to expand one's soul value, and even those to elevate your apocryphal planar haven. WAA, an overabundance of loot. This was what lay in wait in the depths of the vein of dissolution. You all seem to be forgetting something crucial. Ericsson smiled as he placed his hands in his short pants, his beach shirt waving over his toned muscles as he continued, all of these treasures won't just be sitting there for you to pluck. You won't see average leviathans who have been on the periphery of dissolution that you can simply evade. Within, there are lineages of dissolution that have been born and bred in all this grandeur. Aside from fighting amongst ourselves, we will have to actually handle lineages of creatures who can actively unleash dissolution from their souls on top of deadly regions of dissolution itself. And interventions from an outside force are almost impossible while inside the vein. I predict that even a few of us, nay, a few of you may die in this pursuit. Confidence shone blindingly from him as he corrected himself from saying us among those who may die and simply directed it to others as a possibility. The fissure below spread wide open as the figures of scions gathered en masse. Noah's 8 reified sources of extremity also appearing in the distance, leading shadowlings who had bright looks when they gazed at him. From the opening, one could see a wide and vast treasure place that was no doubt vaster than countless planes of existence, the scions beginning to go towards it en masse as others focused on the golden extremity panaceas that had erupted around the surroundings of the fissure. Noah's will observed it all freely as providence guided his path. Extremity sanctification, the tools for this lay within this extremity vein as apart from everything else he was doing, he could obtain the tools to aid in the convergence of the indefatigable dynamis of extremity here. Magnificence shone as even he explored in. Grand primeval Silas floated in silver-colored skies while grasping a blinking runestone, his eyes rising up to see the figure of Noah's dream dimensional chassis appearing from a blinking white gold portal. You've come across the shadowlings near the extremity vein? He asked calmly as he looked towards Noah with a hungry gaze as if he was looking at something he must attain. Leading them towards golden extremity panaceas now. Obtaining any other treasures will be up to their skills. Noah's reply was relaxed as his tone held a hint of accomplishment. This was because at this juncture, his clones were finishing up the last few Lernean domains, as it meant a few hundred planes of existence were being assimilated into his infinite plane. How stupendous would the effects be? On Noah and on the infinite plane itself? On the natural laws that were expanded to boundaries? On the reified enders of extremity and the spiritual beasts? On the fantastical features of the infinite plane, there were too many wonders to look forward to. As with this, it also meant Noah could turn his eyes towards the noblesse in Quasarian lands. He thought of Caesar and the pathway of saving the being known as Shami. He thought of his son who was already conquering a portion of the noblesse domain. Everything was already set up on the appropriate path as his gaze came to Silas, who blazed with a shadowy light while voicing out, "Good. Then let us begin the trip towards the Ionic haven of Penumbra." Crossing the folds between havens alone will take a day or two without the aid of extremity, as the lands of shadows that are in the extremity step of extremity sanctification. Crossing them to get to the cult will be even more dangerous. The preparations were done on Silas' end as the journey to witness one of the 81 armaments of extremity was also about to begin. Multiple pieces fell into place as far away. within a quickly transforming infinite plane, Noah's meon body stared at a trembling crimson extremity panacea as everything about to was revealed before his eyes. 2448 True Death. Adorned in a stellar emperor's robe, Noah's main body was surrounded by liquefied waves of boundaries with every breath. Around him, the figures of Ophelia, Henry, Barbados, Anastasia, Aurelia, Orion, Caitlin, Maximilian, the Emperor Penguin, and all other prominent existences within the infinite plane were floating serenely with eyes closed, each of them feeling the profundity emanating from Noah as their souls found new epiphanies and breakthrough with their boundaries. This was due to multiple factors emanating from Noah, but two were the most potent. One was something that had risen from a prompt that rose during its conception. The essence of the indefatigable dynamis of extremity is cycling across your aspects of existence with every quintessential breath, forever altering your aspects of existence. This promotion had risen some time ago as this essence had continued to cycle within Noah's body, its grandeur also spreading outwardly as others were able to feel wisps of this absolute seat of extremity. Then, there was the pure aura of extremity itself that he was now exposed to from an existence who was overseeing the whole haven he now moved around. These factors caused Noah's mere presence to be akin to a cultivating haven, as the gains he could give others were immeasurable. The gains he himself attained were even more obscene, but in the midst of all this, he also obtained the crimson extremity panacea through his reified source of extremity, the first of its kind for the extremity sanctification of the youngest Ionic haven. While he breathed quintessentially, Noah's eyes blazed with light as his main body grasped this treasure in his hands. Crimson extremity panacea, a treasure rarely born across the eons. It is the first blooming panacea of the extremity sanctification of the last haven, beginning the completion of the end cycle of extremity, as the being to absorb its essence will attain a foundation worthy of such a treasure. Golden and obsidian extremity panaceas normally grant random types of extremity foundations in line with the aspects of existence of the one devouring them, with the foundations only amounting to recorded Ionic extremity foundations that have appeared through the Ionic annals of extremity. The crimson extremity panacea grants the chance to attain an unrecorded Ionic extremity foundation that is capable of forging 81 extremity meridian seeds within one's aspects of existence. The unrecorded Ionic extremity foundation obtained from the absorption and assimilation of the essence of this panacea will be carried into a guaranteed successful apexification and lay the groundwork for easy convergence of dynamis of extremity and the smoother pathway of the boundaries supporting the meridians to attain extremity. After devouring a single panacea and enacting your foundation, all others become useless to you. Noah appreciated the wonder before his eyes that guaranteed success in the process of apexification and enacted an unrecorded Ionic extremity foundation with the pillars of 81 extremity meridian seeds. Even the mad apex Emperor Caesar only had a bit over a tenth as many meridians as what this extremity panacea promised. But all of these were just the boons of the crimson extremity panacea. Noah's very own aspects of existence were proceeding towards an extremity foundation with every cycle of the indefatigable dynamis of extremity. There was even the nine natures extremity foundation that Noah could grant unto his vassals, and other lesser indefatigable foundations of extremity, all made possible by the capabilities of this absolute seat of extremity. So Noah was already on a grand path. This panacea will only solidify and usher my path in quicker. His bright eyes locked onto the pulsing crimson extremity panacea as he wanted to use it as a stepping stone to fling himself even closer towards his goals. One of the biggest things on his mind currently was the question of surviving in a region outside of time itself without relying on the indefatigable dynamis of extremity. It was to attain that which the adjudicator of dissolution spoke of, an authority that allowed treasured beings to fight against terrifying enemies whose homes were outside the scope of space, time, and reality itself. It was commonly an authority that a specific number of beings could manifest when they achieved extremity, but there were rare entities who were also able to achieve it as apex Ionic lifeforms. Even while looking at Noah, the adjudicator of dissolution had spurred him to try his best to attain it after apexification, when he became an apex Ionic lifeform. But in Noah's mind, forget after apexification, why not now? Waves of grandeur erupted from him as he had a bold thought. He knew of the authority, he sought it, and so he would do anything in his power to attain it. The first step would be the crimson extremity panacea before him. Noah didn't hesitate as he consumed it once more, this time letting the panacea settle near the center of his body as he embarked to build the most pristine foundation. You have devoured the crimson extremity panacea, Your aspects of existence have stepped on a path of forging an unrecorded Ionic extremity foundation. Your origin, body, and soul are resonating to establish a foundation uniquely fitted to you. A gorgeous light blared as the process of forming a foundation was hastened, but he didn't stop there, he thought about his own theories and what he saw Atlas of the Plum Sword of Extremity doing not too long ago as after running countless calculations, he called out lightly, "Ionic antimana." Silently. Deadly, it didn't spread out far distances as the soul value expenditure would be greatly lowered, it was only contained to wrap around Noah's body and nothing else. Bzzzt, his visage became entirely engulfed in darkness as initially, the vibrant essence of the indefatigable dynamis of extremity naturally protected him, this core protected him, but his own aspects of existence could not survive outside of the scope of space, time, and reality, if the day ever came when he couldn't call out the essence of the indefatigable dynamis of extremity, he would be done, so he sought to change himself and achieve a power that others couldn't even seek. The roseate-colored glow around his body reduced as he formed spaces within it first. The swallowing nothingness then penetrated through these spaces as they settled into Noah's aspects of existence. 2449 True Death. 2. A dreadful sensation, something that utterly rejected reality, and because Noah was someone who expanded upon reality and altered it in fantastical ways, it seemed entirely opposed to him. It passed through the gaps between the essence of the indefatigable dynamis of extremity and entered Noah's aspects of existence as for some portions of what made him. He couldn't feel them, a sense of danger came, but it didn't fully settle in as the essence of the indefatigable dynamis of extremity was still present. With it, he knew that he could push away this dreadful feeling of nothingness at any point in time. He could not obtain what he wanted this way. He wanted to be able to withstand the region that was outside the scope of space, time, and reality without relying on a single essence. To obtain such a thing, it would be an impossibility when he had something he could always fall back on. The indefatigable dynamis of extremity was a safety net, so long as he had access to it and could call upon it. He knew that he would always be okay, but to achieve the transformation he sought, he had to fully bask in nothingness without this safety net behind him. He knew in his heart that this was the only way new possibilities would open. The utilization of clones was meaningless as that was another safety net. It had to be his main body that took this risk, but this was too much of a risk. If things went according to plan, then he would attain something grand. But in the case he failed, even if he was connected to the infinite plane, as he wouldn't perish entirely unless this whole massive plane was destroyed, his main body would still face true death brought about with nothingness in this region that denied the very workings of reality on their target. Thump, he could feel the beat of his heart, he could feel every breath he took, he could feel the gaps he formed in the essence of the indefatigable dynamis of extremity and the endless waves of nothingness permeating through. Everybody feared death, he was no exception. An unfair death under the hands of someone much, much stronger than him was one of the reasons Noah strived to be as powerful as he could be. At this moment, Noah tried to let go of this fear. The results were unknown since he had the ultimate backing of the infinite plane, but the possibility of true death increased greatly at this moment as he increased the gaps of the essence of the indefatigable dynamis of extremity. Threads of his soul were against this heavy risk as they held on to the strands of the essence of the indefatigable dynamis of extremity. These parts of him said to simply wait until after apexification. They proposed that this risk did not need to be taken. These were the threads with a sliver of fear of the unknown. Noah steeled his heart and slowly crushed these threads of fear. More and more gaps appeared as he recalled the pristine essence of an absolute seat of extremity, pushing its grandeur back into the depths of his soul as he was about to cut off the connection that allowed him to call upon this essence. Similar to what Foss and the others had gone through when the state of nothingness entered their aspects of existence, he wouldn't be able to call upon any of his sources of essence. He wouldn't be able to feel his origin or even the limbs on his body. He would be subjugated to the endlessness of nothingness as he wouldn't even know if seconds or years passed. Thump, the beat of his heart was clear as the recalled essence had a glimpse of it still remaining. Taking the risk of such a dangerous endeavor was still something in the back of Noah's mind as threads of his soul with slivers of fear still remained, but at this moment, the tyrannical essence at the depths of his body rose, quintessence shining brilliantly as it blared with magnificence and knocked down the last domino. It blared as it seemed to scream, "This lineage shall have no fear." Quintessence rose to complete this deadly choice as the connection that allowed Noah to pull the essence of the indefatigable dynamis of extremity was entirely cut, immense darkness flooding into his body. Origin and soul, a dreadful sensation or truly a lack of sensation settled in. The pristine waves of essence he was always familiar with. He couldn't feel them anymore. Quintessence that had just risen to cut off the last safety net. Was nowhere to be found. His profound origin with the first and second planes of extremity. His robust body that was etched like a celestial treasure, impervious to the essences of many boundaries, none of it could be felt as he seemed to be swirling in endless darkness. His soul was as robust and as strong as ever, feeling the dangers of the lack of reality around him as he knew if he allowed it to permeate into his soul, that would be it. True death. The heavy beat of his heart or the quintessential breaths he took could not be felt. Mind you, his aspects of existence should have been undergoing a transformation to establish his unrecorded ionic extremity foundation after he swallowed the crimson extremity panacea. His soul was burning brightly against the feeling of nothingness, even though it seemed to be dissociated from his body and soul. But Noah knew this sensation was false. His ionic soul was fully integrated with his aspects of existence, as his first task was to find them and sense them again. When he did this, it meant that he had successfully overcome one ordeal of this region that denied reality itself for its target. That was the first step. Thereafter, his aspects of existence had to be able to survive, move, recognize, and thrive in an environment devoid of everything. But was this so easy? The silence and nothingness around him was deafening as his soul vibrated with defiance and power, seeking to move around and sense anything around him, yet there was only complete darkness. A week passed. The strength of his soul remained as vibrant as ever, countless thoughts being computed every second as Noah sought all possibilities. He couldn't grasp any essences or call upon any authorities. A year passed. There was only nothingness, nothingness that always tried to invade Noah's soul and make him part of it. But he remained unfettered as he looked for a solution, as he looked for what he had to do. Uniquely, his soul had not lost any of its power, as even though Noah couldn't sense its full capabilities, its defenses towards nothingness remained just as robust. What Noah didn't know was that the potent grandeur of the crimson extremity panacea was still spreading across his aspects of existence, even though he couldn't feel them. The essence of this treasure was trying to forge an unrecorded ionic extremity foundation just for him, as it was altering his aspects of existence for this purpose. And at this moment, wisps of absolute nothingness were the only thing around Noah, as the swirling essence of the crimson extremity panacea naturally tried to resonate with it, but it couldn't enter his soul. Noah himself was stopping its entrance, as of course if it entered his soul, he would become part of nothingness and face true death. But the parts that he was disconnected to that didn't have a choice. His body, an origin which seemed to not have any cellular activity, were also bathed with the magnificence of the crimson extremity panacea, as these aspects had dense wisps of nothingness permeate throughout them, and the restructuring Noah was going through. These traces of nothingness that existed outside the scope of space, time, and reality were organized and interleaved into his body and origin, but this was not something Noah knew. His spirit continued to persevere as to him. 1,000 years passed, countless possibilities came and went as he found no solution. He then began to think about the boundaries he held. He understood every part of them, as even though he couldn't sense them, he thought about their layers and how he could proceed further with them. His mind was extremely active as he theorized and imagined countless possibilities. 1,000,000 years passed. There was only emptiness around Noah as he made infinite gains towards the possibilities of his boundaries and what path they could follow. 1,000,000,000 years passed. To Noah, these years were not an illusion as he truly lived them, a part of his spirit continuing to count down every passing second. It didn't seem like there would be an end in sight. No matter how he kept himself busy, it seemed like he would be lost in utter nothingness for the innumerable years to come. 2450 True Death. 3. What was real, and what was false? When his body was cut off from reality as he existed outside the scope of space and time, Noah experienced a phenomenon that could be considered false. This was because outside of the swirling circular mass of antimatter he had conjured, barely a second had passed. Yet for him who was outside the scope of this reality, more than 1,000,000,000 years passed. It was false, but also entirely real, as the critical piece to understand was the simple fact that Noah currently experienced existing outside the scope of time. The only way for him to formulate time was by counting what he believed to be every passing second. Thus, from his point of view, he calculated the passage of time in a region that was not bound by time. It was paradoxical and hard to comprehend as it delved into the complete denial of reality. But Noah used this as an opportunity to accomplish many things. For the 1,000,000,000 years that passed, he had computed countless possibilities for all of his boundaries and what path they could take past the 9th boundary layer. For the 1,000,000,000 years that followed, he theorized and computed possibilities of his realm and what path it would follow. He calculated the possibilities of realm reconstruction and what extremity foundations he could grant others. And he delved into what possibilities the infinite plane and ruination could delve into. He continued like this ceaselessly as 100 billion years passed. His soul felt just as robust as the dread of nothingness all around him now felt familiar. but not a wisp of it passed through as outside the scope of time. Noah counted what he believed to be the passage of 1 trillion years, a trillion years. This was an extremely long time for a being who had only lived for some 27 odd years in the scope of reality without accounting for time dilation. He thought of himself and what he stood for. He thought of his family whose faces were ever clear even now. He thought of his mother. He thought of his son. He thought of all the women he didn't give enough time and attention to, and he thought about what the future held in store for all of them. His soul shone with immeasurable profundity as it changed and transformed into something even more pristine after experiencing trillions of years, where at this point, he came to ask himself a question: why after all these years? His soul had never even once lost its strength while being bombarded with the dread of nothingness? A trillion years for him, but an extremely short period of time for others. In a far domain away from any prying eyes, billowing stellar clouds rolled as Noah's Avalon-dimensional chassis was situated behind a cloudy wall, as he should have been absorbing the pure aura of extremity from the adjudicator of dissolution. Yet at this moment, the veiled adjudicator turned towards his direction as all of a sudden the feeling of life was lost from his body. Her figure instantly warped to appear behind him, as even with her vein, one could see a troubled and inexplicable expression. The body of a being before her suddenly seemed devoid of any soul and will, as such a phenomenon was extremely dreadful with heavy implications. Extremity Svetlana had seen it a few times, as it was reminiscent of the main body of an existence perishing, their clones experiencing a complete absolution of life thereafter before they broke down into pearls of essence. But this clone before her remained situated calmly even though it seemed to have lost something critical to it. "What are you doing?" Her eyes were sharp, as it was not ideal to lose an existence that had obtained an absolute seat of extremity this easily. Her fair hand shot out as it released liquefied streams of extremity that went to wrap around his body. A shocking phenomenon occurring soon after, as the husk of the Avalon-dimensional chassis erupted like an endless black hole that swallowed up the liquefied essence of extremity greedily. Extremity Svetlana's eyes squinted as she still sensed no form of life after this, dense waves of liquefied extremity continuing to surge out endlessly. 10 trillion years had passed. At this point, Noah had conducted countless computations, as after extrapolating a nigh infinite number of modalities, he theorized of a solution to what he had to do. He believed it to be right, but it was a drastic one that in the 1% chance he was wrong, that would be it. But the solution was a simple one. He sought to attain that which could help him survive outside of the scope of reality. He sought to survive the dreadful authority of nothingness, as the only way to do so was to become a part of it. He had to die in order to truly live. To gain a quality of nothingness, he had to allow it to be a part of him, as he theorized that his origin and body, which didn't have his active control, should have already allowed this, but Voss and many others had eventually been ground down as nothingness permeated into their souls. But they simply became part of nothingness, as there was nothing potent enough to anchor them or maintain their consciousness in this field of non-reality. What would be there to make sure that when nothingness permeated across his being, he wouldn't simply stop existing? What if it transcended the authority and boundaries of reality that stated that Noah was anchored to the infinite plane and that he wouldn't perish unless it did? What if he simply stopped existing as the construct he was connected to, stopped existing along with him? Another 10 trillion years passed. Noah had calculated all the possibilities, as everything seemed to point to the only solution he had come across. During this time, he had gone through his barriers countless times as he calculated probabilities of which boundaries were suitable to form power of extremity. He had even calculated possible absolute power of extreme alongside other wonders like the transformations of beings like Atlas and Erickson, and how he could enact them himself.